Brathwaite of Barbados standing in his 11th ODI outside the off stump. This is not a frenetic pace, the 50-over match. Nehemiah, well, they call you Johnny as well, along with the West Indies captain for this version of the game, the ODI captain Dwayne Bravo. Don't be confused. Darren Sammy is the captain of the T20 and Test team. And Jason Holder is certainly one for the future, is he not, Nehemiah?
Definitely. That's some height, that's some pace, swing the ball both ways.
Here he is bowling to Porterfield, outside the off stump, and allowed to go through again to the wicket keeper. So Porterfield opening here with Paul Sterling. Brilliant sunshine at Sabina Park, and not a large crowd, and one gets the impression that it will be a pretty decent crowd, maybe by the time we enter for the West Indies to take their strike. The crowd may be coming down to see the West Indies bat. Of course, it doesn't help that the Big Hurt is not playing. I called him the Big Hurt. And that's Chris Gale, stiffness in his back. He missed the second T20 match on Friday. Made 18, top scored on Wednesday on his return in a losing effort. The West Indies lost that game by 6 wickets. Came back and won by 11 runs on Friday. Now they stretch out to the 50-over format, with the Holder in bowling to Porterfield. That was much closer to the body, lifting outside the off stump. Porterfield right on top of it though, and the pitch showing here that it will give some help to the bowlers. And I guess if the batters, it's pretty early, if they settle down, that they'll have an opportunity to express themselves as well. And again, here is a Holder into Porterfield, forced back, shuffling into his stumps, pushing into the offside, and there can be no runs. Fielded by the captain, Dwayne Bravo, patrolling the cover region, and reminds me of, certainly not at that same level, but the great Vivian Richards, who a lot of folks forget, Nehemiah, started out in the covers before settling in the slips. He was absolutely devastating in the covers. Jason Holder in, bowls to Porterfield outside the off stump, not forced to play. So he's putting the ball in the right area, but he's not forcing the batsman to play. I think Porterfield played one or just two deliveries in this first over. And after one, it's a one-day international, 50 overs. Ireland are none without loss. So Paul Sterling, right-handed batsman, very stocky player. And he faced, that's Miguel Cummins. And he'll be bowling from the southern end. And here is Cummins on debut, just outside the off stump. And at the very last moment, Sterling took his bat inside the line of that delivery. And that was a very good first delivery, one would say, in international cricket. Looks a bit calm, but I'm sure that would have helped to get the butterflies settled.
Well, Ireland, you're playing Ireland, and a lot of people think that Ireland is not the best of team to really start your debut, but they're a good team, they're a decent team, and they can surprise you on any day.
Here is Cummins in to Sterling, and hitting that ball uppishly, cutting outside the stump. It was pretty safe. No one out on the backward point boundary, and it raced away one bounce, 4 runs to Paul Sterling. It's a good shot. It was deliberate. He knew the field setting, the restrictions. The players are inside that 30-meter circle, short outside the off stump. That's not what he wants to do. And Sterling, on top of it, just lifted it over, cutting high and hard, and it went 2, 3, 4 bounces, 5 bounces for 4.
Deliberate shot, short and wide. too much room.
Cummins yet again to Sterling. Much better delivery. Closer to the batsman. Just outside the old stump. Creating some uncertainty for Sterling. But he saw it and allowed it to go through to Dinesh Ramdin.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Sterling, I've been playing for some time now. You know, it's disappointing now his cricket hasn't come on. And he should be scoring more consistently for Ireland. But he's a decent player. He's got good technique. But Miguel Cummins have to make he plays the ball on the front foot.
Cummins into Sterling. Squared him up just a bit. Looked as though the ball was going down the leg side, though. There was no appeal from anyone. Ball ended up in the offside. Picked up by Dwayne Smith, who was playing for Chris Gale. Just backward of point. And there can be no run. So Sterling is on 4. Porterfield, the captain, yet to get off the mark. And Ireland are 4 without loss. We are in the second of 50 overs. And here's a debutant from Barbados. Miguel Cummins into Sterling, who is again on the front foot. And pushing down to a mid-off position where Nikita Miller does the fielding.
Well, they expect that West Indies would come up with some kind of energy. You know, they will look a little flat in the first T20. You know, although despite the small score in the second T20, they came up fired up and they put a lot of spirit in it. I think they should follow up that in this ODI.
Cummins to Sterling. Sterling is on the front foot, pushing up on the onside of the pitch. It's the end of, and I'll leave the analysis to the over from Miguel Cummins. I think one bad delivery, and I think he will quickly understand that at the international level, and not playing for Barbados, those deliveries are going to be put away. Not a bad start. Paul Sterling on 4. William Porterfield yet to get off the mark, and after 2 overs, Ireland are 4 without loss, winning the toss and deciding to bat on a day here at Sabina Park. Brilliant sunshine, and we'll also get quickly his take on the pitch at the park.
Well, good start, quiet start by Ireland. The West Indies trying to find their way, trying to assess the situation. You know, a little short, one that they cut over point for 4.
Holder to Porterfield, start of the 3rd over, and Jason Holder's second. Big man, looks to be about 6'5", young, strong, broad shoulders. Reminds me, Nehemiah, he looks and shapes like that outstanding fast bowler from Trinidad and Tobago, Ian Bishop.
Yes, definitely.
Similar type of build. Big man, strong. Here he is pounding away into Porterfield from the northern end. Up, bowls, and Porterfield is into his stumps and pushing up down on the offside of the pitch, straight down the ground. And it's fielded by Kirk Edwards. And the batsmen are kept quiet on 4 without loss. Porterfield note, Sterling 4 without loss.
Well, big and tall and strong. You know, he's still developing, and you know, hopefully he can keep his head, keep working, keep building his body, and ensure that he keep. Well, it's hard to keep injury free. You know.
Holder to Porterfield is flashing this one. It is out now. Just getting to it, not managing to hold on. And that looks to be Dwayne Smith. Oh, Porterfield living dangerously. Ball pitched just outside the stump. That's exactly where Holder wanted to pitch that ball. Looked as though that was a plan for William Porterfield. And it looked as though it fell just in front of Dwayne Smith, to be fair. He was diving forward, and it looked as though it fell just before it got to him, Nehemiah, on the replay.
Yes, that ball held up on the pitch. You know, first morning the ball will hold up a little bit. Didn't carry. I don't think it carried. It probably just on the fingertips. You know, but good effort from Dwayne Smith. He's very sharp. I've never seen him drop a catch. So it's quite surprising, you know. But at the end of the day, I think that one fell just in his front.
Holder to Sterling, had him in 2 minds. Short, climbing, wide, signaled by umpire Greg Brathwaite of Barbados. Umpire at square leg, Michael Goff of England, standing in his 3rd ODI. Brathwaite in his 11th, and no ball. And Ireland, they move on to 6 without loss.
I think that was pretty harsh, though. If you watch the replay, That ball was pretty close to the batsman. So I think the umpire was a little harsh.
Holder to Sterling. Porterfield on one. Porterfield crossed for a single, and the ball just fell in front of Dwayne Smith. It didn't carry, so we can't put it down as a chance. Made a good effort to get to it. I think we would have to convert our thoughts and said that Dwayne Smith made a good effort to get to a ball that was dying, and it bounced in front of him. Porterfield crossed for a single, so Porterfield is on one, Sterling is on four, and no ball. It's 6 without loss. Holder in, bowls. Oh, he's bowled him! Bowled him!
That's the length. That's the length.
Joint, rocking back the stump, and Paul Sterling, you mentioned Nehemiah, continues that poor run of form, brilliantly bowled by young Jason Holder, off stump, rock back, and Sterling is gone for 4, and Ireland are 6 for 1.
Well, the ball didn't do much. He just played on the wrong line. I probably think that the ball was going to come into him somewhat because Holder has been getting the ball to shape away from the left hander. So it's just poor technique. But I said it before that he should ensure that the batsman play forward, because that's when you're going to get early wickets, because they're quite tentative in the first, I would say, on the first morning of any match. Normally batsmen are quite tentative, so you want to make sure that you let them play forward. Very good length, very good delivery.
Looked as though the ball came back just a bit though, and looking at the replay, and it was a good delivery, pitched up. Maybe he should have been on the front foot. He was caught back on his stump, and as you said, playing down the wrong line, and it came back just a bit.
Well, normally when you get ball off the front foot, it's a ball that come back in between bat and pad, but that ball passed outside the bat, meaning that he played the wrong line. You know, you expect, if you're an opening batsman, you expect ball to do a little bit off the seam, and that's why you're openers, they're specialists. And he just played on the wrong line. Lack of confidence, he didn't look confident going into this game. He didn't get any runs in the T20. So, you know, he got to go back to the drawing board and organize himself to start producing more. And I think he, definitely a senior player have to start perform a lot more and more consistently.
So the experienced Ed Joyce is greeted by a short lifting delivery over his head. End of the over. Jason Holder with his tail up, getting the wicket of Paul Sterling. Bowled off stump for 4. And after 3 overs?
3 overs.
Ireland are 6 for 1. 6 for 1. William Porterfield is on 1. Ed Joyce on note. And the batsman out, Paul Sterling, bowled by Jason Holder for 4. The total 6 for 1 after 3 overs.
Good over by Jason. Perfect delivery, pitch up, didn't do much, played on the wrong line, got bowled. They're under pressure. The West Indies need to continue to build pressure, because once you're not scoring, you're going to have pressure building. You win the toss, you bat first, you want to ensure you get a good solid foundation, but at the end of the day, they are trying to find their way, trying to get the pace of the pitch and build from here.
William Porterfield, the Ireland captain, facing up to Miguel Cummins on the front foot, stroking the ball to a wideish mid-off position in the covers, and it's picked up by Dwayne Bravo, who is at straightish cover position. There are 2 slips, a man just behind point. Darren Bravo at first slip, Darren Sammy at second slip. That's an interesting combination there. Dwayne Smith just behind point. The man forward of point. Get to that in just a moment. That's Kirk Edwards outside the off stump for Miguel Cummins, and he is banging that ball in. Didn't seem to lift as much. It was just back of a length, Nehemiah. Is it that the pitch is two-faced?
Two-faced, but certainly there was a couple of balls in Cummins' first over that held up. The one that Paul Sterling cut over cover point held up a little bit, and that one kept a little low. So I think it's a good toss to win. The first over gonna have a little two-pace.
Porterfield gets a good delivery, pitched on the body, just lifting a bit, and he just worked it off his hip, falling at forward short leg position. The batsman can get no run. Kieran Powell is the man forward of square. Kirk Edwards at mid-on. Here is Cummins into Porterfield outside the off stump. An appeal from Darren Sammy at second slip. He's the only one appealing. That was a good delivery from Cummins.
Brilliant delivery. Left the left hander and rising, and the keeper was taking that just above his face. So good delivery. You have to keep that length, and I think he can come up a little. He can come up a touch, maybe another foot or so. Let him look to drive, because you have the mid off, you have the cover, you have point, you have some protection there, and two slips. So let him look to drive it through the offside.
Here is Cummings to this delivery from Cummings. Porterfield is on the front foot and driving, but he can't find the gap. Knocked down by Marlon Samuels, fielding in the covers or just in front of point. And we have Dwayne Smith behind point. There's a gap there that Porterfield couldn't pierce, either square the offside or between Bravo at extra cover and Marlon Samuels just forward of point. And Porterfield kept on 1, Ireland 6 for 1 in the 4th over. They've really been stifled for runs. There is time, it's a 50-over match. But the Irish batsmen are not playing or not allowed to play with their freedom to this delivery. Porterfield is into his stumps and working the ball off his pads into the mid-wicket region. There can be no run. It is the end of the 2nd over from Miguel Cummins. 4 overs completed. Ireland 6 for the loss of 1 wicket. The captain, William Porterfield, on 1. Ed Joyce yet to get up the mark. Paul Stirling, the man out, bowled by Jason Holder for 4, and Ireland are 6 for 1.
Good start by West Indies. Very quiet Ireland. Ed Joyce is a senior player for Ireland, and he would want to start as well. He's a good player, good technique and good temperament. So Jason Holder would want to ensure that he plays everything off the front foot.
Here is Holder to Joyce. They're just pushing the ball to Edwards at that mid-off position. I was commenting that, look, the name of the country, the proper name is Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I'm sure that I see Ed Joyce going between England and Ireland, and maybe he's eligible to play for both countries. How does that work, or am I mistaken?
Yes, it worked, because the tall fast bowler they had a couple of years ago, now playing for England. I'll get his name in a minute. But
Porterfield, Joyce is working this ball off his pads down behind square. The batsman crossed for an easy 2 runs. So Ed Joyce, a man that you don't ever want to settle. He is a reticent, resolute batsman, full of substance. He moves on to 2, and Porterfield on 1. And Ireland are 8 for the loss of 1 wicket. It's 8 for 1. Porterfield on 1, and Ed Joyce off the mark. He's on 2 runs. So 2 slips are gutting, a man just behind the point. Extra cover on the offside, a 3rd man as Holder is there, bowls to Joyce on the front foot and pushing down to Kirk Edwards. It is at that mid-off position. Marlon Samuels is at mid-on. And just forward of square, the young Kieran Powell, the Miguel Cummins, is on the long leg boundary. Coming back to the top of his run, Jason Holder, the man who has taken the wicket at the end of this over. Ricardo Chambers will come into the commentary position. That ball is pitched up to Joyce on the front foot. He was almost falling over, off balanced. I think he was in 2 minds, so he was caught halfway forward and not really back, and pushing the ball into the covers. That's a good delivery from Jason Holder.
Yes, and that's the length I'm talking about. You have to ensure that he plays forward, because if you look in the T20, what he was doing is just playing back and keep nudging the ball behind square. Now they brought in a man just behind square for that little nudge. So that was a perfect delivery, pitching on about the line of the stump, and he almost fell over.
Oh, that ball is pitched up to Ed Joyce, who is on driving, but he can't beat.
Marlon Samuels.
Marlon Samuels at Midan. And I'm wondering here, because we know that he has troublesome knees. Took his time to get up, a tumble on his knees, but hopefully Marlon Samuels is fine, back after that wrist injury. I think it was on the tour of New Zealand. Here is Holder from the northern end. Is there now, bowls to Joyce outside the off stump, doesn't force the batsman to play. The end of the over. 5 overs completed, and Ireland are 8 for the loss of 1 wicket. William Porterfield on 1, Ed Joyce on 2, Paul Stirling bowled by Jason Holder for 4 when the total was 6 for 1, 8 for 1. And after comments from Nehemiah Johnny Perry, the former Jamaica and West Indies off spinner, Ricardo Chambers will take up the commentary for the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, quiet start from Ireland. Very good start by the West Indies. Good length. I think that you can come up a little bit more to the Irish, ensure that they play off the front foot. Miguel Cummins on debut bowl, I would think decent in his first 2 overs. He has to continue this, bowl in tandem with Jason Holder, keep the pressure up, and I'm sure once the pressure continues, something will have to give. And Cummins gonna get ready now to come in. Welcome, Ricardo.
Good morning to you, Nehemiah. It's a nice looking shot of the back foot. Should get a couple. Has to ease it really. Gets more than a couple, so that's a boundary. Which will take the Ireland score into double figures. Nicely timed that shot. Eased it off the back foot.
Yeah. Again, the length is very important on the first morning of any game. Most of the opening batsmen always tend to stay back because they want to start.
And just look at that, picking the gap beautifully, and it raced away. Didn't seem as if it was that well timed initially. Then it flew across the outfield. Trying to force that one maybe a little bit too much. 2 young fast bowlers in operation for the West Indies this morning. Cummins in his first match, 23 years old, has impressed in regional cricket with his pace, his tenacity, no doubt. And then Jason Holder, who has been operating from the other end, has really bowled well in the limited overs format, the 50 over format in the last year. It was a handful for Pakistan when they came here last year to the Caribbean. It was also a handful when he went to New Zealand for those batsmen there.
Good 2 fast bowlers. They have the height, they have good pace, and it's up to the West Indies now to put programs in place and ensure that these fast bowlers get the right treatment, right guidance and protection right throughout their career. And it's good way to start, good investment, and hope that they keep their head on their shoulders, don't get carried away.
And just operating now just outside the line of the off stump. Hasn't really tried to pitch the ball right up this morning. He's been mostly back of a length, getting the ball to go across the left-hander. And Porterfield doesn't mind. He likes the flash. He likes that shortish delivery outside the line of the off stump.
Porterfield hasn't scored any runs since he's been here. Didn't score any runs in the T20. He's the captain. He would want to ensure that he gets some runs under his belt, get some practice as well today. So this is 50 overs, a long day, and he has time to build an innings.
Again, just outside the off stump.
It's pretty interesting. The ball is keeping a little low from this end, just outside the off stump. Ramdane has made a couple of steps up. He has been catching the ball just about his boot laces, and so it's not good signs from this end, especially with Miguel Cummins' pace. The ball should be carrying, I would think, on the first one about wayside.
Again, that width, just that little bit of width, but reinforcement on the offside on that occasion. 6 overs gone. Ireland electing to bat 12 for 1 And a slow start for the Irishmen, but they'll be hoping that once these two very experienced players can stay out in the middle, they can post a pretty good total.
Yes, definitely. You know, early wicket, they lost early wicket, you know, push them back a little bit. Sterling. So you would want to consolidate now, you know, get a start on this pitch. The key to one day game, the key to 50 over game is to ensure that in the last 15 or 10 overs you have wicket in hand. You know, so you don't have to go berserk in the first 10 or so. You can just feel away, get the innings, get your feet moving.
I've been very impressed with this young Jason Holder. Since he's come into the team, he can get the ball to bounce from awkward positions, pretty full length. He gets the ball to move around as well, and that's always going to be a problem for any type of batsman. He's tall, and just look at that. Ed Joyce, who has scored 2 centuries and 8 half centuries in one-day cricket in a spot of bother. He's a quality young bowler, this Jason Holder, and I guess the next step now will be when will he break into the test side, and I think that has been the question, because you would think that we have seen enough from him to suggest that he is real quality and can be worked with.
Well, definitely. I don't see anything wrong with playing all formats of the game once you have the quality. He has good eye, good pace.
Oh, that's a nice looking shot again. This time from Joyce. We'll just get a couple. But that's what Ireland, that's what they have to do. Just continue to push the ball around, pick the gaps, not play any shots that are not warranted at this stage.
And again, Ricardo, the length is very important. Again, he played that off the back foot, punching the ball through the offside. So remember the over before that, he almost fell over by playing forward. And you have to learn from that. You have to pitch the ball in that area. There's a man short cover, catching. Let him look to drive off the front foot. You have the feel for it. And I'm sure he's very uncomfortable in playing forward. Again, that is a little wide.
It seems like a deliberate ploy to me that they don't want to pitch the ball too far up.
Well,
They seem to want to push the Ireland batsmen back onto that back foot, maybe hoping that a couple will keep low. I'm not sure, but it seems like a deliberate ploy to me.
Is that 3/4 length you want? You know, not sure whether you want to play back or you want to play forward. And you know, Jason Holder might be a little young. He might not get that length yet. But that is when you have, you know, good coaching that comes into play to ensure that you get that length, especially when you're bowling in the first 10 or 15 overs.
Changing the line of attack. And almost, well, not almost, but producing a false shot right away.
Again, there is Witt again, cutting outside the stump, and I don't understand why he went around the wicket to the left-hander. There's nothing to explain. They're not going berserk. They are very, very quiet. Just stick with it. Don't do anything differently. Just pitch the ball. I would think a little further. Let them play forward.
Dwayne Bravo has kept 2 slips in there for the most part this morning, as the 7th over comes to an end then. Ireland having elected to bat, they've lost a wicket, the wicket of Paul Sterling, but these two very experienced campaigners, the captain William Porterfield and Ed Joyce, trying to rebuild the innings here at Sabina Park, and they're doing a pretty decent job so far.
Well, you have to consolidate. You have to ensure that you get a foundation to build from. Wicket in hand, going down into the last 15 overs is critical in building good scores. I would think they would want to, I would say maybe in the excess of 250. And these are two players that are very experienced. They have been there before. Ed Joyce have played a lot of county cricket, good temperament. and good technique. So we would want him to play forward. The West Indies team would want him to play forward. At the other hand, Ireland would want these two to give a good account of themselves, build a good innings, and ensure that they get a good target.
That's probably where he wants to be. Good line on that occasion, pretty good length as well.
Yeah, yeah, that's where you want to be. Off stump, just outside the stump, and let them play forward. You know, when you have the 2 slips, that's what you want. 2 slips and 3, 4 men in the covers. Cover point, extra cover, man short on the drive, and the man at mid off. Now Bravo is making another adjustment. He's taking out the man at short cover and put him at square leg. As Marlon Summers are just catching at like a leg gully, and he's going to run a wicket. That's Kieran Powell.
And he's changed the line of attack as well with that. But a neat little shot, getting them another couple.
Well, it's
guiding it, not looking to hit it too hard.
17 for 1, and it's very interesting to see Narayan on the field. I think Marlon Summers is probably off the field because maybe some injury. We'll get somewhere than that.
He did go down after he made that save at mid-on. Always inclined, wide signal, but always inclined, always wanting to keep the batsmen on their P's and Q's this morning. That occasional effort delivery we're seeing coming out of the fast bowlers.
Yeah, yes, and that was pretty wide. It was a good decision by the umpire. It was very, very high, high over the batsman head. Couldn't play a shot. So good decision by the umpire. But you have to ensure that you don't get carried away, and because the pitch have a little bounce in it, you have to be disciplined, have to stay on top of the game, off stump line, ensure that the batsman play. And now another adjustment is bringing in the adjustment is Bravo, is bringing the man back at short cover.
Better line on that occasion, but Ed Joyce is not going to be tempted in going for those big drives just outside his off stump. He's a patient little player, Ed Joyce. He knows he can trust his technique, his ability to stay out there for a long time and grind out for his team. Must be the commentator's curse. Darren Bravo having a smile back in the West Indies side. He left the tour of New Zealand abruptly for personal reasons. Obviously those have been sorted out. As we say good morning and welcome to my good friend Martinita. Again, the offside field packed. So it will not be easy for Joyce to pierce it.
Good morning, Ricardo. Good morning to our viewers.
The WICB president in the house.
KC man also.
Mike Fennell in there as well, Jamaica Olympic Association president. That must be the royal box that they're in.
Actually, it's the presidential box
Either
over in the
way,
George Headley stand. Huh?
It works.
Royalty presidential suite. I think there's a slight difference there.
8 gone, 18 for 1.
Two batsmen just probably discussing the state of the pitch. I think the pitch has played very well so far. In the first 2 T20s, or the first two, the T20s that were played earlier in the week. I thought the pitch was a bit sluggish, it was a bit slow. But this pitch seems to have a little more pace. Jason Holder, who's somebody I particularly like, I think he's certainly one for the future, has bowled well. He's picked up 1 wicket. And fairly aggressive posture here being adopted as Jason Holder runs in once again. And I think Jason has bowled with a fair amount of hostility. Has bowled a pretty good line, pretty good length. 4 overs, 4.1 overs so far. He's taken 1 wicket, but he's bowling to batsmen, particularly Joyce, who has a tremendous amount of experience, has been playing for Ireland for many, many years, has good temperament, and would want to take advantage of these very good batting conditions.
Jason Holder, even younger than Miguel Cummings, he's just 22 years old. Before today, 15 matches. He's taken 22 wickets. Best of 4 for 13, averaging 27.9 at the moment with an economy of 5.37. Can get better, no doubt, but I think with the Holder you see all the raw material necessary for him to turn out into a first-class fast bowler. Flashing, and he's gotten it over the slip. They say if you flash hard, and you'll get that result. Another boundary to the Irishmen, the 3rd of the morning for them, 22 for 1 in over number 9.
Fair amount of bounce on that occasion from Jason Holder. And as you said, if you flash hard. Got a very thick outside edge, a valiant effort there by the fieldsman in the slip cordon. But it was always going over. And, you know, as a batsman, when you get away with those edge shots, you say 4 more to your total.
Something I find very interesting, Holder was operating over the wicket to the left-handers. He's gone round the wicket, and that's the 2nd time since he's gone round the wicket that he has forced a flashing shot outside the off stump. So obviously the change of angle is having an effect on the batsman at the moment.
A lot of times when the right-handed fast bowler bowls over the wicket to the left-hander, it's much easier to negotiate because the left-hander will know that the ball is naturally sliding across him. As we look once again, balls closer to the off stump, and rather than leaving the left-hander when he's bowling over the wicket, the ball actually straightens. So it's harder for the left-hander to make that assessment as to exactly where the ball is. And in many times, good right-handed fast bowlers who bowl around the wicket and do so effectively can pose a lot of problems to the left-handed batsmen. People like Colin Croft of past, he was a great exponent of that particular art, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed batsman. You see once again that delivery just kind of angling into the left-hander, and I think that is what he's working on. But a very good over once again by Jason Holder. At the end of it, Ireland batting first, 23 for 1.
Not many supporters here at Sabina Park this morning. Hopefully the support base will build. There's the Kingston Cricket Club. And then you can see sections of the northern stand. Very, very few supporters in here at Sabina Park. It's not what it used to be. Few school kids in here, even on a Sunday, well dressed in their uniforms.
And if the school kids turn out in their uniform today at Sabina Park, they'll be admitted free of cost. So to all those youngsters listening, opportunity to come and watch some cricket.
Nikita Miller also back in this side. Pretty good return, but quick running between the wickets. Exactly what Ireland would be looking for at this stage of the game. Strong running by 2 very experienced cricketers.
Yes, some good cricket there. A fairly good delivery also, getting some bounce. um, from Cummins. But you know, you have to wonder when you see somebody like Cummins in the West Indies setup as he comes into bowl once again to Joyce. Not a short ball in his hips. But, and the reason I say that is because Cummins could not or was not selected by Barbados in the recently concluded 50-over tournament. And so, as far as Barbados is concerned, you have at least 4 fast bowlers in Barbados that are ahead of him, and yet still he's good enough to play for the West Indies. Now, I don't know if you think there's something wrong with that kind of policy?
I don't necessarily think so, and it's not new either, I don't think, especially as it relates to Barbados and fast bowlers. That's a fine shot, banged away off the back foot. It was too wide, giving him the width that he would have been looking for, and he picked the gap beautifully despite the fact that it was a packed offside field. And another boundary. Ireland going along pretty nicely now. They've gone up to 30 and still 1 down. Lovely shot that. But I don't necessarily see, I remember, as you just look at the shot again, beautifully played. But there was a period as well, and I'll get to it in a little while. Well, he's gotten to another one. That should race across the lovely Sabina Park outfield for another boundary. And Miguel Cummings slightly losing it now.
Yes, the first shot was really an excellent shot off the back foot, but that ball was very short, very, very wide, and George taking full advantage of it. See the ball pitched in short and wide. The batsman almost have to stretch and reaching outside his off stump. Not a lot of pace, not a lot of bounce in that delivery. That's the kind of height that you'd want as a batsman to execute that backward cut to point, and he did it very, very well. Came off the middle of the bat, and the 2 consecutive boundaries here by Joyce. It will be good to see how young Cummins responds in his first international game, to see the kind of medley he's made of after being hit for 2 consecutive boundaries.
He changes the angle of attack as well, and Joyce gets up on one leg and whips it nicely. Brilliant work by Nikita Miller. He's very athletic, this young man, and he knows he's going to have a big jump to do with the ball a little bit later on as well. But I was speaking of that period when Ian Bradshaw would have been in the West Indies side. I think Pedro Collins would have been in the side as well. And then Barbados had the likes of Tina Best playing for them. I'm trying to remember all the bowlers, but I do remember that
Pedro Collins.
Yeah, Collins was in the West Indies side, and I remember that once the West Indies series finished and those bowlers came back, they struggled to get into the Barbados starting 11 because they had 3 or 4 other very good bowlers who had been dominating that season. And if I remember correctly, they went on to easily beat Jamaica in the final, 37 for 1. 10 overs gone. Nehemiah Perry may remember. May have been just after he had retired. Or maybe he was still around, but I think he had retired by then. He had called it a day.
Yeah. Well, let me just say, though, that, and it's now drinks, and there's well, actually it's not drinks. There's some of the players as we look once again at the president's box. But let me say, Ricardo, that I don't necessarily agree with you on that one. I think it was a totally different period, and I don't think the Barbados bowlers were as dominant. Ireland 37 for 1 at the end of the 10th over as Ricardo Chambers makes way for Patrick.
I thought he was going to make the point that whenever players are selected for West Indies duty, we have noticed, Mark, and you're a former player, you were just on the cusp of making the West Indies team, that, for example, Patrick Patterson debuting for the West Indies, and he would not be played against a touring team. So maybe it is that Miguel Cummins, the West Indies selectors would have asked to give him a rest to play, possibly. Dwayne Bravo now into the attack and pitching right up to Ed Joyce outside the off stump, and Joyce allowed it to go through to the keeper.
Well, that could possibly have been it, but I don't really think so. I don't think that Cummins was good enough to make the Barbados 11. It would have been excellent exposure for the youngster. He's not a Chris Gale, for argument's sake, that the West Indian selectors would ask.
Bravo is in, bowls to Joyce. Loud appeal for leg before wicket.
Thought that one was very close, Patrick.
Yes, it was. Let's take a look if we can get a look at the replay. And umpire Greg Brathwaite of Barbados, standing in his 11th ODI, was unmoved and not intimidated.
While we wait for the replay, and the point I was making is simply this, that Cummins is no, Chris Gale, is no Narayan. He's a youngster trying to get into the West Indies team. Well, he's in the West Indies team now.
Bravo. And driving outside the off stump, getting an inside edge, going into the onside, intended to drive through or into the offside, took a very thick inside edge and went to the man looks to be Kieran Powell, just forward of square, and Joyce is kept on 18.
Just saw the replay, Patrick, and that ball from Bravo seemed to just hit the batsman just outside the off stump as we see an edge. But Bravo, another very good exponent of bowling around the wicket to the left-handed batsman, getting the ball to angle into the left-hander. We saw the previous delivery that came in, hit the inside edge, went to backward square. The one before that came into the left-hander once again, hit him marginally outside the off-stump. Again, we see the deviation, and it'll be good for the viewers to see how clever a bowler Bravo is, the kind of guy that he has, because he's going to be bowling around the wicket. He's going to be looking to get the ball into the left-hander and occasionally straighten towards slip, hopefully to get the edge.
Here he is bowling to Joyce at the front foot and caressing that ball into the covers, going down to the deep extra cover region, fielded there by Kirk Edwards, and with that single, Joyce moves on quite nicely to 19, and Ireland in the 11th over, 10.4 overs, have moved on to 38 for the loss of Paul Sterling, who was bowled by Jason Holder for 4 off stump, and the total then was 6 for 1. So just going along at a rate of about 3.3, 3.4 Ireland. It's not bad at this stage. They need to perhaps in the middle of the over start to get things together. Driving straight up, straight down the ground, and you're talking about Dwayne Johnny Bravo, and you're not going to easily beat him. He's such a brilliant fielder, and again he had that on display. End of the over for the West Indies ODI captain Dwayne Bravo. Ireland 38 for 1. William Porterfield, the captain, 13. Ed Joyce on 19.
Yes, so just to continue the point, so I find it rather strange that Cummins should find himself in the West Indies side, but is unable to make his Barbados team. So, but then again, I find it very strange, many things that the West Indian selectors do. I mean, even if you look at Jason Holder's was playing in this game. I mean, Jason Holder to me represents the future of West Indies cricket. He's a tall, fast bowler, which is at a premium now in regional tournaments. He bowls with some pace, some guile, and yet still he does not command a permanent place in the West Indies side. Here is Cummins once again.
Around the wicket from the southern end to Joyce, and running this ball down to third man. And Joyce easily picks up a single. Moves on to 20. It's a 39 for 1 Ireland in the 12th over. So what would would Miguel Cummins have seen? And he has decided to come around the wicket to Ed Joyce.
It looks also like a free hit, as we saw the umpire making that signal, that swirling finger in the air over his head. Which is an indication that it's a free hit. So here's an opportunity for the batsman to have a go at this delivery. The only way he can be out is if he is run out. Right. So, I'm so sorry that I didn't play cricket during this era. Can you imagine somebody bowling a ball to you and you just can't get out of it except being run out? Oh my God. Cricket is really a batsman's sport.
And here is Cummins with a free hit to William Porterfield, and he is hitting this high, hard, far. It's gone into the Georgia stand.
And handsome. Let's add
6 runs.
handsome to it. 6 runs right in the slot, and
he's
umpire signaling in 6.
6 runs to William Porterfield. Moves on to 19.
This is very encouraging, though. Young Cummins playing in his first game. You saw the West Indies captain, well, the West Indies T20 and Test captain. We see that shot once again right in the slot. Excellent shot from Ed Joyce.
And it's another free hit.
It's another free hit.
It's a no ball.
It was a no ball. Oh yes, it was way over. So here we go again. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens, and the inexperience of this youngster being shown up here.
And he's also bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Here is Cummins. Gets up, bowls to Porterfield, and swinging outside the stump. Another new ball. Another new ball. And the total now moves on to 45. And surely, as the
there's
umpire,
that finger again.
Michael Goff of England is signaling it will be another free hit.
Well, I would suggest that what Cummins needs to do is that rather than bowling around the wicket, he should go over the wicket. If you don't practice the art of bowling around the wicket, then it's always difficult for you to get it right. So you should probably go over the wicket somewhere where it's more accustomed. And here we go. That's exactly what he's doing.
Correct.
He's going over the wicket. He's more accustomed to the bowling over the wicket because he certainly does not want to bowl another no ball.
46 for 1. Cummins in, bowls to Porterfield and hitting this one, swinging this one. That'll go for 6. High, hard, gone. 6 runs for William Porterfield. The Ireland captain now beginning to feel it, and he hit that ball over mid-wicket, sweetly timed for 6 runs.
Patrick, could you give me your binoculars there? My car is parked in that area. Certainly in danger of being damaged by Porterfield. Another ball pitched right in the slot, and a batsman of the temperament, class, and of course experience of Ed Joyce would want to take advantage of those deliveries, and he did so quite excellently, I thought, hitting it right out in the middle. See there once again. And where's my car? Where's my car? Where's my car? Where's my car? Oh, safe. Well, into the Kingston Cricket Club
the
stand.
alarm hasn't gone off, so you're
relief,
good to go.
relief. But once again, the inexperience of this youngster playing in his first game showing up. He has bowled several overs on the trot, so he's probably very tired at this point.
And here's Cummins in, bowls to Porterfield, down the left side, and appeal for caught behind is gone, given out by umpire Michael Goff. So after being hammered for 2 sixes by William Porterfield, the young man didn't lose it entirely, kept his head, encouraged by his teammates, and Miguel Cummins just down the leg side. We'll take a look at the replay, and Porterfield looking to just tickle that ball down the leg side. He might as well have left that ball alone, got a thin edge, and caught by Dinesh Ramdin down the leg side. And the Irish captain, William Porterfield, he looked back at Dinesh Ramdin, he couldn't believe it, and the finger went up by the England umpire, Michael Goff, and Porterfield is gone, caught on the wicket of the bowling of Miguel Cummins, his first international wicket for 25, and Ireland are 52 for 2.
What a perfect comeback here by this youngster playing in his first game. After being struck for 2 consecutive sixes, bowling 3 no balls on a trot, bowled what we could really describe as an innocuous delivery, really short down the leg side, but you know, as long as it gets a wicket, that's what's important. Batsman looking to tickle the ball, got a faint edge, and it doesn't matter how your wickets come, particularly your first wicket at this level, as long as you get it. So he must be a relieved young man getting his first wicket at this level, and an excellent, really, really good comeback by young Cummins.
And Porterfield replaced by Niall O'Brien. 52. Make it 54 for the loss of 2 wickets. And Joyce is on the 20. O'Brien to face his first delivery from Miguel Cummins. 2 slips, bowls under about the off stump, and now O'Brien on the front foot, pushing the ball into the offside. It went just behind point, picked up by Dwayne Smith, and now O'Brien doing a bit of gardening, going down the pitch.
So
and
one left-hander replacing the other, Patrick. So I think that what we can take away from this so far, this over is very, very long over, only 3 legal deliveries, is that at least there is some support for this youngster.
There, ball stood now O'Brien, and driving sweetly timed up on the offside of the pitch, and Dwayne Bravo diving to his left from that mid-off position, experiencing a bit of discomfort, flashing his right wrist, might have fallen awkwardly, but he was very efficient in the field, and O'Brien has kept a note. 54 for the loss of 2 wickets at over number 12. Joyce at the non-strikers end, settling in. He's on 20, but he's not on strike. And to this delivery, now O'Brien is working this ball off his hip behind square, and let's see, he will get off the mark on 1, and the total moves on to 55 for 2. Cummings heading back to the top of his run, and charges in to Ed Joyce, and he allows his ball to go through outside the off stump to the wicketkeeper Dinesh Ramdin. It's the end of a very long, expensive over from Miguel Cummings, but in the end he got the wicket of William Porterfield. It was caught down the leg side by Ramdin for 25 at 54 for 2. It's now 55 for 2 with O'Brien 1, Joyce on 20.
These 2 batsmen here at the wicket now, Porterfield and O'Brien, a lot is going to depend on them if Ireland is to put together a formidable total. Bowlers 5 overs, 1 min, 24 runs, 1 wicket. Cummins 6 overs, 1 min, 42 runs, 1 wicket. And Bravo's only bowled 1 over so far. So Cummins has been very, very expensive, but playing in his first ODI, still a young man, still trying very much to hone his craft, and does have some potential, I dare say, and probably will be out to the attack as we see Bravo continuing from the northern end.
And bowls, it's uppish outside the stump, took an edge, just driving into, looking to drive into and through the covers was Niall O'Brien. Took an edge, flew between the second slip and the man just behind point, down to third man, and not a controlled shot by Niall O'Brien, but he gets a single and moves on to 2.
And once again, we see Bravo just working on that off-stump line, trying to get the ball to angle into the left-handed batsman, and occasionally straightening, not getting to the pitch on that occasion. But again, at ODI, any runs, no matter how they come, are grateful.
Oh, here's a nice sweetly timed shot by Ed Joyce. Plays with such timing and elegance, and quite experienced, getting the ball down to Jason Holder into the covers, and Joyce crosses for a single. Joyce moves on to 21, and it brings Niall O'Brien on strike outside the off stump from the West Indies captain Dwayne Bravo, and O'Brien doesn't have to play at that, about a yard wide outside the off stump. So Joyce on 21, Niall O'Brien on 2. We are in the 13th over, overcast conditions, some cloud having a passage here over Sabina Park. Players would appreciate it. There is no immediate threat of rain as Bravo runs away from her commentary position at the northern end. Bold driving and driving square of the wicket out to point, picked up by Kirk Edwards, and O'Brien just trots through for an easy single. takes him on to 3, and the total 57 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Some protection on that point boundary, as we saw that man just in front of the Kingston Cricket Club stand. In one-day cricket, there are certain key positions that you want to protect. The square leg we see towards the scoreboard as you look around the field. We have 1, 2, 3 men in the circle. An adjustment being made as a man at point is coming actually to the gully, and the mid-off is coming up slightly. So we're having, it's a more like a squarish point, a short squarish point. Very unusual looking field here being employed by Bravo.
And to this delivery, Joyce outside the off stump, not forced to play. So the Irish batsmen have been displaying some amount of discipline. Mark, same for that temptation which the captain William Porterfield succumbed to down the leg side, trying to tickle the ball fine. They've been pretty disciplined. Paul Sterling was worked out, bowled off stump by Jason Holder, and Cummings a good comeback after being hammered and having the captain caught down the leg side. And here is Bravo. In bowls to Joyce, again outside the off stump. Joyce on top of it. It's the end of the over, and after comments from Martin Neater, we're going to have a double change. Ricardo Chambers and Nehemiah Perry will return to the commentary position. Brian O'Brien 3, Joyce 21. It's 58 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And a lot will depend on these 2 batsmen. Joyce with all the experience in this Irish team, and of course O'Brien has looked pretty good so far. Does seem to be a pretty good timer of the ball, and he's actually batting with a Gray Nichols. Those were my favorite bats when I used to play first class cricket. Not as the willows are not as thick as some of those bats we see coming out of India now, but they normally have a nice sweet middle, and it's a bat. Normally when I see a Gray Nichols with a batsman, it's a bat for people who like to time the ball rather than to have a go.
Darren Sammy is into the attack. Bowled very well in the 2020 encounter on Friday. Ended up being the man of the match. And his first over. He was the man leading the team on Friday when they played 2020. Today, he is taking orders. Wasn't a bad delivery, but he managed to squeeze it through the offside of O'Brien. May have been the slower delivery from Sammy. And O'Brien gets a couple.
Well, Ricardo, I think that Dwayne Bravo, with the field placement, with the man on the sweeper boundary to the new batsman, I would have brought him inside the circle and basically put some pressure on him, because that's what you want as a batsman, to start an innings, push the ball in the gaps, run one, and keep the scoreboard ticking. I would put the man inside the circle, had some more pressure on the new batsman, and then maybe you put him back for edge yards, because he's 20 yard, he has a start, and really and truly, I'm not impressed with the man on the boundary with the new batsman.
That is where Sammy wants to be. And there's the captain in that short extra cover position. Interesting field placement. And the 2 attacking men in that short extra cover and short mid wicket. That's how Sammy will get a lot of his wickets, with his variations, slower deliveries. There you see the batsman just reaching for it a little bit.
And again he's off strike. Again he's off strike because of the man on the sweeper boundary. We are still in the 14th over. 61 for 2, and the new batsman just coming. You should have the man inside the wicket. Don't allow him to get off strike.
And Joyce has batted well. And Dwayne Smith can't prevent the single, and he's a very good fielder in that backward point position. Neil O'Brien, the brother of Kevin O'Brien, who played the 2020 matches. He's a pretty experienced player himself. Neil O'Brien, the wicketkeeper batsman, has played some 58 matches 1,469 runs. His highest is 72. Nice looking drive. Averaging 28.25. Strike rate of 67. Of course, no centuries, but he scored 11 half centuries, which does suggest he has some ability with the bat as the 14th over comes to an end. 62 for 2, O'Brien on 6, Joyce is on 22.
Rebuilding process for Ireland. 62 for 2 of a 14 overs, not bad. Miguel Cummins on debut, 6 overs of 42, a little expensive, but at the end of the day, you have to learn, and you know that this game of cricket is a tough one, and you have to come back. He made a comeback, a little fortunate to get a little edge there, and was caught down the leg side, but that's where you have the experienced players. You know, it was good to see that Sammy and Bravo going up to him and encouraging him, and Bravo is coming in again.
Not giving anything away, just finding his line, finding his length very quickly, Dwayne Bravo. And then from that line and that length, the different variations that tends to trouble a batsman across the world. But I thought that Miguel Cummins was given an over too much. I really did think so. He was struck for a couple of boundaries in the previous over, and you could sense that he was getting a little bit tired and a little bit wayward.
And that's where you come in, Ricardo, as a captain. You know, you have to be proactive in your decision. And I saw it as well. That over, he got 1 over too much, although he picked up the wicket. And was, as I said before, it was a little fortunate to get a wicket on leg side. And you can see that William Porterfield was very, very disappointed. When you get out caught on the leg side, you're very, very disgusted with yourself. But it's one of those things, and a wicket is a wicket. And again, we are saying, I am saying that Bravo should have the man in the ring for the new batsman.
Flashing wide of the off stump, exactly what Bravo would have been hoping for. It's actually called a wide.
That's pretty close. That was pretty close to the line. There's a line out there that the umpire have, you know, in his in terms of his guide to ensure that you ball within that line. So I would love to see that again, but it was very, very close to that line, the wide line.
Yeah, Bravo thought so too. He was having a word with the umpire as he passed, saying, "Are you sure?" You did that too, Nehemiah, in your time.
Of course, I would have probably appealing. It was good lane. That was a very, very good lane. That's the lane you have to bowl to Joyce. He's very uncomfortable playing off the front foot. Good player. You know, he's 22. He you know, have a start, a nice little start.
That's the wide delivery. And
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
the
I think
umpire got it right.
Yes, he did. You know, he's much closer to the action than we. You know.
We're always so quick to say the umpires got it wrong.
It was pretty close. I know, Mark.
And just continuing the battle for Ireland.
But back to Ed Joyce, Ricardo. I find the West Indies are not trying. I don't think they're trying to get out Ed Joyce. I think they're trying more containing Ed Joyce. Ed Joyce is a mainstay. He's the most experienced player they have. He has a lot of county cricket. I would think that we would try to get out Ed Joyce to put some pressure on the rest of the batsmen. But it's more containing than trying to attack him and get him out.
Just a slip in place for Joyce. And Bravo quite content on keeping that ball in a good line and a good length. Maybe trying to say to Ed Joyce, if you want to score, you're going to have to do something out of the ordinary. But Ed Joyce, he's been very patient.
But you want to, when the spinner comes on to bowl, to be bowling primarily to right-handers. You know, Nikita Miller will be coming into the left-hander, and I'm sure he'll be coming on pretty soon.
Again, sweet looking drive, but can't get any run for it. That's the end of the over. 15 gone, 63 for 2. Ireland, they elected to bat earlier. Neil O'Brien, he's coming with the Joyce on 22. Brian has gone up to 6. And after the pretty good partnership with Captain William Porterfield, it's another partnership that's going to be pretty crucial for Ireland if they're going to post a big score here at Sabina Park.
Yeah, 63 for 2. Even Stevens, I would think at this stage, 15 overs, they're scoring over 4 runs and over, and that's fine because after 32 overs, you'll be scoring like over, if they continue at this pace, over 120. And I said before, wicket in hand, you can't go wrong. And I think that's what Ireland would want to do to ensure that they have wicket in hand going into the last 15 overs. But West Indies, on the other hand, I would want to pick up some more wicket. I would think in the next 5 or 6 overs to try and pick up another 1 or 2 to put them on the back foot. But Ireland, on the other hand, have a lot of time, a lot of cricket left, and you know, and to build a good total.
So chopping that one away. Surprised we haven't seen any spin yet.
But surprised, yes, because on the first morning of a one-day game, the pitch always tend to turn because of the overnight moisture and the preparation moisture. So the longer they keep Nikita Miller out of the attack, it will get less turn when he comes on, I would think.
Of course, no Sunil Narayan in the West Indies lineup today. And Nikita Miller, who bowled very well in New Zealand, by the way, on a couple of occasions, even when the rest of the bowling was being clobbered around Wellington and some of the other venues. Miller bowled particularly well. I think took 4 wickets in one of those matches and made a pretty good return back to international cricket after a few years out.
This is his home ground. He played a lot of cricket here. He should know this pitch back of his hand, right? Yeah, Nikita Miller is just go about his business, you know, just nice and steady, bowl wicket to wicket, and pressure batsman. And hopefully, when the pressure builds up, they play across or try something different, and he keeps picking up wicket. Because he's a steady bowler. He's, you know, for years playing for for Jamaica and the West Indies team, you know, just there and thereabout.
Just picking off Salmon nicely now, picking up the singles, which you want to be able to do that in the middle of the innings. The boundaries will not be easy to come by.
And again, Niall O'Brien, I'm not get a start. He's 14 ball without even trying anything, just pushing the ball through the covers and run the ball down to third man because the field is wide, it's spread, you know, and now he's bringing in the man, he's sending the man out on the deep square leg boundary, and he hasn't really tried anything hard, to suggest that he's going to play some shots.
Maybe he's showing a little bit of intention.
Well, you know, with Sammy Pace, maybe he's trying to come to the track and probably it's something over the top. We have the first drinks break. It was an even Stevens, I think, 67 for 2. Well, the crowd is getting bigger. Ricardo, you would agree?
Slightly.
Slightly. Right. And Ed Joyce is 24, and Niall O'Brien is 8, not out. So with drinks on the field, 16 overs, even Stevens, West Indies would want to come back and.
This is how things started. Sterling played a big shot, and then he had his timber disturbed. Gail Cummings in his first one-day match, Porterfield playing that beautiful shot of the back foot, and he was joined by Ed Joyce. Well, he liked it too, apparently. A big edge flashing outside the off stump when he went around the wicket. Cummings came in for some bashing. That was Ed Joyce off the back foot, and he played one the very next delivery as well, short and wide, and banged away through the point region for a boundary. Consecutive boundaries. Then he pulled about 3 no balls, was smashed away for a couple of sixes. This was a good shot, and didn't go all the way. It was brilliant work by Nikita Miller. And Joyce and that man Porterfield are in the middle of a very good partnership. That was the first of the 2 free hits. That was the first of 2 sixes as well. Darren Sam is saying, don't worry, young man, you'll have better days. The next delivery wasn't much better though. Kingston Cricket Club, and that photographer had a little bit of work to do. And then down the leg side, wasn't anything great. It was a special delivery from Cummings. but he had his first wicket in one-day cricket. And after 16 overs, Ireland progressing to 67 for 2. I think if at the start you told them there would be 67 for 2 after 16, they may well have taken it.
Yes, most definitely. Go back to Miguel Cummins, that over, that eventful over that, cost a couple of sixes and some fours, and, spoil his bowling figures. A free hit, when you're bowling, I would think to a man who knows that there's a free hit to a batsman, I would suggest that he probably try maybe a slower ball at that stage, because remember now, you cannot get out. You have to swing to the heavens. You can swing to the heavens, cannot get out, only run out. And that's where you play a lot of cricket and you get the experience. You learn over the years. When you go back this afternoon or the lunchtime, that's where the coach would come in and give him some advice, and then he goes into the nets and practice these slower balls.
Yeah, the wickets going down at 6 and at 54. So 48, the partnership between Porterfield, the captain, who got 25, and Ed Joyce, who is still out in the middle on 24. He's been joined by Neil O'Brien, and they have so far put on 13 for this, the third wicket. Some 6 extras given away by the West Indies, 3 of those no balls, as we get the restart in over number 17.
And Bravo continue to bowl around the wicket, trying to reduce the width of the batsman, trying to cramp him somewhat, but that one was a little too wide, and I said it before that the man on the super boundary is basically there to protect fours, and I would have brought him inside the circle, because I don't think they're going blazing.
Loose shot outside the off stump, not what Ed Joyce would want to see from O'Brien. Of course, lots of cricket going on around the world. Australia and South Africa doing battle in that second test match. Not good news if you're an Australian or an Australian fan. South Africa well on top, having declared on 270 for 5. The Aussies in their second innings struggling at 201 for 7. And they require further 247 runs to win with just 3 wickets in hand. Guess you could say South Africa well on their way to leveling that series.
Well, they had a good start. They were 100 odd without loss, and so there must have been a collapse in the middle order there. Duminy, unlikely, that picked up the first wicket, got rid of David Warner, LBW. Was a decent delivery, but back to the action here.
Bravo continuing to peg away, but smart cricket on that occasion to just steal a single. There's Dwayne Smith. He's coming to this one-day setup, replacing Chris Gale. Gets right into the 11. Would have been disappointed to not get more runs in the 2020 matches, but he has a fabulous opportunity here today to deliver, because he's been playing so well at the regional level, at the club level, had a great Indian Premier League last year.
He has come on leaps and bounds. I'm very, very impressed with Dwayne Smith.
That's a good delivery, and that's a fine catch. Diving forward, and he might be a big fast bowler who can get the ball to bounce and move, but he can also move and take brilliant catches like that. Jason Holder takes the catch, and the big scalp of Ed Joyce for 25. West Indies have their third wicket, and Ireland, they may well be in a spot of bother now with Joyce gone.
Yeah, very well bowled by Bravo. That looked like a slower ball, held up a little bit on the pitch, and Ed Joyce was way through the shot before the ball actually got him high up on the bat, and a very good catch by Jason Holder diving forward. So another wicket gone down for Ireland. But I've been saying it from the start that Ed Joyce is a little uncomfortable in driving the ball through the offside. So with the pitch, with the preparation moisture, variations, he's always going to be in danger of driving that ball to either mid-off or extra cover or to the gully area. So another wicket gone down, 6-9 for 3. Now we have to, West Indies team would have to now put some pressure on the new batsman and bring the field in. And I hope he's hearing the captain, Dwayne Bravo.
And it's very smart bowling as well, and it's part of the reason that he's been so successful as Gary Wilson makes his way to the middle. It's part of the reason Bravo has been so successful, especially in the limited overs format, because he pegs away on that one line, that one length, a very good length on or about the off stump. And the batsman gets used to that one pace, and you could see that slow delivery that Joyce was way out onto his front foot and threw the shot before the ball got to him. And on this type of surface as well, it's not very easy to drive through the line of the ball. But the West Indies captain getting his opposite number, well, not his opposite number, getting Ed Joyce crucial wicket in that over. 17 gone, 69 for 3. West Indies are probably nudging ahead slightly.
Yes, definitely. 17 overs bowled, 69 for 3. The game has tilted towards the West Indies. The West Indies team would want to keep the pressure up, keep bowling straight, let them play, let the Irish play forward, driving, looking to drive, because the pitch is not a quick one. The ball is not really coming onto the bat as how they would wanted it. So I would put the man definitely inside the circle and put some pressure on.
That ball is played a forward of point by Niall O'Brien, and with that single he moves on to 10. Getting set is Niall O'Brien, and Ireland are 70 for the loss of 3 in the 18th over, just when it appeared, Nehemiah, that they were pressing that button for reset. Dwayne Bravo struck and removed Ed Joyce, who was well set. He batted for an hour and 7 minutes, 67 minutes, before he was deceived by the brilliant thinking of Dwayne Bravo. Here is Darren Sammy in, bowls to Wilson on the front foot, plays it to Bravo, feeding at
well, the new batsman Wilson has been pressured now with 4 men inside the circle, saving 1, and the man at slip, a mid-on and a short mid-wicket. So that is what you call pressure. New batsman come in, you bowl some dot balls and put some pressure on.
To this delivery, Wilson, with a bit of uncertainty, is playing square on the offside. It's going to be picked up by Dwayne Smith coming from behind point, and there is no run. So Wilson still on naught, just replacing Ed Joyce, and now O'Brien on 10, 70 for 3.
And we'll go back to the 6th mark when you were saying that your car was in danger. My car is parked in that area as well.
This ball is just open the face of the bat and running it down to Jason Holder at third man. So Wilson is off the mark. He is on 1, and the total now 71 for the loss of 3 wickets. And over number 18, as I said, just when Ireland were looking to reset and build with O'Brien and with O'Brien not looking to play extravagant, rotating the strike, getting the singles, getting the doubles. He was deceived. Here is Sammy into Brian, and O'Brien is driving down to the cover point boundary and crosses for an easy single. No real threat. A man down sweeping.
But that's a massive blow for Ireland. Ed Joyce, losing Ed Joyce at this point. Ed Joyce is the mainstay, he's the most experienced player. They would want him to bat right up, I would say, up to about 40 overs. But losing him, they will have to just forget that and move on.
So this delivery from Sammy. Wilson just plays it up on the offside. It's the end of the over. Dwayne Bravo throwing to the umpire Michael Goff. Marlon Samuels is back at the pitch. It's the end of the over. And Ireland, after 18 overs, is it? They are 72 for the loss of 3 wickets. Here's the dismissal as the ball just held up. Slower delivery from Dwayne Bravo. And the big 6'5" Jason Holder diving forward and getting rid of the very experienced Ed Joyce. Looked as though the pitch exploded as well.
Yes, I was just about to say that, Patrick, that there was some dust, maybe the footholds or the foot marks in that area, but probably also assists the ball in holding up on Ed Joyce. So it was a little unfortunate, but he was actually truly shot, and it was definitely a slower ball by Bravo. So you have to give credit to Bravo in terms of slower ball.
And you're perfectly right. The ball, in fact, hit one of the footprints, just exploded, puff, as Bravo bowls, pitching up in the block hole, but on Midland leg stump, worked off his pads by Gary Wilson, who got some runs in the T20 match on Friday. And crossing for 2 runs. So with that, Wilson moves on to 3. It's 75 for the loss of 3 wickets. A batsman out so far. Paul Sterling bowled by Jason Holder off stump for 4, 6 for 1. Then William Porterfield, after hammering young Miguel Cummings for 2 sixes, he was caught down the leg side by Ramdin for 25, 54 for 2. Cummings' first international wicket, and Ed Joyce caught by Holder at mid-off, 25, 69 for 3. And here is Bravo bowling to Gary Wilson, and he's defending into the offside. He can get no run.
Again, more pressure with 6 men inside the circle, saving 1. That's a good field by the captain, not allowing Wilson to get off strike, bowl some dot balls, and once you keep the pressure up, somebody will have to give. I think that Gary Wilson have a lot of time. He have a lot of time. He's got a lot of cricket left. He can stand up and get a start.
And Wilson again defending into the covers, and it's fielded there by
so Marlon Summers is back on the field.
to be Lendl Simmons, is it? Substituting on the field. Marlon Samuels is back. Back to Kieran Powell. Here is Dwayne Bravo running in from another end. Bowls to Wilson, and Wilson is working this ball off his pads, and a diving stop. Backed up by Darren Bravo.
Good work by Sammy. I almost say the captain.
Yes,
I'm used to Sammy as a captain, you know, for years. You know.
With that, Wilson moves on to 4, brings Niall O'Brien on strike. He's on 12. It's 76 for the loss of 3 wickets. Good work there by Darren Sammy, the big man, 6'4". So a lot of him to get there. He's not full of speed, but a very good fielder. Here is Bravo in. Bowls outside the off stump, looking to force that into or through the covers. Wasn't to the pitch of it, and got more of the bottom of the bat. It's the end of the over. 12 to Niall O'Brien, 4 to Gary Wilson, and after 19 overs, Ireland winning the toss and elected to bat are 76 for 3.
Yes, and you know, when you're a bowler, you really want to be backed up in the field by the fielders, and the intensity that Sammy shows there, you know, diving away, pick the ball up and throwing at the stumps, and the batsman had to hustle to get into his crease. That's the kind of thing that you want. It encourages you. You make you feel good that you're backed up by your fielders. You know, so that was good work by Sammy, and hopefully they can, the West Indies team can continue to keep the intensity in the field. Don't drop your shoulders. Just keep the intensity and build pressure.
Here is Darren Sammy from the southern end. The Georgia is standing behind him. Has Gary Wilson on the front foot, opening the face of the bat and running the ball just behind point. It's picked up there by Dwayne Smith in the team for Chris Gale. Some stiffness in his lower back, and he will also miss the limited over series against England as they try to get the big hurt ready for the defense of the T20 World Cup in Bangladesh. It's Powell, Dwayne Smith, Samuels, Edwards, 2 Bravos, Ramdin, Sammy, Holder, Miller, Cummings to this delivery. Wilson is running it down to Marlon Samuels, who is at a virtual 3rd slip, it would appear.
Yeah. Well, you do want Chris Gale to be fit for the big game.
For sure.
For sure. So,
but you also want Gale to get some cricket under his belt. He has only played 1 match since that New Zealand tour.
Yes.
And we understand he is injured, maybe compensated coming back after that layoff, as Sammy bowls to Wilson, and Wilson with a lot of risk is playing this ball just forward of point, and Dwayne Smith is running across and doing the job for the West Indies. There is a Samuels would be, you would call that, looks to be a third slip, is it?
Yeah, about third or fourth slip.
Yes.
Yes. Or maybe a short third man.
Right, or a short third man. Here is Darren Sammy. In, bowls to Wilson, and Wilson again, he's forced back a bit onto his stumps, and pushing the ball to Kirk Edwards, who is in the covers. Sun is back with us. Clouds have travelled, had a safe passage, didn't do any damage.
Well, after 4 deliveries, they push the man back down to Kingston Cricket Club, bring the man over from the mid-wicket to cover, because they believe that Wilson will have to try something because of the continuous pressure by Sammy, bowling very, very straight.
So a short third man, a man on the third man boundary, a man behind points to the mid-off, and Wilson is finding the gap between Bravo at to the mid-off and the bowler Darren Sammy gets it down to Nikita Miller at mid-off. And he can get no run. He's on 4. So Wilson having some difficulty at the moment, and you will have to credit the bowling of Dwayne Bravo and Darren Sammy, and that is a lot of experience there. Dwayne Bravo, a very experienced player, 2 captains of the West Indies 3 teams, as Sammy bowls to Wilson, and Wilson is flashing outside the off stump. It's gone through Marlon Samuels at what we call that short third man or third slip position. Went through him, went pretty quickly, might have hit a divot or something, and Wilson goes through and takes a single, takes him on to 5. O'Brien is on 12, and it's 77 for the loss of 3 wickets after 20 overs here at Sabina Park.
Yeah, awkward bounce there by Marlon, and then the crowd was making a lot of noise. That it could have been a catch, but it wasn't. It fell way in front of Marlon and probably hit him on the knee. But you know, West Indies is really and truly stronghold in Ireland. Ireland is now trying to consolidate and try and build an innings and then take it from there.
Oh, and there is Wilson getting a delivery that was just lifting and just rolled back and pulled it down behind square, goes across for a single, takes him on to 6, brings now O'Brien on strike. O'Brien is on 12, and the total now easing on to 78 for the loss of 3 wickets, and we are in over number 21. Just under 4 runs and over, just a tick under 4 runs and over, as Bravo is there, bowls to O'Brien. O'Brien gets a ball that is just a back of a good length, but it was lifting. I think it surprised O'Brien as well that he hurried that shot and played it down to Kieran Powell into the covers. As we welcome back that stubborn, sometimes he was quite attacking, loved the short ball outside the stump for the square cut. I remember those days, so I'm not a young man. Former Jamaica player Martinito. Here is Bravo in, bowls to O'Brien. O'Brien is pushing that ball into the covers.
Yes, good morning once again, Patrick, and good morning once again to our viewers. West Indies have really kept things tight, but you look at the pitch, you look at the batsmen, you would say that they should be further along. They have lost 3 wickets, yes, but the pitch remains good. The bowling has been steady without being really spectacular. I think Bravo's last wicket, I think he was a bit fortuitous actually, because I thought that as that ball hit the pitch, it exploded and you could see some puff of dust and the ball was held up.
Bravo in to now O'Brien, running the ball down to the Darren Sammy, who's at a gully position. There can be no run, so O'Brien is kept on 12, Wilson 6, and in the 21st over 78 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And see Bravo walking back to his bowling mark, but a pretty attacking field as we see there. One slip, Gully just came into view. Bravo continues to bowl around the wicket.
And to this delivery, driving outside the stump, and a beautiful caught behind, is gone! And umpire Greg Brathwaite had no hesitation in lifting that dreaded index finger, in this case the right index finger, and Niall O'Brien's stay is over. Gone for 12, caught at the wicket of the bowling of Dwayne Bravo, and Ireland all of a sudden, after being 69 for 2, are 78 for 4.
Another delivery from Bravo. Outside the off stump, just short, wide enough for the cut. Just a little extra bounce on that delivery. Batsman looking to hit the ball behind point. Got the faintest of edges. Just the kind of catch that you'd want as a wicketkeeper. Straight to you in your mid-region. Simple catch. But Bravo being rewarded for some consistency here. Ball into his field as we see the new batsman making his way out onto the pitch. But at this point, Patrick, I think that Ireland are certainly in danger of being bowled out below 150. I'm thinking somewhere in the region about 140 is going to be my marker for Ireland. I don't think they have a lot of depth in their batting. They depend a lot on the top order, the Joyces, the Sterling, O'Briens, and Porterfield to make the runs. Now that they're all back in the pavilion, I suspect that Ireland's going to struggle against this very steady, if not spectacular, West Indies bowling attack.
So they have stayed some time at the crease, but have not managed to capitalize. Paul Sterling was first to go, bowled off stump by Jason Holder for 4 at 6 for 1. The second wicket fell, and here is the shot outside the off stump. Bravo was already in his appeal, so he knew the ball had edged. So too Niall O'Brien, who was absolutely besides himself, and Ramdin did the rest. Porterfield was caught down the leg side of the bowling of Cummins for 25 at 54 for 2. Joyce caught by Holder off Bravo 25, 69 for 3 as Bravo bowls to Kevin O'Brien, and he's working this ball off his pads down behind square, crossing for a single, so he is off the mark. Kevin O'Brien, you thought he got rid of them. Now O'Brien went, and in comes Kevin O'Brien, and he's off the mark. Kevin O'Brien is on 1. Gary Wilson is coming on strike. As a matter of fact, it's the end of the over from Dwayne Bravo.
And at the end of it, Ireland 79 for 4 in 21 overs. So West Indies really on top here at Sabina Park. The batsmen not really accrediting themselves. Many got starts. Porterfield, after hitting 2 consecutive sixes off young Cummins, fell to a delivery down the leg side and was out caught behind. He made 25. Ed Joyce, he too got a good start. He also made 25, as we see Nikita Miller, the Jamaican and the Melbourne Cricket Club left arm spinner, coming into the attack, and he'll be bowling from the George Headley stand end. So, you know, batsmen got start. Of course, O'Brien, who was the last batsman out, he also got a start. He got into double figures. He was out, caught behind for 12 runs. So batsmen really failing to capitalize, Patrick, after getting a good start. And rather belatedly, I would say, Nikita Miller coming into the attack is going to be very interesting to see whether he gets the ball to turn on this pitch, because he has really over the years enjoyed bowling on Sabina Park, taking just a tremendous amount of wickets here in the regional tournament.
So Dwayne Bravo tightening the screws after 21 overs. Ireland is 79 for the loss of 4 wickets, and Kevin O'Brien on the front foot, just get into the pitch of that, and it's the free-flowing arc of the bat down to long off, and Kevin O'Brien moves on to 2. It's now 80 for the loss of 4 wickets, and this brings Gary Wilson on strike. He's on 6. Just a lone slip in Marlon Samuels, and Wilson is cutting outside the old stump, picked up by Dwayne Smith, moving with some agility behind point and slinging the return to Dinesh Ramdin. If Wilson had any thoughts of going through for a single, that was quickly dashed as Miller is there yet again, and Wilson is sweeping outside the leg stump and missing, and taken by the keeper, Dinesh Ramdin. Just a slip, a man behind point. Third man vacant. Wilson defending to Bravo at that cover position. A man at extra cover, right on the boundary. Mid off on the boundary. It's long off, long on the boundary as Miller bowls to O'Brien. Spectators catch, driving into the ground. That's Wilson, and it's Miller fields to his own bowling. Darren Sammy is at a wideish mid-on position, and here is Wilson dancing down to that delivery from Nikita Miller on driving down to Kieran Powell coming in from that long on position. It's the end of the over. Nikita Miller quickly getting through his over, and the total is 81 for the loss of 4 wickets.
And after 22 overs, I thought that was a pretty good start by Nikita Miller. His first over coming in from that big George Headley stand end. And what I thought he did very well actually is that he allowed himself the luxury of giving the ball some air. He floated up several deliveries. Wilson looks like he's a pretty good player of spin, because almost the forgotten art of dancing down the pitch. We saw him exhibiting that on at least 2 occasions, hitting the ball down to the mid-off, mid-on position, picking up singles, but no discernible turn so far from Nikita Miller as Darren Sammy continues from the northern end.
Wilson batted well in the 2020 game on Friday, stayed there for a very long time, and we'll be looking to do the same today again, with Ireland needing to put another partnership together. The best partnership so far, 48, came between Porterfield and Joyce. They came together at 6 for 1, and Porterfield went to the score on 54. And this partnership is another crucial one. And Wilson will stay there, will bat for a long time. Kevin O'Brien is naturally a very aggressive player.
And you know, Ricardo, a lot is going to depend on this pair. We keep on saying each time the new batsman comes to the wicket, that a lot is going to depend on the pair. But in the context of this game, and knowing that Ireland has a pretty long tail, I think we're just about right by saying that these are maybe the last of the real recognized batsmen. And if Ireland is going to present the West Indies with a challenging total, then you'd certainly expect that one of these batsmen will carry on, maybe try and bat through the innings. I think it's really still very good conditions here at Sabina Park. Nice, bright, sunny day as Darren Sammy turns once again from the northern end.
Once again, he's kept things very tight. Darren Sammy hasn't given much away. Gary Wilson, 46 matches, 1,014 runs. His highest score is 113, so he does have a century. And he has scored at 6 half centuries, scores at just about a 73.5. His average at 25.35. We're seeing quite a few of the Ireland batsmen averaging in the 20s and low 30s. It's a nice looking cut shot, and it will run away very quickly to the boundary for 4. Darren Bravo was on that third man boundary and couldn't get around, and that was very, very well played by Gary Wilson.
It certainly was, but it was there for the taking. The ball was short and wide, and you know, somebody who has had 100 at this level, you would expect them to take advantage of that delivery. You see Darren Sammy now making some adjustments. Actually, I see again, short, wide. A nice cut shot though, much closer than it appeared on first, as Darren Sammy once again comes in to bowl.
Yeah, gave himself a little bit of room. It really wasn't that wide, and picked the gap beautifully. 23 overs gone. Ireland 87 for 4, and Wilson at 13 and O'Brien on 2.
Very important point here in the game, almost midway, and usually when the game between the 23rd and maybe 28th over is usually a good indication of where the game is heading. Normally the side that wins would start to show their dominance, to starting to show their ascendancy in the proceedings. I think you know, a good measure of seeing exactly where Ireland is that you just have to add 2 wickets to this total. And if you say 87 for 6, then certainly West Indies would be in a stronger position as Nikita Miller twirls his fingers around the ball and comes into ball.
This is his second over, Nikita Miller. Now Sunil Narayan-like turn on that occasion, a little bit of bounce as well. I get the feeling that this Nikita Miller has improved tremendously since the last time he played for the West Indies back in around 2011. Since he's come back, he's looked a much improved bowler, I think.
I think what he does well now is that he gives the ball a little more air, gives the ball a little more loop, and if you do that as a spinner, you will allow the ball to turn and to bounce. We saw the previous delivery, very good execution on that flighted ball. On this occasion, more of a half volley, very easily pushed down to the long off position by Wilson. But Nikita Miller would want to try and extract as much turn as possible. Still wants slip in play, so fairly attacking field here by the West Indies captain Bravo.
Nikita Miller will be looking to pick up a couple of wickets if he can in the middle part of this innings. To tie the batsman down as well. He's got a couple of men in attacking positions to take catches. There's a slip in there, short extra cover. And he's also got the men on the boundary just in case the batsmen feel they may want to take him on. But for the moment, O'Brien just content on picking up the singles, as is Gary Wilson. End of that over then. And Ireland just trying to continue and tick the scoreboard over, and just trying to see if they can put a little pressure on the West Indies maybe later on in the innings.
With Darren Sammy continuing from the northern end.
5 overs, none for 18 today, Sammy. That's a nice looking drive, but there is a long on in place.
Nice straight bat as he came onto his front foot on that occasion. I think both batsmen so far have shown good conscious approach to the situation, not trying to swing across any deliveries, just looking to pick up singles and to build on that total.
And Wilson has been there for 28 minutes. He's faced 29 deliveries in the time that he's been there.
And I think at this point, this is exactly what Ireland want to do. I don't think the situation really calls for any extravagance on the parts of the batsmen. Just sensibility, just pushing the ball around, working it into areas, rotation of strike, pushing the ball down mid-off. Similar to that, maybe a little less pace on that drive would have resulted in a single, but they would want to just keep the scoreboard ticking over. They're trying to build a partnership here, and that is going to be very important for Ireland, because good totals usually come through partnerships, and this is what these batsmen want to try and do.
And they would want to give themselves a chance as well, going into the power play overs and then the final 10 overs. So it's important that they don't lose wickets consistently in this middle part of the innings. So they have the likes of O'Brien, who can strike the ball well.
Very good effort there on the part of who's that figure that cover? Marlon Samuels, actually. I should know that very easy, almost languid posture of Marlon Samuels as he moves around the field.
Still searching for runs. Of course, he was off the field for a little bit earlier with what appeared to be a problem with the knee. But he's back on. Could be a couple, should be a couple.
And I think this is precisely what the Irish batsmen would want to do. Put the ball in open spaces. There's always will be a fieldsman on that cover boundary in this format of the game. Typically, the boundaries, Ricardo, that are protected, particularly in the middle part of the innings, would be the point boundary, the square leg boundary, and of course long on, long off. So as a batsman, you know that there'll always be some open space that you can. Once you hit the ball straight, you'll be able to pick up a single down by long on, long off. If you hit the ball through the offside, if you hit it square, to probably go to point, you only get a single. If you hit it straighter, you'll be able to pick up 2 in the covers. As Nikita Miller continues from the George Headley stand-in. See, once again, just pushing that ball out into the cover region, the fieldsman coming off of that cover boundary. But there'll always be at least one run if you get batting the ball in those open areas. And this is good thinking, good batting by Ireland.
And just over the halfway stage now as the Irishmen approach the 100 mark. And good stop there in that short fine leg position. The debutant Miguel Cummins flinging himself to the floor.
And again, showing good respect to good deliveries, these batsmen, that ball pitching on the length, and as I said, just real sensible batting needed at this stage. Cut in.
Oh, he's gotten it past the short third man and away for 4. There were shouts of catch it, but he really had no chance. I don't think would have had to be really good to get to that. And a boundary for Ireland, that takes them closer to the 100 mark. It in fact gets them to the 100 mark. 157 deliveries, 108 minutes. It hasn't been easy, but they've tried to really buckle down in this innings and trying to give themselves a chance of pushing on and setting a respectable total, no doubt.
They've certainly grinded out 100 runs, as you said, Ricardo. It has not been easy, but 100 runs on the board represents some measure of respectability. As we see another excellent drive there.
Picking the gaps comfortably now. And Gary Wilson has gone quickly up to 22.
And I tell you what, Ricardo, I think Wilson, to me, looks like a pretty good player of spin bowling. He uses his feet well, which is an important element in negotiating good spin bowling. He also has the ability to change feet, meaning playing forward, and if the ball is fractionally short, can rock back on his back foot. And we saw a perfect example of that in the last over from Nikita Miller, where he got the ball behind point. So he looks to be a pretty good player of spin, and he would probably enjoy batting in Miller under these circumstances as Darren Sammy continues to bowl from the northern end. And first delivery to Wilson, but a very good partnership here in the making by these two right-handed batsmen.
Sammy hasn't picked up a wicket today, but once again he's kept things very tight, hasn't given away much. So 22 runs are coming from his 6.1 overs, 23 runs. And he's ensured that he's kept the batsmen honest. These two have done a pretty good job, especially in terms of rotating strike. That's what you would want at this stage of a contest on a pitch that's not necessarily coming right onto the bat. Jason Holder looks a pretty good fielder, that young man. Has already taken one very good catch today.
He does, and it's always difficult for somebody with that height. He looks like, well, probably about 6'7", somewhere in that region. Always a long way to go down, particularly when the ball is on the ground. Again, the ball just going to him, following him at this stage. 2 deliveries, and he's in that position of a short, fine leg that requires a great deal of agility, because typically when the ball comes to you in that area, it comes very, very quickly. Normally an inside edge or a little glide by the right-handed batsman. So he's in a very difficult position, one that is going to require him to get down quickly, and he has certainly done well so far. And cutting and missing, and we have seen so far, Ricardo, a couple of batsmen fall into the caught behind route, simply because maybe that extra bounce sometimes, those effort deliveries, batsmen cutting, getting the outside edge, and on that occasion that ball went perilously close to the outside edge, and Ramdin keeping up, staying up to the wicket. It's always very, very difficult for wicket keepers to take catches, particularly off medium pace ball. I said there's Ramdin up to the wicket again, ball short, but when the ball is edged, it's very, very difficult for the wicket keeper standing up to take catches, but Ramdin has done a pretty good job.
Yeah, 27 overs gone then. The partnership has gone up to 26. And Gary Wilson has batted pretty well. Kevin O'Brien has provided pretty good support so far. 104 for 4. Remember, they came together with the score on 78. So they have pushed on nicely. The current run rate 3.85, nothing lightning. But I think under the circumstances, they would think that they have done fairly well. They've given themselves a chance. And well, they're discussing it.
Always good to see women, ladies coming to the cricket, particularly when they bring the children. And we saw one young lady and her daughter, yeah, and it's always good. That's one of the things that certainly at the local level we want to encourage. You know, we want to get the women back out supporting the game. When they come out to cricket, they bring the children, and invariably the husbands, boyfriends, or whoever always follow. So it's always a good sign to see women at the game. Marlon Samuels being brought into the attack, bowling from the George Headley stand.
Of course, had his issues in India. Marlon Samuels called by the ICC for his quicker delivery. So you won't be seeing any of that today. Lots of flight from Marlon Samuels to start his spell. So that's one delivery the Ireland batsmen will not have to worry about.
Yes, because as we know, that quicker delivery is banned. It's illegal for him to, well, I can't say bowl it, but to throw it. so we won't be seeing that delivery from Marlon. But I think Marlon certainly has the ability to bowl. Well, we shouldn't. Flights the ball pretty well. You know, Marlon over the years has been a pretty competent bowler, I think. Does get the ball to turn occasionally, but his stock ball is always that faster delivery, but he no longer can bowl that stock ball.
But I think he does a pretty good job when he does give the ball some air, when he does flight the ball, and he can get a hint of turn at times as well. So he's still not an easy customer to negotiate. There's a good delivery, there's a chance. Oh, just wide. Brilliant effort in that short mid-wicket position. But that is what you get when you give the ball a little bit of air. And the captain, Dwayne Bravo, acrobatic as he might be, unable to get to that one.
if he had taken that catch, that would have been quite a brilliant catch. Last delivery, batsman negotiating by just playing forward, but we know that Dwayne Bravo has the ability to brilliant, and look at that. Magnificent effort. Probably just got his fingertips to it, so, and if he did, technically, it would go down as a chance, although he made it into a chance by his athleticism. So that was an excellent attempt by Bravo, and a pretty good over by Marlon Samuels, giving the ball some flight, getting a little bounce, and almost got a wicket.
So this is the second best partnership so far from the Ireland players. And to tell you lots more about it, Nehemiah Perry, and with him Patrick Anderson.
So Miller bowls to Kevin O'Brien. Gary Wilson is on 25. Kevin O'Brien 11. 28 overs completed, and Ireland are 108 for the loss of 4 wickets. And Kevin O'Brien is working this ball into the mid-wicket vicinity. Crosses for a single, takes him on to 12. It's now 109 for the loss of 4 wickets, Ireland. They would need to start pushing it on now, one would think. Miller, left arm orthodox to Gary Wilson. Just pushing the ball back up to Miller, who fields to his own bowling. Brilliant sunshine, not a big crowd, small one, but slowly building. And so is the pressure being mounted by the West Indies bowling staff.
Nikita Miller is back bowling from the northern end. This is his favorite end, even in first class cricket, and right away he's on target.
Into Wilson, who is getting to the pitch of that, going down the pitch and pushing down to a long off, and it's always good. That's a lost art in batting, is it not, Nehemiah Perry? The last time we saw a batsman who would, with regularity, get down to the pitch to the spinners would have been Jeffrey DeJean and Brian Lara, as O'Brien driving audaciously outside the off stump, just to open the face of the bat, just going behind point, crossing for a single.
Yes, that's true. You know, when I was going to Calabar High School, I remember my coach,
I
Les
like
Wright.
that. Say it again.
Calabar High School.
Oh, yes.
Well, you know, my coach, Les Wright, used to tell you that once the bowler flight the ball up, you know, you must use your feet and come down the track. If you're not to the pitch of the ball, you don't have to do panic. You know, you can block the ball. But I think that what it does is throw the bowlers off when you know that you're a good batsman of spin. Like, can use your feet and come down the track and drive it down to long off and make the bowling.
Marlon Samuels now introduced into the attack. Going to give you the bowling figures in just a moment. As Samuels gets ready, Holder 1 for 12 or 5 overs. Cummings 1 for 42. He was hammered of 6 overs. Bravo 2 for 13 of 6 overs. Sammy none for 24 of 7 overs. As Marlon Samuels bowls to Kevin O'Brien from outside the off stump. He is sweeping fine, picked up there by Cummings, about a yard inside that very fine leg boundary, and the batsman in the meantime crosses for 2 runs. So O'Brien moves on to 15. It's 113 for the loss of 4 wickets. The 4th wicket went down when the total was 78. Samuels into O'Brien. Plays it down to Bravo at mid-on. 4 for 78.
It's very important, Patrick, that these two are there when the batting power play is taken.
And to this delivery, O'Brien just looking to show some aggression. Can't beat Lendl Simmons, who is on the field. And just to double check who is off. Samuels over the wicket, bowls to O'Brien, and cat-like reflexes. Dinesh Ramdin quickly looking to remove the bails. Ball spun across the body of Kevin O'Brien, who is on 15. Wilson at the non-strikers end on 26. And this ball sorts of squared up Kevin O'Brien just a bit, looking more to work that ball into the onside, and it ended up in the offside. 114 for 4. Kevin O'Brien is on strike. He's on 15, facing Marlon Samuels, defensively forward, smothering the spin of Marlon Samuels.
And if you go back to the averages of the Irish batsmen, most of the Irish batsmen are in the 20s. And that goes to show that there's a lot of start, but they're just not carrying on.
To this delivery, he's sweeping, and the sweeping down backward of square is Kevin O'Brien. So he will face over number 31 with that single. O'Brien moves on to 16. Gary Wilson is on a 26, and at the end of, I think, the 31st over, Ireland are 115 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Well, 115 for 4, doesn't look good, but if you look at the score where they were at 70 for 4, this is a very good recovery from Ireland. They will have to continue for the next 10 overs to keep scoring at 4 and 5 and over. If they can score at 4 and 5 and over, you'll be looking at over 200 runs, and they'll be very competitive with that score.
To this delivery from Nikita Miller. O'Brien is defensively on the front foot. That's umpire Greg Brathwaite of Barbados, standing in his 11th ODI. Miller bowls to O'Brien, driving into the ground, and again feeded by Dwayne Bravo, and returned to Nikita Miller. 115 for 4 to this delivery from Miller. O'Brien goes back and punching this ball forward of point, picked up down by the point boundary by, looks to be, Kieran Powell. And O'Brien gets a single, takes him on to 17.
Well, it'll be very interesting to see who bowl in the power play.
So
you would definitely have Dwayne Bravo bowling in, I would think, in the power play, the captain himself. Jason Holder would be a good choice as well. So they would want Nikita Miller to get as much over out of the way before the power play starts, to ensure that they don't get under the ball and hit the ball over the top.
Miller to Wilson. Got to 2 easy runs behind point to the right of Dwayne Smith. Wilson is on 27. Here is Miller yet again, and O'Brien is on driving, coming off the long on boundary is the Test and the T20 captain Darren Sammy. End of the over by Nikita Miller. He gets through his overs rather quickly. 31 overs gone. Gary Wilson 27, Kevin O'Brien 18. It's 118 for 4.
Sensible batting by the Irish at this point. You can understand the situation that they are in, and the partnership is actually 40. So that's a good recovery. They're trying to consolidate and trying to put a score that will keep them in the game. So it's good practice for them. It's good pressure cricket. The crowd has gotten a little larger, Patrick. But Marlon Samuels have come on and has bowled quite well. Pretty straight, and have 5 men inside the circle at this stage.
One delivery from the 3rd over from Marlon Samuels yields nothing. Miserly bowling by Marlon Samuels, and Kevin O'Brien on his toes is working this ball off his pads into mid-wicket. Takes off for a single, takes O'Brien on to 18, and it's 119 for 4 in the 32nd over. Wilson on 27. Cover, a man behind point, forward of point, long off, 3rd man boundary is vacant, so anything past the wicket keeper with some pace is likely to go for 4, as Wilson is on the front foot, and Kevin O'Brien is giving every indication that he wants to get on with it. He was almost halfway down the pitch. Got a good look from Kirk Edwards and stomped in his tracks. Here is Wilson to this delivery. Is driving and driving well past Kirk Edwards down to long off. Picked up there by Jason Holder. And for the big man, 2 bounces into Marlon Samuels. I don't think he got hold of that. And that's a good attacking shot by Kevin O'Brien, who clearly wants to get on with it. Oh, goes for a big hit, but he will not do any damage. Gets a single. A lot of sound, but no fury.
What Wesley is doing is forcing them to play the big shots by bringing the man them in the circle right in to save the single.
And here is Wilson on driving, and Samuels fields to his own bowling. End of the over with Kevin O'Brien on 20. Gary Wilson 28, 32 overs gone, and Ireland 4 for 121. They lost their 4th wicket. The total was 78.
A good contest, good contest. You know, Marlon very calm, ensured that was the pressure kept building. Nikita Miller will have to follow up Marlon Samuels tight over. So good contest, I think. I think that Kevin O'Brien started to show some signs that he wants to play some shots.
And he was on the front foot, driving down to the extra cover boundary, in the air, but pretty safe. There's a man at the cover point boundary, so it was pretty safe as Miller comes in yet again, bowls to, and he's going to be out, caught and bowled off the leading edge, deceived by Nikita Miller, and Kevin O'Brien looking to perhaps work the ball into the onside, took the edge, the leading edge, and Miller said, "Thank you, sir," and Kevin O'Brien is gone, caught and bowled. Nikita Miller 22, and just as we said, Ireland looking to settle down and rebuild yet again. They will have to start again. It's 123 for 5.
Again, a start for another batsman. Kevin O'Brien looking to work the ball on the onside, and a simple catch to Nikita Miller. Credit to Nikita Miller, he kept it tight. Marlon Samuel just the over before was quite tight, and he kept the pressure up by keeping it straight. And he looked to flick the ball on the inside and lobbed out easy catch to Nikita Miller. That's the kind of catch as a bowler you wanted, Patrick, in a little lobby. But, you know,
those are the ones you love.
Oh, I love those. You know, you can use one hand and take those.
Yes, see, he was trying to work the ball into the onside and took the leading edge, and Nikita Miller said, "Thank you, sir." What? Just a dolly of a catch.
Oh,
you love dollies.
I love a little dolly, little lollipoppy. You know, but that was a cleverly bowled by Nikita Miller, because I said it before that Kevin O'Brien started to show intent that he wanted to play some shot, but he should have shown a little bit more patience, because the batting power play is coming up shortly. And he should have been there. He should stay there until the batting power play is called, and then he probably could have played a few more shots with 3 men outside the ring. At that stage, he probably could have taken full advantage of that situation. But it wasn't to be. Again, another partnership broken, and again someone fell in the 20s and not going on to score even a 50, 60, or 70.
4 delivers to come in this over. Miller into the new man, Andrew Pointer, quickly. Get it to the pitch of that delivery, and pushed it back up the pitch to Nikita Miller. 5.3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21 is there. Bowls to Pointer. Pointer is on the front foot defending. The ball comes off the face of the bat, and it goes to Dwayne Smith, who has been just manning, sweeping that area. That apparently Dwayne Bravo has said to Dwayne Smith, "Look, you just take care of the area behind point."
Yeah,
he's short, he's wide, he's long. Miller bowls to Pointer, and he's defending on the onside. We'll
call out Dwayne Smith a ball police. Right? He's very, very quick. Got safe hands.
And I guess who has a ticket? So Dwayne Bravo or Dwayne Smith?
Dwayne Bravo, right? Pointer, very good player. He played very well in the first T20. He got about 30 something. But to me, they have gone in with 7 specialist batsmen here, and 4 bowlers, with Niall O'Brien as a wicket keeper. So the bowling looked to me very, very limited. They'll probably play 5 main bowler, including Kevin O'Brien. So 7 batsmen. So this is the last of the recognized batsmen. So this is very, very key to get a good score. I would think over 200. If both of them stay at the wicket, I would think through the batting power play to the 40th over.
Under pressure at 3.8 runs per over. And the man now, the key man for them, I'll tell you about that after this, is this man, Gary Wilson, driving past Marlon Samuels, who seems very gimpy on those knees. He dived and made a save quite early in the match, went down on his knees, took some time to get up, and he's looking rather dodgy, I would say, at this point, as Wilson has gone through for a single, takes him on to 29, and the total 124 for the loss of 5 wickets. Darren Sammy is the lone slip. Again, policing that position behind point is Dwayne Smith. And here is Andrew Pointer with some pace on the onside, picked up by Dwayne Bravo. I believe that Dwayne Bravo was deceived by the pace of that push by the big man Andrew Pointer.
Yes, just on the edge of the wickets. The ball gathered pace from there.
And here is Samuels in to Pointer down the leg side, turning across his body wide. Wow. What are your thoughts on that? I know you're going to tell me you would have appealed to the umpire, Michael Gough of England, in his 3rd ODI. I don't know about that. Let's take a look at Samuels yet again to Pointer on the front foot, both taking the inside edge, thick inside edge, and going up on the onside of the pitch.
I would say to umpire that your reprimanding turn.
So that ball rushes on to Andrew Pointer, rolls off the pad, the knee roll, and no real threat here. Is a look at that delivery yet again, pitched on middle and leg and turning away. Looks a little wide, yes.
Well, it started too straight. It started about leg stump.
See, we castigate the umpires, and then when we have the beauty of a replay, we have to agree with them more often than not. And that's the difficulty with officials. They are making these decisions at real time. And so you have, when you get it 86 to 88% right at the times, you know, Nehemiah, the statistics and the study shows you're excellent.
Yes. You know, it's quite a difficult job to be umpiring, officiating. You have to respect. And
in any sport, any officiating.
And give them their credit. You know, we are much further from the action, and they are closer. But once the ball is down the leg side, no matter if it turned from outside the arsenal, once it's down the leg side, they tend to call wide, and they should call wide. And that's the standard. That's just a standard right across the board. So it's good for me, it's good for you, not a problem. And you know, but you have to just live with it. Quite a good over again by Marlon, and you know the pressure continued to mount, and Ireland now will have to really and truly think about what they're doing, and to ensure that they're not bowled up before the 20 overs. It's a tragedy if you get bowled up before the 50 overs.
Yes,
well, here is Nikita Miller into Pointer, and over the head of Miller, and picked up by Cummings, straight down the ground, picking up some pace, and he is not going to come back for the second run because Cummings was straight down the ground. He made his way from the long off boundary, so a single to Pointer. Pointer is on 2 and it brings Wilson on strike. He's on 29 and it's 127 for the loss of 5 wickets. And Wilson again, the only of the Irish batsmen coming down the pitch, dancing to the pitch. Here is that shot by Pointer over the head of Nikita Miller. He couldn't get there. Had that been Cummings or even Jason Holder, would have been a catch. And because he's a big man. Nikita Miller looks to be about 5'9", 5'10". Jason Holder 6'5". That would have been a better attempt for a man of the height of Suleiman Ben would have held that catch. Here is Nikita Miller bowling to Wilson, and again this is just nice to see the art of batting to spin bowling, dancing to the pitch and really nullifying all the effects that the slow bowler has, and the guile.
He's trying his best to get to the pitch of the ball. to drive it down the ground, to keep the scoreboard ticking, keep the scoreboard ticking over. Nikita Miller, that one probably just a tip of his fingers to Pointer, who trying to drive, and he's bowling very, very well. He's bowling very slow, getting the ball to turn.
This delivery, Miller, Wilson is punching the ball into the covers. It's the end of the over. It's the end of my spell here with Wilson 29, Pointer on 2, and after 35 overs. So Ireland would really want to get somewhere in the vicinity of 220, 230 to challenge West Indies. That this pitch doesn't look to be offering any terrors at all. You will have to work to get your runs. If you put the ball in the right spot, you could put pressure on the batters. And the Irish team, they are 127, it appears to be, for the loss of 5 wickets. For the next 20 minutes or so, we'll welcome that young Calabar offspring, Ricardo Chambers.
Well, another drinks card. The power play will be coming up immediately after the drinks card.
So just look at the highlights of the Ireland innings so far. This was when Porterfield was just really getting his innings together, and Miguel Cummings was liking the shots. Flashing hard outside the off stump, getting the boundary there, and Cummings was in for some spanking. He was bowling to Ed Joyce on this occasion. That was a lovely boundary, and then the very next delivery, he was hammered through the offside for another boundary. He really came in for some sticking. That was 1 over. He was given another over, bowled a few no balls. That was a nice looking shot, but Nikita Miller showing his Jamaican speed, his agility, and his absolute brilliance in the field, pulling it back. And then Porterfield went into young Cummings. That was the first of a free hit, the first of 2 sixes. He had all the support he needed, but it didn't help the very next delivery, because the Kingston Cricket Club stand felt it. And then though Cummings would have his revenge, the final delivery of that over, it wasn't any great delivery, but Porterfield followed it down the leg side, and the man had his first wicket. This was a good catch from Jason Holder. The slow delivery from Bravo. They got rid of the crucial wicket of Ed Joyce. And then Ireland just trying to work the ball around in the middle of the innings. A misfield there. Didn't see many of those from the West Indians. A flash outside the off stump from Neil O'Brien, and he went. A very good shot that from Gary Wilson. He's a pretty good player, Wilson. He's still out in the middle, and there was a flash to the boundary from Kevin O'Brien, and Ireland. Alan Samuels came into the attack. That was a close shave. Brilliant effort by the captain. Nikita Miller kept plugging away, and then he got Kevin O'Brien. Oh, there are some ladies enjoying the cricket, no doubt, or maybe making their own fun at Sabina Park. Ireland then 127 for 5 after 35 overs. They'll get into the batting power play, which will be a crucial part of this Ireland innings, as they look to post a total of some respectability.
Yes, those ladies are the traditional color, Jamaican colors. They are in full support of the West Indies team. The batting power play will be very, very interesting. Only 3 men are allowed outside of the circle. And Marlon Samuel is given the opportunity to bowl in the power play. So it will be very interesting to see what happened here with Pointer showing some intent that he wants to get on with it. Gary Wilson, on the other hand, has shown a lot of patience, a lot of guts and fight. And Marlon Samuel also have a bad pad, a man on the onside. So the ball is spinning. It's spinning the older the ball got, and we'll see what happened here.
5 overs, none for 14, Marlon Samuels. He's bowled pretty well. Again, hasn't given away much. He's given the ball some air, which is something we're not used to see him doing, but not that he has much of a choice at this stage. But Gary Wilson has batted really well, this young man. He has gone out there for the second straight game with his team in a spot of bother, and he's really stuck it out. He's got 29 and looking to push on.
Well, this is the last of the recognized batsmen, and you wouldn't want, Irish would not want to lose one of the batsmen in the power play. They would not like them, both of them, to bat right through the next 5 overs. Keep the scoreboards ticking, and if you can score overtures by, that's Kieran Powell.
Yeah, sloppy work. The fielder had not backed up just yet. The return came fired in, really. Kirk Edwards, the man there. But it's always an interesting period, the batting power play, because you get the feeling when the batsmen feel that they have to go out there and play shots because the field is in. And what you often find is that because of that, the batting side tends to lose wickets.
Well, it's either you get wickets, or you lose, or you lose, or you get some wickets, or get some runs. And so it's going to be very interesting to see if the approach by the Irish.
Well, you still want to be positive, but you don't want to be foolish.
Well, it depends because of the nature and the situation that they are in, where they're not sure how to approach the batting power play because of the last recognized batsman at the crease, and they would want, even though you don't want to go berserk, but you still would want to pick up your 1s and 2s, and I would say score at least 30 in this batting power play, because the last 10 overs I've seen it has gone for a lot of runs, and so if you score, you can score 60, 70 in the last 10. So you have to have a plan, and you have to be patient and execute according to the plan. I'm sure there was some message that came out of the dressing room, how, and trying to assist them how to approach this other 4 overs that remain in the batting power play.
Nicely worked into the outside. They wanted 2, but not on. Strong fielding out on the boundary.
Well, the intensity is there still. West Indies keeping it right up to the end. You have to have that. 50 overs, a lot of balls. Over 300 balls because of the no ball and wides. So the intensity after maintain and the line and length.
Very crucial period this for Ireland.
You just feel like something will have to give here. Somebody has to do something.
That's a big appeal. He's gotten him. Yes, he has. Nikita Miller gets his 2nd wicket. And just what Ireland didn't want, just what they didn't need, just what they couldn't afford. They have lost their 6th wicket. Nikita Miller gets his 2nd. And West Indies, you would have to say, well on top at Sabina Park.
Yeah, well on top. Pointer didn't like it, but it wasn't a confident appeal from Nikita Miller. It was mostly Ramdin that went up. If you notice that Nikita Miller went up late, the slips didn't go up, and the umpire, the most important person, was the umpire raising that index finger and sending Pointer on his way. So something had to give, and Irish have lost their 6th wicket at a crucial point. Where 132 in the power play, with probably all-rounders coming in now.
I wonder if Nikita Miller was so confident he had the wicket that he thought he didn't need to do much appealing. I got that impression because he kind of turned around and had a look at the umpire like, why are you taking so long to raise that finger?
Or I'm not sure. I'm not pretty sure, but a wicket is a wicket. If you have the system here, you could have referred it, but you didn't. So he has to go. It's one of those things. So you get some and you lose some. So the new batsman is Thompson. We haven't seen him in the T20, so we don't know what he brings to the table. We just have to see how he shapes and what is his intent. Bad time to lose a wicket in this batting power play. So they might have to revise the target in the batting power play. They maybe look at maybe 25, 26, keep it ticking over. And if you can get to 200 plus, you see what West Indies batting is like. They think that if they get to 200, 210, 220, they can be competitive. But if they get bowled out within the 50 overs, they're going to be a problem for them.
Of course, based on what we have seen, or based on what we saw in the 2020 matches, you can't really take anything for granted to think it's going to be a comfortable chase for the West Indies. Certainly not the way they have batted so far. And so if Ireland can just continue to tick away, get as close to 200 as possible, they could really have something to work with, because they have troubled the West Indies batsmen so far on this Sabina Park surface, where once you have some variation, once you can mix things up, get those slower balls in there, those off-pitch deliveries as they would call them in baseball, then you really have a shot.
Well, the two Jamaicans are keeping very, very tight. Overs are going by very, very quickly. 132 for 6. It's going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot of effort for Ireland to get up to 200. But they will have to stick in there. They have to keep it rotating, keep the strike moving with Gary Wilson. Thompson just come to the crease. He will have to stay there and build another partnership. I would say maybe another 30 or 40 with Gary Wilson. Get it into the 40th over and so on, and then take it from there. But it's going to be tough to get it up to 200. But I would think that 200 will be very, very competitive, and they can work with that.
Gary Wilson is definitely going to be important. He's on 33 from 62 deliveries. He's been there for 71 minutes. It's for him to really carry on for this Ireland team. But the bowlers are not going to make it easy. Say good afternoon again to Martinita. I gather he had an early lunch today.
Actually, thanks to your wonderful support staff here, I just had breakfast.
Or is that brunch? Nice drive using his feet. Gary Wilson. He's gone up to 34. Ireland would love for him to bat all the way through this innings. And then he'll have his opportunity to have a pretty good lunch.
And I did say earlier that Wilson looks like an exceptionally good player against spin bowling. I think what he has done, what we have not seen other batsmen do, is that he is very willing to come down the pitch, use his feet to the ball, and once he gets there, rather than trying to hit the ball out of the park, he just caresses it down to the boundary areas, picks up a single, but good rotation of strike on 34 off 65 balls in 73 minutes. But he's playing a vital knock here for Ireland.
And now Thompson is the man charged with playing the supporting role at this point. There we go. May want to play a couple shots of his own.
Maybe he would probably want to rethink that. Probably he would want to be more of a support role rather than try and be the aggressor. At this point, I think Ireland can ill afford to lose another wicket. 37 for 6, 37 for 7 would be even more disastrous for this Irish team.
And of course, they're still in the power play, the third over of the power play. And it comes to, and then now 135 for the loss of 6 Ireland. 38 overs gone. Remember, they won the toss, they elected to bat today, and it's been a struggle. It hasn't been easy, but they've hung in there really, and now they're trying to get a pretty decent total on the board. Kudos to Gary Wilson, he's batted particularly well. And now he has the 22-year-old Stuart Thompson with him, and he'll be looking to guide the youngster through. Miller has had another relatively successful day, one could say. He's in his 9th over, 2 for 24.
I think that would be considered more than relatively successful in the context of this game. 2 wickets for 23 runs, average not even 3 runs per over, represents an extremely good fare so far, stopping in his tracks. But I think what he has done well is that he has shown good variation, has spun the occasional delivery, get the ball to, has flighted quite nicely, has varied his deliveries, and has gotten good success. Batsman using his feet. Now, that's almost a lost art in contemporary cricket. Batsmen willing to come down the track.
Or at least West Indies cricket.
Well, at least West Indies cricket. You are so right. Left-hander to left-hander.
This young man looks as if he wants to play some shots. Should get a couple. And Jason Holder, the big fast bowler, doing some chasing. May have a little bit more bowling to do later on. We'll see. Another
really
couple more runs to the total.
I think we all are impressed with Jason Holder's ability as a fieldsman. A very big lad, but looks fairly agile. Turning into the left-handed batsman on that occasion. And you can see that this pitch has spun sometimes, occasionally. I think it really depends on the effort by the bowler. A lot of bowlers these days don't even try to spin the ball. You know, they focus on bowling line and length and trying to turn just an occasional delivery. Nikita Miller bowling to the right-hander, bowling around the wicket. And on that occasion, it looked as if he got the arm ball, and that arm ball is a delivery that comes into the right-hander. But Ireland 139 for 6. I did predict that Ireland would not have gotten to 150. Still quite possible for them not to get there, although the odds seem more likely that they'll probably get to maybe 170.
I'm not a betting man, but if I could, I definitely bet that they'll get to 150 as the 39th over comes to an end. 141 for 6 then. Gary Wilson is still there battling away. He's on 37. Nikita Miller has completed his 9th over. Stuart Thompson is there on 4, the 22-year-old left-hander. And Ireland trying to post a total to give their bowlers something to work with. The partnership just 9 extras given away by the West Indies in a relatively disciplined performance. And that Ireland have really pushed them. They've just done enough to really hang in this contest so far.
Well, Ireland might feel that 141 runs on the board, and based on the batting performance of the West Indies recently, particularly against Ireland, they might still feel that they have a very good chance to pull this off. West Indies struggled in the first T20, just got up to 116, and the last one didn't even make 100.
There is the flashing shot of the back foot from Thompson, gets it to the boundary. He's been wanting to play that shot. The left-hander got the perfect delivery, found the gap brilliantly, and found a well-needed boundary. The first of the power plays for Ireland. That takes the score up to 145 for 6.
And no protection on that point boundary is rather unusual at this point with the power play for no protection on the boundary. Short, wide, and dispatched with a great deal of disdain.
Better delivery from Samuels, right where he wants it, drawing the batsman into that front foot. Not really in control of the shot, but they pick up the single, which is what you want to do after a boundary. You get that boundary, then you want to rotate the strike. So an over where you can get 7-8 runs.
Particularly in the power play, because during the power play there are several restrictions imposed on the fielding team. They can only have 3 men outside the circle.
And of course, what happens if you're not rotating the strike, you allow the bowler to settle into a rhythm, He doesn't have to try anything. But once you start rotating the strike, picking up the singles of even the good deliveries, it forces the bowler to try and do something different like that. Cracked away again. Long chase on for Edwards. Brilliantly done, pulling it back. And the Irishmen will cross for what I think should be 3. It was a good shot again by Wilson. Didn't go all the way to the boundary, but great work by Kirk Edwards.
Ball short and wide outside the off stump. Well played by the batsman. Probably didn't time it as well as he would have liked, but there we see just a very good effort from Kirk Edwards, sliding as he got into the boundary, but more importantly he stopped the ball from going into the boundary and saved 1 run.
I guess that would be a combination of the Summer and Winter Olympics. The speed on show, and then the dive. Maybe you've seen a little bit of that on the ice.
Certainly sharp this morning there, Ricardo.
I'm always sharp.
I don't know about that, but, but if you say so.
40 overs gone then, and that would be the conclusion of the batting power play. Ireland, they did lose a wicket in their 149 for 6. Thompson has gone up to 10. Wilson is on 39. That was a pretty good last over. I think, what, 9 came from it? So that certainly should be a good way to move into the final 10 overs. Mark Nita will be here to tell you about it. So too will Patrick Anderson.
The 2 Jamaicans bowling in tandem. Left-hander Nikita Miller, right-handed off-spin bowler Marlon Samuels. And I suspect at this stage that we'll probably see Marlon being taken out of the attack as Nikita Miller. And there we see once again the good effort, and as Patrick Anderson comes into the commentary position once again.
To annoy you some more, Martinita, from
more than when Ricardo is on.
One Calabar old boy to
oh
another.
God.
And I know that doesn't just sit too well in your entire being.
Well, you know, you Calabar guys, you did extremely well yesterday at the Gibson Relays. You actually broke a long-standing record.
We break all sorts of records all the time.
Well,
it's nothing new to us. Something that Wolmers would be unfamiliar with.
All right,
you win champs once every 50
Get
years.
a hold of yourself.
Your
Come
average
on.
is
okay.
extremely low.
All right, let's get back to the cricket then.
Nikita Miller into Wilson, and I was saying to Nehemiah Perry earlier on, Mark, it is so good and refreshing to see a batsman dancing to the spin bowling. The last set of batsmen that I saw do that, and it's not because you're here. Here is Miller into Wilson, and he is on driving down to Darren Sammy, coming off the long on boundary, gets a single. Certainly Jeffrey Duchamp, certainly the likes of Larry Gomes, certainly Mark Nita. You would always dance down to the spinners to the first class level. Just you played at if you played now, you'd be in the West Indies team. Unfortunately, you played at the time of the great West Indies team. Here is Miller in. Bowls to Stuart Thompson, who wants to get on with it, and he's playing this ball just forward of square and gets a single. But
and coming
Wilson
from a Calabar man, that's quite an endorsement. So thank you very much.
It is, and because we are very objective and clear and lucid in our thought process. End of the over from Nikita Miller. Here it is, and just showing Wilson just getting back and cutting down behind point.
And it was a really good effort there on the part of Kirk Edwards. But you know, you are very right. In my day, one of the things that we were taught by the great late J.K. Holt is that, you know, if you can use your feet, particularly to the spin bowlers, you'll always have the advantage, because what that serves to do is that it now puts the spin bowler under pressure. Rather than just bowling at one length, he'll have to try and veer his length to deceive you. And you, of course, if you use your feet well, you can almost suggest to the bowler that you're coming and then stop. Wait until he back pitches, and then you can dispatch those deliveries. Now, Dwayne Bravo, as we suspected, is now replacing Marlon Samuels from that George Headley stand end. And I thought Marlon did bowl well, but the last over was a bit loose. Bravo, of course, the captain, I think has bowled a very, very good spell so far. 6 over 13 maidens, has picked up 2 wickets, and he's probably coming on now, looking to put the screws on to this Ireland side. Here he comes.
And bowls to Stuart that's Wilson. As a matter of fact, that's Stuart Thompson. Who drove up on the offside of the pitch, a young Stuart Thompson, and he moves on to 12, and the total 152 for the loss of 6 wickets. So Nikita Miller's spell, he came on with Ireland under pressure. Dwayne Bravo was ruthless. He just tightened the screws, and he had Nikita Miller on the trot. 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 30. 2 wickets, 2 good wickets, at an average of 3 runs per over, and that was a reasonable good bowling. And Miller had the wickets of Kevin O'Brien for 22 and Andrew Pointer for 3. Here is the captain, Dwayne Johnny Bravo, in bowls to Wilson, and Wilson is turning this ball into the onside. He can get no run. He has been patient, Gary Wilson. Another very good knock from him. He has been batting for 1 hour and 16 minutes, so maybe an hour and 26 minutes. So close to an hour and a half. 76 deliveries for 40 runs. And he really has been what you called in the old days the sheet anchor of the Ireland team here. To this delivery, short, and he just rocked back. Umpire Michael Goff looks unperturbed. I thought he was
but I think more than anything else,
signaling a wide.
I think more than anything else, though, Patrick, he has been sensible. And I think a lot of times when you look how batsmen give away their wickets, it just lacks any kind of, cerebral processing. And Wilson, as he faces that delivery,
and now he's putting this ball behind square. This ball is going to go into the boundary for 4. It does. Good clean hit, short down the leg side. Big gap between the man on fine leg and the man down on almost just behind the square leg boundary, and he hit it quickly, crashing into the boundary for 4, and Wilson moves on to 44.
And that's exactly an example of the batsman being sensible, just waiting for the bad deliveries. That ball was short and down the leg side, and it was properly dispatched.
Here he is it again, facing Bravo. Oh, beautiful shot. It's high. Holder was going back. Can he get there? No, he can't. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. He picks it up 3 yards inside that wide, long off boundary. Didn't have the speed. He had the height of Usain Bolt, but certainly not the speed. And those catches, even so, Mark, are always difficult. The catch over the shoulder, high the sunlight, was always difficult for someone who is as inelegant as Jason Holder.
And it was in fact a slow delivery. The batsman playing through the line of the ball.
That's Dwayne Bravo's trademark.
Yes, and look at that. He almost got there. In the end, it was safe, but batsman deceived by that delivery from Bravo.
And Jason Holder would say, well, my speed comes in delivering the ball. Bravo to Wilson, driving, pleasantly finds a gap. This is going to go pretty close to the boundary. Kirk Edwards is there, and he comes back for the second. Down to deep extra cover, and now Gary Wilson, Mark, I would say, beginning to feel it, but he has to, because after this, there are only 8 overs to go. They're 158 for 6.
Yes, definitely. I think he's probably looking to push on. At the end of the 42nd over, 160 for 6. But I think he has played very, very well. Too short of what would be a very accomplished half century, I would say. It's not been a brilliant half century. He's been very sensible. He has waited on his bad deliveries. I think what he has done well, he has used his feet to the bowlers, and he has rotated the strike quite well indeed. And now that he's batting with a left-hander, it's even more important that he keeps that rotation of strike going, because what it does is that it means that with a left and right hander at the wicket, each time they get a single, the bowler will now have to change their line and length, which is always very, very difficult to do. We see coming back with the ball in his hand, Jason Holder, who I thought bowled really, really well in his first spell. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 12 runs, 1 wicket. And he's probably looking now to try and pick up a few wickets and restrict this Irish total.
So Bravo 2 for 22. Here is Jason Holder in. Bowls to Stuart Thompson. Thompson on the front foot, pushing the ball in front of point, and quickly runs through for a single. Takes him on to 13. 161 for the loss of 6 wickets. And now you sense the urgency. As you know, the last 10 overs is always a period of looking for runs. I think the rule is you want to put down 80 runs for the last 10 overs. So Ireland will be looking to do something like that if they can get anywhere close to that, and to try and get the total up to 220, 230 to make it a reasonable challenge for the Windies, because this pitch looks to be giving the bowlers some help, and if you settle in you can bat, as Gary Wilson is showing. To this delivery from Jason Holder. He's working this ball off his pads down behind square. They've gone through for one, they're looking for the second, and this will be the half century for Gary Wilson. Well done. 50 runs for Gary Wilson. A studied knock of industry for the Irishman. 50 coming off 81 deliveries in exactly 1.5 hours. Well done, Gary Wilson.
Well done indeed. A very important knock here by Gary Wilson, particularly in the context of this game. It has been a low-scoring match so far, and he has had to put a foot wrong during this innings, showing great concentration and getting 50 runs.
And here he is again, just flicking this ball off his pads in front of square on this occasion, picked up by Kirk Edwards, coming off the square leg boundary, and he has gone through for a single, takes him on to 51, and the total now 164 for the loss of 6 wickets.
And from here, I think Ireland can feel that 200 runs is a distinct possibility. But of course, Wilson will have to continue to carry on this innings, and young Thompson would want to take advantage of anything loose. There we saw once again, and this is one of the hallmarks so far, I think, of this innings that Ireland has put together. The fact is that they have been able to just push the ball and pick up singles consistently throughout the innings. And, you know, sometimes when the West Indies bats, you know, we don't see that. It's all about playing the big shots.
Even when they were against the ropes and losing wickets at 69 for 3 and 78 for 4, they were still trying and successfully on some occasions rotating the strike. Here is a Holder in, bowls to Wilson. Wilson on the front foot is pushing this ball into the covers, picked up by the captain Dwayne Bravo. You can't miss him. Those two distinctive looks to be orange sweatbands, and returns the ball to Jason Holder. Big man, he's young, he's strong, broad shoulders. There he is, number 98, Jason Holder. I think a lovely find for the West Indies, and let's see how he develops in this art of fast bowling. He's there, bowls to Wilson outside the off stump, and Wilson is running this ball down to Dwayne Smith just behind point. As Nehemiah Perry says there, Mark Nita, he's the police behind that. He's responsible for anything behind point.
Yes, and we all know that he's an outstanding fieldsman in that position. But at the end of the 43rd over, Ireland batting first, 165 for 6
and
at
they
Sabina.
They won the toss, and Porterfield decided to take first knock.
But, you know, when you look at Jason Holder, it is almost as if you're looking at a throwback of a past era, because very rarely now you see tall West Indian fast bowlers. So that to me is very refreshing.
Or tall bowlers anywhere.
And once again, you see the spectators, a lot of young kids, young females, always nice to see. And there you have in the backdrop, this is the northern stand. I did say last week when we were doing the T20 matches that you'd see these are where the corporate boxes are. The one on the left and the one beside it is owned by Patrick Anderson. The one on the right there is owned by Ricardo Chambers.
And the entire thing is owned by Mark Nita. Here is Dwayne Bravo. That ball is flicked off his pads down to the fine leg boundary for 4. It's Stuart Thompson really having a go. Bravo straying down the leg side, and Thompson quickly inside of his stumps, picking up the line, and that's always a left-hander's delight, anything that's down the leg side.
Yeah, so it's almost a free hit there. A pretty poor delivery by Bravo, just straying on the leg stump, and meat and drink at this level. Batsmen really like to see those types of deliveries.
So Thompson on to 18, and there he is on the front foot, punching this ball.
Another slow delivery. A good comeback by Bravo. He does have the ability to change his pace regularly, which of course is one of his trademarks.
Why is it so difficult to pick up that delivery? It's Bravo's trademark. He does it sometimes with such regularity. Sometimes it's almost not a surprise, but they still get deceived. Why is that ball so difficult to deal with? We'll get to that after this delivery from the West Indies captain. And to this delivery, oh, he's outside the stump. He's beaten, looking to heave that ball over mid-wicket. And wasn't anywhere near the line. Why is that delivery so hard to play, Mark?
It is not the delivery, but the disguise of the delivery. You see a lot of bowlers, when they bowl the slow deliveries, as a batsman, you know it's going to be coming because they change their grip, or there's something about them that telegraphs to you that this is a slow delivery. With Bravo, you don't see it coming until sometimes it's too late.
Here is Bravo in to Thompson, and Thompson,
and you see, again, that was a slow delivery with the same whippy arm action. But the ball, it comes out almost at the back of his hand, because a lot of the bowlers, Bravo does it very, very well. He holds the ball at the back of his hand rather than
the deception, as you said. The action remains the same. Nehemiah Perry, in his days, he wouldn't know anything about that. When he tried to bowl the off-speed delivery for a slow bowler, it comes through like a breadfruit. And a man like Martinita would dispatch my good friend Perry to the boundary.
Nehemiah Perry was an outstanding off-spinner. Let me just say that.
You're saying that about a Calabar man?
Yes, he was. He was quite brilliant, as a matter of fact.
I know, I was just testing your integrity.
He was quite brilliant.
And I see that you have come through.
Yes.
Here is Bravo in. Bowls to Thompson, giving himself room and driving down to long off. He will only get a single. To be Kieran Powell down on that boundary. And 46 looks to be Darren Bravo. So Stuart Thompson really having a go. He is on 19 and he seems to be enjoying himself and enjoying the challenge as well. 170 for the loss of 6 wickets, but the overs are running out, and Ireland recognize that they really want to get to at least 220 at this stage. If they can get there, it could be a competitive total for the Winders. Bravo in, bowls around the wicket to Gary Wilson, and he's playing that ball down to Marlon Samuels. Signals the end of the over. 171 for 6. 171 for 6. Gary Wilson on 52. Stuart Thompson on 19. 44 overs gone.
A good partnership here so far for Ireland. And if you are the Irish, you certainly would want this partnership to continue for another couple overs. And the batsmen, of course, will be looking to accelerate these two batsmen, particularly the youngster, the left-hander, who has come in. He is 19 in only 22 deliveries, so almost scoring at a runner ball. And here we have Jason Holder, the tall fast bowler, coming in once again.
From the northern end, the Coventry box end, and Wilson is pushing into the covers. He can't beat Dwayne Bravo, and at this stage he's batting for 1.5 hour, 138 minutes. Gary Wilson, he can't get Jason Holder away as he wants, with overs running out. So that's good bowling by the young Jason Holder. He's there again to this delivery. Oh, he has Wilson in a spot of bother, just a little bit short, and he was pivoting in his stumps, looking to pull through mid-wicket or behind square, but succeeded in getting the ball into the offside. A trickle picks up a single.
I think what happened on that occasion, which is a measure of how slow this pitch is, the ball was in fact pretty short. The batsman was in position to execute the hook shot, but because the ball came through so slowly, it hit the toe of the bat. And so the batsman was almost through his shot when the ball came, so it hit just at the very end of the bat, and it went out to the onside. And this I think would be the general criticism of all the pitches in the region. The pitches are just too slow. You know, back in the day we'd have nice bouncy green tops, not anymore.
Well, that delivery from Jason Holder, just short of the length, and Stuart Thompson giving himself room and looking to swing over mid-wicket, it appears.
The umpire indicating that that's the short ball for the over, although I would doubt whether he's indicating that the ball actually passed the waist. But it's almost ridiculous to me that a ball just short that length passing the waist, the bowler can no longer bowl any more short
And
deliveries.
Stewart is getting some wood onto that. Into the air, no immediate threat, one would have to say. Clear the fielders. Kirk Edwards got to it, into the covers, down to running close towards the extra cover boundary, and he's quickly back for 2. Here it is.
Again, I mean, that ball was just about waist height, and it means after the umpire indicated that he'd no longer be allowed to bowl any more short deliveries. Jason Holder coming around the wicket in an effort to try and minimize the amount of room that the batsman has to play shots. And there it is, you see, by bowling around the wicket, he just angled that ball into the left-handed batsman. And batsman giving himself room, the ball went perilously close to that leg stump. But that's good, intelligent bowling on the part of the fast bowler. And so this is what you want to see from your fast bowler, that they are thinking and trying to devise ways and means of getting out the opposition.
Last ball of the over with Stuart Thompson on 21 facing Jason Holder. Up bowls and looking to wide signal. Then they've gone through for a run.
Ball was
Wide.
actually down the leg side, but I think what happened on that occasion was that Jason Holder probably anticipated the batsman pull it to the leg side to play that shot. And so he bowled the ball deliberately just outside the leg stump, but the batsman stood his ground, so the ball passed behind him. And once the ball passes behind the batsman, so to speak, behind his pads on the leg side, in the contemporary game, the umpires will call wide balls. And so you have a right hand on strike now, Wilson. And here comes Jason Holder bowling over the wicket.
He's there, bowls to Wilson. Wilson is driving, but he won't beat Dwayne Bravo. They've quickly hustled through for a single, and that'll be good for Ireland because it brings Gary Wilson on strike. I don't think they would have been any worse off with Stuart Thompson, who is having a go as well. And at the end of over number 45, Gary Wilson is on 54, Stuart Thompson 21. And Ireland 177 for the loss of 6 wickets. And after some more comments from the former Jamaica mid-order batsman, I think he batted at number 4.
3, 4,
3,
5
4,
sometimes.
5.
I think the older you get is the lower you go in the order. So when I
Martin
was
Nita
young,
has
I
some-
started at 3
Martin
and
Nita
ended
has-
up at 6.
Martinita has some more thoughts, and then it will be that fine Calabar. What do we call him now? Much to the chagrin of Wayne Lewis, Ricardo Chambers.
Good afternoon to you, Nehemiah.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Ricardo, and the listeners, viewers.
Still lovely sunshine here at Sabina Park. This has been a lovely partnership as well. 46. Thompson on 21 in only second one-day international. Only 22 years old, the left-hander. And he's acquitted himself very well as he picks up another single. Wilson has gone past his half century. He's batted really, really well for a second successive game.
Fantastic partnership. You have to give credit to where credit is due. And young Thompson came in at a crucial point of this innings, and he has shown a lot of maturity. He came in and he pushed the ball around and get a good partnership here. 47 runs partnership, which is very, very much needed at this point of the innings.
That's nicely played again. We'll get another couple. And then Samuels just jogs after it. And they pick up a couple more. The right-hander going up to 57. 11 extras given away by the West Indies in this innings.
some of that would have come in that in that over from Cummins. You know, quite a few no balls.
They continue to just push the ball around and pick up the singles. You've got to give Ireland some credit for the way they have played on this tour. Of course, started with the regional Super 50, and there's the 50 partnership, 55 balls, 35 minutes, very, very good batting. They have worked the ball around, they have picked up the singles, and when they get anything slightly off target, and they have latched onto it, they've batted really well, these two. And those fans should certainly be happy with what they have seen. He's going for the big shot, and will get away with it. Now, I'm maybe wanting to let loose even more. Young Thompson.
And young Thompson is getting very ambitious. You know, trying to go over mid-wicket. You got to be staying ahead of the batsman. Bravo. Know what he's trying to do. At this stage, they would have to pick it up. You know, to look to score, I would think over in the excess of maybe 220, 225. They're on target. You know, one big over and the whole thing would change. But you know, Bravo would have to stay. You know, be very proactive in the movements of the batsman and try and bowl full right to the batsman's toes.
It was a slow ball that Thompson didn't pick. And how many times have we seen that today? 46 overs gone, 184 for 6 Ireland, having elected to bat. Wilson is on 59, Thompson is on 23, and Bravo, he's completed 9 overs. There are the bowling figures. Bravo 2 for 35. Miller, the best of the bowlers so far, 2 for 30. Holder hasn't done badly either, 1 for 23. Cummins at that one spell, I thought he had 1 over too many, and that over really cost him. He was put to the sword by William Porterfield. A couple of sixes in that over, plus a few no balls as well. And here is Senor Saint-Just there, a lecturer at Caramac, Caribbean Institute of Media and Communication at the University of the West Indies, there with one of his students.
Well, apart from Cummins, you know, no other bowlers actually get, you know, gone for a lot of runs. You know, he bowled 2 bad overs.
And Jason Holder continuing. He's bowled pretty well again, Jason Holder. Picked up the early wicket of Sterling, who can be a dangerous customer, the right-hander, but he hasn't gotten away in this series. And Jason Holder removed him very early today.
Gary Wilson has played very well. 60 runs, you know, very mature innings. You know, he stuck it out, he fought right through. You know, there was crucial time, you know, when wickets were falling around him. You know, he didn't panic. He stand up and he bat and be counted. And that's what you want. Somebody who get a start at the top of the inning, should have gone on to score 100. I don't think it's a difficult wicket for run scoring. You just need to graph and fight and show a lot of guts and patience, and the runs will come.
6 half-centuries before today, Wilson. There's a drive, peels off the outer part of the bat. This will go away, actually. Very quick outfield here at Sabina Park, and that raced away. Nikita Miller is a pretty quick lad, but he had no chance. And the 4th boundary, well, that one goes to Thompson, so he's gone up to 27. And here it is, just a little bit of width and offer. He gave himself the room to pick the gap.
Yeah, just peel off the outer half of the bat and went very, very quickly to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Nikita Miller gave up a chase from early because the outfield is in very, very good condition. Nice green outfield. You know, best I've seen Sabina Park outfield for some time now.
For the first time, the run rate has sneaked up over 4 and over. It's at 4.08 now. So these two can be very pleased with their effort. The partnership heading towards 60.
Well, Jason Holder, the more he plays, he will understand that, you know, at this point you have to bowl full and straight at the stumps. The ball that went off the face of the bat by Thompson was a little wide. You need to get it full and straight. So when you miss, I will hit. That's the key. And then you got to mix it up. You got to have your slower ball, you know, and so on. So you're not predictable, not predictable. So the batsman can set himself for a heave.
That's more like it.
That's better.
Right up in the block hole. Not much you can do with deliveries like that. But again, good delivery, but the batsman still able to pick up a single, and that's what you want as a batter, to be able to rotate the strike, even off the good deliveries, and that tends to frustrate bowlers. Neymar, you should know.
Definitely. My ball normally go over the fence, Ricardo. You know.
Well, that's true too.
Right, they never normally get singles off me. It's either 4 or 6.
I'll ask Ricky Ponting and Michael Slater.
Well, I have a few of those under my belt.
Been impressed with the left-handed Thompson. Again, he's only 22 years old, but he came out, he was positive from the very start.
Very, very good, very good. You know, and that's what you want. You want a youngster, you know, 22 years old, coming in a situation like this, a precious situation like this, and he has adjusted very, very well. You know, he showed a lot of maturity. You know, he get behind the ball, he pushed the ball, he supported Gary Wilson, which was very, very good at that stage.
And Wilson would love to let loose in the final overs of this Ireland innings. 193 for 6 then. They are definitely getting close to that 200 mark. From this position, they should definitely get there. And you would have to say they have done a very good job, because at one stage it looked as if it would not be possible. But 61 runs later from Thompson and Wilson, it's definitely a possibility. Well, more than a possibility. You expect that it will become reality.
Yes, definitely. I mean, 70 for 4. You know, everybody was speculating, and you know, when you go into the stand, they were saying this is going to be all out for 130, 140. But they have shown, they've shown a lot of fight. They put their head down, especially Gary Wilson, and stood there, and he's still there. 62 not out. With 3 more overs to go, Darren Sammy has come back now. Now is the time I would think that Gary Wilson would be high up, maybe straightish mid wicket, long on the short side, and to go with Sammy, who's most of the time tend to come into you, and once you get the length wrong, you should be able to get underneath Sammy.
And there it is, backing away, and he's taken that point by Kirk Edwards. Pretty simple catch at the end of the day, and they like it. The big scalp of Gary Wilson, he was looking to let loose, and well, he's been let go. He's gone. And the score now 193 for 7.
Again, a slower ball, looking to go over the top of cover. There's no man on the super boundary, so it was a good attempt, but because of the pace of the ball, he couldn't use the pace, and he just hold out at cover. But a good innings. I thought he played exceptionally well. You know, wicket was falling around him, and he stand up and counted. Good innings by Gary Wilson, and hope this can kickstart Gary Wilson again for the rest of the year. He's a good player, technically sound, and played quite a few shots. You know, well played to him.
Yeah, he has a 6th century today in one-day cricket, and he's definitely given his team a chance when at one stage it looked as if they would have been brushed aside for well under 200, but they have certainly fought in this innings. And Sorensen will be the new man out in the middle to join Thompson, who has batted pretty well himself. So we'll see how they will approach it in the final few overs. Sammy picking up his first wicket, had bowled pretty well before that without success, but he has a wicket to celebrate. And Matt Sorensen. One of the things is that in modern day cricket, you find that all the way down to number 11, you have to be competent with the bat. It's not okay anymore that you can bowl, but you can't hold the bat. You have to be fairly competent if it's even defensively, and you find that generally around the world, with the best team, they bat fairly deep. Or the batsmen who are technically sound
I mean, you have 11 players, and you must be able to contribute. Even now you're looking for Sorensen to come in and maybe give you 10 or so, and to take that score over the 200 mark and support now. Now he has to play the supporting role to Thompson, who have looked very, very good. 29 off 30 balls, and look very, very sound. He have a good head on his shoulders. And again, Sammy mixing it up, slow balls, and showing that they don't use the pace of the ball to hit.
But Thompson has banded pretty well, can't pierce the field on that occasion. Sorensen is 28 years old, but he's only in his fourth one-day international. So he hasn't played a lot of 50-over cricket, although he's all of 28 years old. So it will be a relatively new situation for him to be in, although that hasn't stopped Thompson.
Again, slow ball, well done by Dinesh Ramdin. He has been very, very sharp standing up. Took some very good catches in the T20, and here again he's kept very well. He has kept his intensity, his concentration level has been very, very good. Good glove work. Took the bails off. Umpires said not out.
Well, there's never really been complaint about Ramdin's wicket keeping. It's always been about whether he can back it up in front of the stumps and score more runs, which he has. That's a good shot. That's a very good shot over the top. Slowing up towards the boundary, so it won't go all the way. And Dwayne Smith will do the retrieving with a pretty good return as well. And it was an opportunity for a run out. At the end of the day, they get the overthrow, so they get 3 instead of 2. It would also keep Thompson on strike. He'll go up to 32. 48 overs gone. 198 for 7, and with 2 overs to go, they are 2 away from the 200 mark. It's been a good job from the Ireland side.
Well, there was all run 4 by these 2 batsmen because of the overthrow.
So they did run 4.
Yeah,
so made that correction. They did run 4. It wasn't 3.
2 overs to go. The score is now 198 for 7. Definitely you'll be looking for 200 unless you get bowled out. 3 wickets, you wouldn't see that, I don't think, unless you get a hat-trick or something like that, or 3 and over. So you would definitely, West Indies will definitely be chasing over 300 runs, over 200 runs to win this game. So it will be very, very interesting and competitive. I think it's a very good score. And this wicket, I think the wicket will be keeping a little low in the second half. The ball is turning. They have good left-arm spinner in their team. So we'll have to be bowling very, very well here.
Got him. Well enough. Sorensen hasn't lasted very long. And the 8th wicket goes down for Ireland. Jason Holder hits the timber for the 2nd time today. He gets his 2nd wicket, 198 for 8, and Ireland lose wickets in quick succession.
Yeah. Again, when you miss Ireland, that's what you have to do. Go straight, and Sorensen trying to go over long on when he should have probably gone a little straighter or mid wicket. He should have tried to hit the ball over long off. And again, the Thompson was very disgusted with the shot he played, because he's playing a supporting role at this stage. What he should have done is to knock the ball away, give him the strike, and keep the scoreboard ticking, keep it moving. Even if you scored 12, 13 runs in the next 2 overs, I think they'll be satisfied with 210, 215. That is a workable total.
Yeah, it definitely is. It certainly is. George Dockrell is the new batsman, and he will have a big job to do a little bit later on with the ball. But he has some work to do with the bat first.
Yes, certainly. He will. I'm sure the Thompson would have said to him, just knock the ball. There's a single there for offering. There's the field is, everybody in the circle is on the edge of the circle. So there's a single there all the time. So that's what his job is to ensure he come off strike and give Thompson, who's is better equipped to hit the ball over the top or hit at a 4 or something like that. But they're going to need Dockrell to place a supporting role and ensure that they get over 200 yards.
Just about playing smart cricket. Well, that's pretty smart. It's a pretty smart shot. And one away from the 200 now, Ireland.
Yes, he followed him. He backed away a little bit from the stump, and he followed him and he pushed it down to long on. So good, smart bowling as well. You know, was quite full, but it was more in the leg stump, midland leg, going down the leg side. Now they are brought in the third man inside the circle. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men inside the circle for Thompson. So they're telling him to go over the top of cover, and if you can do that, then you will get some runs.
Dockrell in his 38th one-day international. This man in his second, he's lifted that. How far is it gone? Not very. The 9th wicket goes down. Kyron Powell has no problems on the long on boundary, and Jason Holder gets his second wicket of the over, third of the match. And it's all going wrong in the final couple of overs for Ireland at Sabina Park.
Yes, he tried to hit it over long on, didn't get enough on it. The length wasn't there. Maybe he should have gone a little squarer, maybe over mid-wicket area. He tried to go over long on, didn't get hold of it. It went high in the air, and a simple catch down at long on.
Yeah, but it was a very good innings by Thompson, 33, and it really helped his team out of a deep hole, and has got them to a position of respectability, and maybe even more than respectability on this Sabina Park pitch. But no problem for Kyron Powell, who will have some work to do with the bat, no doubt.
Another slow ball again from Jason Holder. No pace, and he tried to hit it over long on. It went pretty far, actually. I thought he would have fell maybe somewhere inside the circle, somewhere close to the circle, but it went actually quite a distance, close to the boundary, but at the end of the day, it didn't go over the boundary. So another wicket gone down, 199 for 9, with, you know, sure that they would want to bat out the 50 overs, definitely want to bat out the 50 overs, and whatever you get now would be a bonus. So if you score 9-10, that would be a bonus for them, and because it's crucial, one run can make a massive difference in one-day cricket.
Yeah, it certainly can. Dockrell facing up. The new batsman who is at the non-striker's end is Tim Murtagh. But a good over from Jason Holder again, coming back. And his 9th over, 3 for 33. And there is Murtagh. And there is the big West Indies fast bowler. Has been a regular now in the 50 over format in the last year.
More adjustment in the field. Another fieldsman come over on the offside because Dockrell is backing away to leg. So that's very proactive by the captain. He saw it and he plugged the gap.
And then he strays on the line of leg stump, down the leg side. And that will bring up the Ireland 200. They've done very well to get there, and it will certainly pose a few problems for the West Indies. It will definitely mean that they'll have to seriously think about how they'll attack this total. 296 deliveries, 199 minutes. There has been nothing easy about it, Nehemiah Perry, but it's international sports. You have to fight. You don't get anything easy. You don't get much.
No, you don't. They don't give you anything, and so you have to earn it. You have to really and truly fight your way, guts it out. And it's not all the time, you know, you're gonna get everything easy, you know, in life. And it's not only cricket. It's everything you do in life is hard. And for them to really and truly stand up and fight, you know, with Gary Wilson at the top there, to get to 200, it's a good achievement, and something that they can work with. One of the nightmares with captains is when you set a field and you bring a man over. In the case a while ago, you bring the man over on the offside, and then you get the ball down the leg side. Just a little clip off the legs, and it would have gone for 4, and it makes the captain look look ordinary when you do things like that.
The final delivery that of the 49th and penultimate over. And just one. So 6 coming from that over. And the total going up to 201 for 9. And just 1 over to come to see what Ireland can produce.
Yeah, that would give them some confidence, definitely. At one stage, we didn't think they would have gotten up to 200, and they will feel very good about themselves that they have put a challenging score on the board. And, you know, with West Indies, you know, sometimes you're not sure whether or not they're going to come with the A game, and next thing you know, you're in the game by picking up a few wickets. You have some inexperienced players for West Indies. Some of them hasn't scored any runs in the 50-50. So Kirk Edwards didn't play for Barbados because of issues that he had. So they would want to put them under some pressure when they come out to bowl by trying to pick up wickets early. And if they can do that, they can put West Indies under some pressure. Yeah,
well publicized issues. He didn't have a bad time in New Zealand, though. Well worked by Dockrell, Edwards, and the Barbados management at odds over the signing.
It has nothing to do with cricket.
And having to do with gear. I found that whole scenario quite interesting. And Kirk Edwards saying that this gear is not going to last as long as you say it is supposed to last, and I'm therefore not going to sign this contract because I know it's not going to last that long. And the Barbados cricket is saying you better sign it or you won't play. That's gone high in the air. Rampton is trying to get under it. Well, the bowler is trying to get under it. Bravo, and takes a brilliant catch. Oh, he's so superb in the field, Dwayne Bravo. And there he was again. Fantastic work. And brilliant way to finish off the Ireland innings for the West Indies. 202 all out. And I tell you what, it will be a testing total for the West Indies, I believe. Ireland, they've done very, very well. What a great way to finish. Look at this.
Yeah, very, very good catch. You know, one of the most difficult catches as a fielder is the ball coming over your shoulder and you're running towards it. Bravo, brilliant fieldsman, very spectacular, and took a magnificent catch. You know, I remember in the T20 he took another Skyer, and you know he's always very, very comfortable in the field. Bravo, good fieldsman. But over 200 runs will always be competitive in any cricket, and so West Indies cannot take this lightly. They will have to come out and play sound and play solid. Don't get complacent and play some very good cricket. On the other hand, Ireland would be upbeat. They'll be confident that they put a good score, a challenging score, and if you can pick up early wickets, and set the West Indies on the back foot, you'll feel good about yourself. So it will be very interesting at the second half to see the approach of the West Indies batsmen. If they're going to come out and play in our T20 style, or they're going to come out and buckle down and play some good cricket. Play each ball on its merit. Play straight in your innings when you start, and then you can blossom, build an innings. 50 overs, a lot of cricket, a lot of overs, and be patient, you know, to ensure that West Indies will win this one. But it can go either way, and if West Indies come out and play any sort of cricket that we know them to play at times, then Ireland can win this game.
Yeah, I have no doubt that they can, certainly on the evidence of how they bowled in the 2020 matches. Of course, different batsmen in this West Indies 50 over side. Kirk Edwards, Kieran Powell coming into the team. They didn't play the one-days. And Darren Bravo is also in this side as well. We know he can definitely bat. So we'll see how they will approach things. I think we're going to be getting a look back at the Ireland innings. Here it is. Paul Stirling started things off, leading into Miguel Cummings over backward point. That was his only scoring shot though, because Jason Holder ensured he didn't last much longer. Porterfield punching the ball beautifully on that occasion. he played very, very well while he was at the wicket for his 25. Flashing hard and got the boundary. Cummings was banged around by Ed Joyce. Ed Joyce really liked his bowling, and this is the reason. Lovely shot that again as it went away to the boundary for 4. That was his 5th over, Miguel Cummings. This was his 6th over. This whipped away nicely. Looked as if it might go to the boundary, but the speed of Nikita Miller kicking in and doing brilliant work. They only got a couple. But Cummings was overstepping, and Porterfield was getting the ball over the boundary. That was the first of 2 sixes. Sammy was providing support. He knows what it feels like. He's been there. But then there was another 6 off Cummings, and he would have his revenge though. Not a great delivery, but he had his first wicket in one-day international cricket. Darren Bravo got rid of Ed Joyce. That was a big scalp. Ed Joyce making 25. And then West Indies throwing themselves around in the field, although they had a few mishaps as well. Bravo continued to bowl well. He got rid of Neil O'Brien, who made 12. That was a good cut shot. Gary Wilson got into his own, played some really good shots, starting to build a partnership. Gary Wilson, and he was there with Kevin O'Brien. Close shave for O'Brien, but then Nikita Miller would get his man. O'Brien contributing 22. He batted fairly well. Pointer, well, I guess he didn't make a great point out there, but then young Thompson in only his 2nd match came to the wicket, and he played well with a fine partnership with Gary Wilson. These two batted really well, took on the bowling, they worked the ball around, and they got the occasional boundaries. That was a very good shot by Wilson. Trying to test the batsman. He got to his 6th century in 50 over cricket. Thompson kept playing well. Bravo was not always happy. That was a nice shot. That was well played. Picked the gap beautifully. Made no sense running after that. And then though, on 60, Gary Wilson backing away, looking for the big shot over cover. Couldn't pierce the field. The new batsman Sorensen didn't last long. Holder was in wicket-taking mode. He also had the scalp of the left-handed Thompson. And then it was finished off in the most spectacular fashion. Leave it up to the captain, Darren Bravo, and embraced with the 2020 captain, Darren Sammy. All out for 202 Ireland, 49.2 overs, 12 extras put down by the West Indies. They'll need 203 to win. We'll be back in another half an hour with the West Indies reply from Sabina Park.
graduate of the NYS
Yes.
program. How important do you see
I mean,
NYS?
the
Is it still
NYS,
relevant?
I think, well, obviously we're working to ensure that relevance. When you, for those who are born when it started in 1973, 74, right? It was born out of a need to continue to build a sense of volunteerism and give back, and to give you also a sense of purpose and focus. And can I tell my story? I was actually in the first batch of NYS.
You were the first batch?
Yes, now like, it's all over the world, what my age is now.
Oh.
But I was successful in one thing in high school, and I was failing my A-levels. And my father was the most annoyed that I squandered 2 years of his money and dropped me to school. And he felt I needed to reorient and reset myself. And so he signed me up for NYS and sent me off to Hanover Street, where I worked for years as a volunteer. And that for me was a critical part of telling me what I needed to do with my life, and it was to add value, to give back. So I think that if it is done right and it's done well, it creates that sense of belonging to our country, of doing and of giving back. And what the NYS is about is ensuring right now that any young person who comes even close to our door, he or she leave with one thing: I am to give back, and I'm valuable, I add value. That's the way we want to do.
Mr. Smith, tell us about the entrepreneurship program. How does that work?
Okay. It was born out of a recognition that the jobs were not always there for the graduates to proceed to. And with high unemployment amongst youth, higher than any other group, we felt that we had to orient our participants towards self-employment and developing businesses.
Yes.
With that background, we therefore decided to run a pilot last year of about 80 persons who indicated an interest in starting their own business. We put them through a training period. We outlined to them principles of business, and we gave them the opportunity to do some exploration and then to start.
Good confident shot by Dwayne Smith. Pull shot behind square for 4. Didn't come out of the middle of the bat, but he had enough bat on it, and it went away on his fast outfield for 4. Murta, Sorensen, who start off here, one ball went for 4. He would want to start well and put the ball in the right areas so that Dwayne Smith don't get off to a flyer.
And here is Murta yet again, 2 slips, and to that delivery, Smith is just running that ball. Now he did it on the onside, just behind square, and he opened the face of the bat and steered it in front of point on the offside for another boundary, and he moves on to 8. Quick start. Dwayne Smith continues his prolific form.
Oh, terrific shot. That was a really caress through the outside. Fantastic shot by Dwayne Smith, and that overcompensate Sorensen trying to go ball outside the outside, but it was a little wide, too much room, and he just stroke it through the outside for 4.
Murta with his 3rd delivery to Dwayne Smith, and looking maybe to run it down yet again, looking for the gap. You saw him opening the face of the bat, looking for that gap between the man in front of point and the man just behind point, and you don't want to mess with the captain, William Porterfield, just behind point. He's a brilliant fielder. He doesn't drop many catches or any catches. Excellent thrower at the stumps. And Dwayne Smith stood his ground. 1 slip now with Murta into Smith, looking to pull the ball down backward of square. Didn't get much of it. And it's picked up. Returns to the bowler.
When you make just over 200 runs, you need to be on the money. He's not on the money. The first ball was pulled for 4, then it was wide outside the outside and stroke for 4, and Dwayne Smith missed time another stroke through the outside, and then the 4th ball was a short ball with a missed pull again. He has to be on the money, right on target.
To this delivery, right on the stumps, right up middle and leg stump. Smith looking to work it off his pads. Didn't make any contact. The field set here by the captain, William Porterfield. Defending 202 runs, and the West Indies off to a flyer. 8 runs off the first 2 deliveries. A pull behind square for 4, and a ball that he opened the face of the bat and steered it square on the offside for another boundary. And here is Dwayne Smith facing the final delivery of this over, looking to pull this one over mid-wicket, made no contact, a bit of luck, and that has always been the nemesis of Dwayne Smith. Hitting across the line, and until this day he continues to do it. First over then completed. Dwayne Smith on 8. Kieran Powell yet to face the ball on naught. Max Sorensen. It was it? I thought
Yes,
it was
yes, Max Sorensen.
Sorensen, not Murta. It was Sorensen with the first over. 1 over, none for 8, and the West Indies 8 without loss.
Yeah, good start. You know, but Dwayne Smith have to be careful here. You know, it seems like he's coming out. He came out with, you know, looking to be positive, and it's one sense positive, but another sense, you know, careless. He tried to pull a ball a while ago, which was a good length, and almost underedged the ball onto his stumps. You know, you don't want to give Ireland a start, you know, by letting them get in early wickets. You need to ensure that you get a good solid start, and then you can shut Ireland out of the game. But at the end of the day, they are a very spirited team. They are a good team. They bowl very well. That's Murtaugh, I think it is now. We'll start from the Georgia at the stand hen. So Kieran Powell will face up.
To this delivery, Powell is defending up on the offside of the pitcher. He is the one. Kieran Powell has these flashes of attacking stroke play, so he can attack. And I guess when he's batting and batting in the company of someone as dominant as Dwayne Smith and in form as Dwayne Smith, he perhaps will be playing the sheet anchor role. 2 slips for Kieran Powell facing Tim Murtaugh, and he's working this ball off his pads. He can't beat the man at short mid wicket, and he's kept on naught.
But this is the best time to bat at Sabina Park. You know, Martin, I will tell you, in the afternoon, you know, when the pitch is dried out, you know, when the ball is coming out to the bat, better now. So this is a glorious opportunity for Kieran Powell to spend some time in the middle and make a good score. On the other hand, you know, Ireland, there's no sideway movements, ball not doing anything, just coming straight through.
And Powell is pushing this ball down to mid-on. He can't get a run. Not showing any aggressive intent is Kieran Powell. Content. It's pretty early. It's not a huge target. 203. We know the West Indies can make things a bit exciting, a bit traumatic, a bit difficult for themselves. And so there's no need to be aggressive here. It's not 300. It's not 280. Lots of time. This is indeed the second over. Here is Tim Murtaugh into Powell, driving upon the offside of the pitch, and again he's kept a naught.
Well, you know, Patrick, even when there's a big score or over 6 and over, 5 and over, you know, you still have to play the basics. You still have to play right. You still have to play confidently and play within the V. When you start in your innings, you have to ensure that you get a start, and then you can build from there. We all know that, you know, it's only 2 outside the ring here, so things are going to be tight. You're not going to be able to easy singles inside the ring, so you have to get a start, and then you can capitalize, and then you can start score freely.
And to that delivery from Tim Murtaugh, again Powell is just opening the face of the bat and running the ball down. You hear the clapping of the captain, William Porterfield, who's just behind point. And like Dwayne Smith, this is the area that William Porterfield is responsible for and patrols. Dwayne Smith at the non-strikers end, he is on 8. He faced all 6 deliveries in the opening over. And at 1:47 p.m. in the afternoon, here comes Tim Murtaugh steaming in from the southern end, bowls to Powell, and Powell is working this ball off his pads down back with a square, picked up by Andrew Pointer, and he's off the mark. Will face the next over. Powell on 1, Smith on 8, and the West Indies 9 without loss.
Yeah, good comeback by Murtaugh after the first over went for 8. You know, the second over went for 1. Good lines. I thought he could have probably bowled a little bit more outside the outstump to Powell. A little vulnerable outside the outstump by, you know, always looking to drive the ball through the outside. But naturally, the bowler looked to swing the ball back into the left and you know, for LBW and bowl down. But a good start by Murtaugh, feeding his way. And so Sorensen now will have to get ready now to ensure that he follows up a good over by Murtaugh and to build some pressure here.
If you're just joining the broadcast, we'll run through the Ireland innings in between deliveries. They made a 202 all out. Here is Sorensen into Kieran Powell again on the front foot. He's a left-hander and is stroking the ball into the covers. Sterling made 4, Bold Holder 6 for 1. At 54, the second wicket went down. Porterfield caught on down the leg side by Ramsden off the bowling of Cummins for 25. It was 69 for 3. Ed Joyce caught by Holder. Diving forward at mid-off the bowling of Bravo for 29 as Sorensen bowls to Powell, and Powell is flashing outside the stump. Superb shot. That's got to go for 4. Over the shot. Driving through outside the off stump. Magnificent shot. And Kieran Powell dispatched it in front of point for 4. What a shot to delight the fans here at Sabina Park.
Yeah, the small gathering. Well, it was a very good shot. You know, he timed it beautifully through the offside for 4. And that's his area. You know, the first one he tried to drive, went to cover, but this one was a little wider, and he saw the opportunity and pounced at it and punched it through the offside for 4. Glorious shot.
He's on 5, and the West Indies 14. The loss, another shot. Oh, it's a cut-off on that occasion. That had a boundary written all over it. Well stopped by Porterfield. He's such an excellent fielder. And what looked to have been another boundary written all over it. Great work by Porterfield. Look at this bit of fielding. Reduces Powell to a single. He's on 6. And the West Indies 14 without loss brings Dwayne Smith, and this is no relief when Powell is going the way he is. And then you look up and you see Dwayne Smith. Here is Smith, and playing this ball down to mid-on, and there it's
it was good single. And you know that's what you know West Indies has to do. You know, to whenever there's a good ball, you keep the scoreboard ticking. You know, put some pressure on the fieldsmen. And it's a very good fielding team. You know, good catchers. You know, now they're down to only 1 slip because you know you have to assess the situation. There's no sideways movements. The ball is not doing anything off the pitch, not all through the here, just coming straight through. So. More men in the circle, 4 in the offside and 1 slip and a 3rd man.
Sorensen to Powell outside the off stump, and it's way outside the off stump. And wide signal by umpire Greg Brathwaite.
Well, it's a good start by West Indies, you know, 60, no alarms, you know, nothing beat the bat. You know, 16 without loss in the 3rd over. So a quiet start and a confident start by the West Indies.
Here is Sorensen, 5th delivery of his 2nd over. Up, bowls to Powell, pitched up, driving, flashing outside edge. Dangerous shot, but it's safe because there's only 1 slip. It went through the vacant 3rd slip position, and Powell goes through for an easy single under the circumstances. But we've seen this in the T20, we've seen this today. Early, 1st, 2nd, 3rd over, no slips or 1 slip, and those edges go a-begging.
Yeah, but you know, when you're trying to get wicket early, that you know you have to keep your 2 slips because you know 200 runs is not a lot, and you know with West Indies only need 180 or more runs, you know.
Oh, Smith is just steering that ball down behind point. It's going to go pretty close to the boundary. Picks up legs, it goes across it now for 4. Oh, Dwayne Smith continues his superlative form.
Yeah, he caressed that.
T20 ODI. I don't think we're going to see him in Test cricket, but Dwayne Smith has been in sparkling form on the onside, on the offside. You can't hide any delivery from Dwayne Smith because he's going to look at you and say, thank you, good afternoon, that's 4.
Yeah, once you're off target, give him any sort of room. You can't allow him to use his arms. You know, again, outside the off and wide, and again, cut away behind point for 4. You know, they brought up the 3rd man, and it was short and wide. More room, and went away for 4. But Dwayne Smith has been very impressive in the last year or 2. You know, maybe you know IPL and all these cricket that he has played over the world. Big Bash has brought him into a really good area in his career, and he's enjoying himself.
Tim Murtaugh into Powell, and defended back into the offside, and Powell can get no run. So the West Indies in a hurry at a merry clip, 21 without loss after 3 overs. That's 7 per over. The current run rate is 6.63. The required rate is only 3.89. So let me just continue with the Ireland innings. 69 for 3, they lost Ed George to 25. 78 for 4, Niall O'Brien went for 12 off the bowling of Bravo. 123 for 5. Kevin O'Brien went for 22. Caught in bowl by Miller. Here is Murtaugh into Powell, and Powell is driving straight back up the pitch. It's so straight it crashes into the stumps at the non-striker's end. That would have been had a good chance of running, if not into the boundary, very close to the boundary, because it was bisecting the mid-off and the mid-on. And Powell kept on 7. Smith 13. The West Indies 21 without loss.
Yeah, pretty straight, hitting the ball quite straight. That's normal. That's what you want to do as an opening batsman, not playing across the ball. Try to hit everything straight in your innings, build an innings, and it's a magnificent opportunity for both players.
Here is Powell yet again driving down upon the offside of the pitch, and Murtaugh fields to his own bowling.
Well, Patrick, and I mean, when you know, I'm sure Mark would probably agree. When you're watching the bowling attack, you would love to be out there, Mark. The pitch looked absolutely gorgeous to be batting now. The ball is coming onto the bat. There's nothing happening. The ball is not swinging or anything, you know. And the bowlers are just above, I would say, Larry Williams, little medium pace. Remember Larry Williams? The late Larry Williams.
Here is Murtaugh to Powell, working this ball to square leg, and he can't beat the fielder who is there. He's kept on 7, faced 14 deliveries in 14 minutes. Smith 13, 8 deliveries. Both men, they've been batting for just about a quarter of an hour. And already they're 21 without loss. As Tim Murtaugh runs into us from the southern end. The George headers stand behind him, bowls to Powell, and Powell is playing this ball into mid-wicket, looking for a single. That's not there. And he turns sent back by Dwayne Smith.
Hey, Patrick, you used to play a little cricket at Calabar?
Yes, I did. I played Colts cricket.
Oh, and then the farm competition and stuff.
I was, my coach was, I don't remember his first name, Mr. Brown. I bowled off spin. I bowled medium pace.
Oh,
I was a left-handed batsman.
Wow.
I was dangerous. I was the greatest test player that never was.
Exactly.
Here's Tim Murtaugh from the southern end. Bowls to Powell yet again, driving. Looked as though he was driving through the offside, though. Nehemiah took a thick inside edge and went back upon the offside of the pitch. Tim Murtaugh fielded to his own bowling, so Smith is kept on 13, Powell 7. 4 overs completed. The West Indies at a merry clip. They're 21 without loss.
Yes, good start by the West Indies. That would do them a world of good in terms of the settling down the dressing room. No nerves. I'm not sure what's going to happen sometimes, with West Indies, but this is a very good start, and hopefully the West Indies team can continue in this vein, play some good cricket today, and let the spectators feel nice about themselves coming here today to watch West Indies today. Well, they have introduced spinning very early, so this is very interesting. Only 2 allowed outside the ring, so I don't know the approach will be
clearly to peg back the run rate.
Well, Sorensen wasn't unsung, to be honest. You have to do something. The score is not a big one, and so you have to try something. See if you could pick up a wicket or something like that. Let Dwayne Smith try something off the spinner, maybe try hit a 6 or something, and then get hold out. So it's a good move. I think it's a good move. It's a positive move by Ireland to bring in, I would think, one of the best bowler in Dockrell.
George Dockrell from the northern end, the Coventry end, left arm orthodox slow bowler, bowls to Dwayne Smith, just short of a good length, and Smith looked at it, went back and punched it into the covers. This certainly is not what William Porterfield would want. Niall Quinn did the fielding to that delivery. Here's Dockrell yet again, bowling close to the stumps, much better delivery, pitched up, and Smith turned it into the mid-wicket, picked up there by Porterfield. Smith ready, he's on 13, facing Dockrell. Again, he's playing this ball just behind square. Powell supporting, backing up, sent back by Smith. And there's no run. And one hopes that with the introduction of spin, which is usually the West Indies are never in their history dominated spin bowling, and they tend to lose their patience, that Smith will not do that, since there is no need for the aggression that he's showing. He's got a couple of deliveries to dispatch, but let's see the approach and the temperament by Dwayne Smith. As usual, as we said, hitting across the line, a ball outside the off stump, and that ball, yeah, that's a T20 shot, but he needed to play that ball in the V.
Yeah, push it down to mid-off and take a single. The man is right on the edge of the circle, so there's a single there.
Here to this next delivery, and Smith is working this ball off his pads down behind square. There can be no run. Maiden over by George Dockrell.
Yeah, good start, but there's no spin. The ball is not turning or anything like that. They need to make sure that they can play him out. They can play him out and be scoring at 3 and 4 runs and over, because he's not really spinning the ball. He's not creating any problem. All the ball he played was off the back foot. He need to let him play forward. He need to let Dwayne Smith play forward, looking to drive at him. And if you watch what Nikita Miller did, looking to bowl a little slower. Doctor just sliding the ball in. The ball is pretty new, and he's playing very comfortably. Apart from one ball he tried to pull over square leg, that kept a little low. But West Indies, a good start, 21 without loss. Very quiet. 5 overs, scoring at over 4 runs and over.
Murtagh to Powell on driving. He won't get a run. Just to complete the Ireland scorecard for you, we did tell you Kevin O'Brien made 22 at 5 for 123. It's 6 for 132 when Andrew Pointer got out for 3, 7 for 193. Gary Wilson, the top scorer, with 62. A very good knock from Gary Wilson. 8 for 198. Max Sorensen went for 1, 9 for 199. Stuart Thompson, an enterprising 33. And Ireland all out for 202 when George Dockrell was caught and bowled by Dwayne Bravo. Bravo took 3 for 36. Jason Holder 3 for 34. Nikita Miller 2 for 30.
Yeah, Morta quite good. 2.2, 1 run scored off Morta. Very accurate bowling within the stump, not giving any room at all. And that's what Sorensen was lacking. He was too much room, and he got punished by Dwayne Smith. And 1-4 off by Kieran Powell.
Powell on 7, 21 without loss. Smith 13 at the non-striker's end. To this delivery from Murtagh. Powell is driving straight, and then it goes straight down the ground for 4. That's the classic shot up cricket. When you can drive straight, it was more of a push, but it clearly came off the sweep of the bat, and it galloped down the ground in front of the George Headley stand for 4.
Yeah, that's very good. Punching the ball off the back foot straight for 4. Timing was exquisite, and it went away like a tracer bullet for 4. So when Kieran Powell has started very well, he has been hitting the ball very straight, mid-off and mid-on area.
And here he faces Murtagh yet again, whipping this ball off his pads for 4 more. Down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. That's a left-hander's delight. You don't want to be pushing the ball into the pads of a left-hander. You'll get that treatment, whipping it off his pads down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, and that's another 4.
Yes, a good shot again. Was in the air for some time, but was very safe. It was outside the circle and whipping it ball over mid-wicket. Good timing again, and it went away for 4.
So Powell races on to 15, 29 without loss. Murtagh yet again to Powell, and he's defending back up the pitch. And knocked down by Tim Murtagh. 29 without loss. So the West Indies really going at a clip here. 4.97 and over.
Well, that's all you need. That's all you need to win this game.
The required rate is, we'll tell you, the 174 more runs required. The required rate is 3.94 and over, so the West Indies at the moment are ahead of the target. 29 without loss. Murtagh in to Powell, and he's looking to work this one down behind square. struck on the pad. There will be no run at the end of the over. 13 to Dwayne Smith, 15 to Kieran Powell. The West Indies are 29 without loss after 6 overs. Sorensen 2 overs done for 20. Murtagh 3 overs, 1 maiden, 9 runs and no wicket. Dockrell 1 over for 1 run. And after comments from Nehemiah Johnny Perry, it will be Ricardo Chambers.
Well, 2 good shots. The first one he punched down the ground for 4 off the back foot. Very, very good shot. And the other one he bowled on his legs and he whipped it over mid-wicket and square leg, between mid-wicket and square leg for 4. Good shot by Kieran Powell.
Well, George Dockrell has a very big job to do for the Ireland team if they're going to have any chance in this match. He's been probably their top bowler in the last 3 years or so. He's certainly been the most consistent in terms of playing time, in terms of being able to pick up wickets. And he doesn't normally give away a lot either, George Dockrell. Now he's in his 3rd over. And he's definitely the man that Ireland will be looking towards to pick up the wickets. But it's been a fine start by the West Indies. And how about Kieran Powell? He's had a pretty good last year in one-day cricket, averaging well over 30, and has been the top West Indies batsman in this format. And the problem for him that when the men like Gale are back, he's the one that usually gets left out of the side. But when he has had an opportunity to play, he has batted very, very well, Kieran Powell. And you get the feeling, Nehemiah, that this is an important innings for Dwayne Smith as well. He's been in great form in regional cricket, in club cricket, the Indian Premier League, and didn't get many runs in the 2 2020 matches. But you feel he needs to take this opportunity to produce something big.
Yes, definitely. Dwayne Smith has improved. When I saw him the last time, he was okay, but now he has worked at his game and he has played very, very nicely.
He's definitely worked at his game. He's looked a much improved batsman over the last couple of years. But he has to show it now at the West Indies level, at the international level. And this is a great opportunity. Good bowling from George Dockrell. No luck for him though. 7 overs gone, 31 without loss. And the West Indies chasing 203 to win.
Well, that one probably just about slipping down the leg side because of the angle. He's bowling over the wicket with the left arm angle going down the leg side. If you're gonna get a leg before wicket bowling from that side, you have to pitch the ball about leg stump and straighten it. And that one didn't straighten it. Went on with the arm, and umpire wasn't interested. It was a stifle appeal. And now we have the other spinner comes on now, George Sterling. Coming on to bowl from the commentary box end. This will be very interesting.
Yeah, well, he didn't get a lot with the bat, Paul Sterling. Very attacking, aggressive batsman, but hasn't been his tour. And now he would want to see what damage he can do with the ball. But this is exactly the start that the West Indies would have wanted, and just to ensure that they don't lose wickets at the top, that they set a good foundation on which they can continue to build. And already, I would think Sterling is a part-timer, and already the part-timers are coming on. We're in over number 8. It's a nice-looking shot from Powell. He wants to, and I tell you what, at the return, gone to the striker's end. He might have been in a spot of bother, the non-striker's end, sorry, he might have been in a spot of bother. But they say all is well that ends well.
It's a good shot, he punched it with a straight bat out to covers. But he looks good, he looks quite calm. And the last thing you really want is panic in the dressing room and wicket keep falling. So they have steadied the ship. They're playing quite well, decent, they have looked positive, and it's good to see the good score, 32 for no wicket.
Smith quite content and going right back onto his stumps. He's got to be careful because there are those deliveries that tend to keep low, and there those deliveries that tend to go straight on. It's a good stop. Will just be a single.
But Sterling is not a spinner of the ball. He doesn't spin the ball at all, you know. So you can play him up and down the wicket. There's a long on and milk it. Keep the scoreboard ticking. They have assessed the situation where they thought that the two batsmen like the ball coming onto the bat, and they have brought in the two spinners to see if they can slow it down and have some sort of control in the fields. So it's a good move, I would think, by the captain to bring on both spinners and force the batsman to play big shots.
24 matches for Kyron Powell. He's in his 25th, 693 runs, his highest score of 83, averaging 28.87 overall. 6 half centuries in that, of course, still yet to get that maiden ODI century. And he's had a couple of opportunities. Had Zimbabwe in the Caribbean last year. He played that tour, got a few half centuries, didn't push on. And of course, played pretty well in New Zealand and India as well. As one of the more successful batsmen there in the limited overs format.
What a glorious opportunity for him, and a very good track. At a very good track, hot day, and get a good start on the pitch like this. Should carry on, definitely.
Sterling just wants to keep things tight, see if he can force the batsman into a false shot. And something like that, but we'll get runs. And they won 2 of the return. Pretty good. But Dwayne Smith is very, very fast. Maybe not as fast as Abedeli Thompson in his time, but fast enough to come back for a second. 8 gone, 35 without loss. Just in this chasing 203 to win.
But that's my problem. You know, the Kyron Powell try to go over the top when it's not necessary. It's not necessary to try and go over the top at this stage. You got a good start. You're only chasing 200, just over 202 runs to win the game. And why try something like that? You know, it's a simple game. Just do the basic right. You don't have to premeditate anything. You just come on the track trying to hit the ball up for 6. You don't need that. You get a good start. You have Dwayne Smith who can make up. If a bowler is bowling well, you can hand it to him. You know, give him that respect that he's bowling well, and then you can move on again. You know, because they have to bowl 50 overs, a lot of overs to bowl to get to 202 runs. So he didn't need to do that. But well, we have another change here, where Kevin O'Brien coming on to bowl from the commentary box end.
A gentle medium, I would like to think of Kevin O'Brien. I'm sure Ireland would still love to have their former fast bowler Trent Johnston, I'm sure is viewing the coverage now. So good evening to Mr. Johnston. I know he follows the Ireland team wherever they go, whatever opportunity he gets to do so. And I'm sure he's back home in Ireland hoping that they can pull off another stunner at Sabina Park that they have been able to do in the past. Of course, tough for Ireland in that they have also produced Boyd Rankin, who has now gone on to play for England. And he would definitely have been an asset here as well. Nice looking shot from Dwayne Smith. He's timing the ball very well today. And he gets another couple. It's all about now ensuring that he doesn't give it away, that this good start is transferred into a big knock for him. As you say, good afternoon to Mark Nita. For sure he's had some lunch.
I've had a couple of lunches actually.
Did you try and jog it off, Mark?
Well, the commentary box is so hot that I don't have to jog it off. I'm actually sweating it off at this point. So West Indies 37 without loss. But you know what is significant, I think, about this inning so far from Dwayne Smith is that he was not even supposed to be playing in this game. It's supposed to be Chris Gale who is playing. As you know, as they say, one man adversity is another man's opportunity. So he would want to take full opportunity of this. And Dwayne Smith has been more been able to get into the T20 setup rather than the 50 over for the West Indies. But he does have good form coming into this. And as you know, Ricardo, Dwayne Smith started his career, his test career against South Africa several years ago, and he started with a bang. He started with 100 against a very good South African attack. So he does have the ability to produce at all forms of the game, but his temperament has always been questioned. And so looking to rebuild his test career, because his international career is always intact.
Well, 30 years old now, Dwayne Smith. But you are right, the promise that he showed in that very first test match, 105 not out, helping the West Indies to a draw in that game when it looked as if they might have gone on to lose it. It was a fine knock, and everyone thought that there had been a new fine, and it hasn't really turned out that way. But in the last 2 years, we've certainly seen some improvement in his batting, certainly at 50 over cricket and definitely at 2020 cricket. And just the way he's gone about things so far today, he's looked to pick up the ones, and when he gets the bad deliveries, he tends to put them away. 9 overs gone, and the West Indies, they have gone up to 40 without loss, and they're in pursuit of 203 to win.
And you know, Dwayne Smith, 20 runs so far, has come from 27 deliveries, which is an indication to me that he is restricting that natural tendency that he has to really have a go. I think he's looking for a big one here today. He certainly has the opportunity. Niemeyer Perez said it on many occasions when he was in this very same seat. Ideal batting conditions against an ordinary Ireland attack, you'd have to say. With the exception of probably Dockrell, who's a left-arm spinner. You'd have to say that everybody else is military medium, and so there's a good opportunity for him in good form to try and capitalize.
Well, let's see if Dockrell can produce the breakthrough. Is it getting Smith to play from that back foot, and that could be very dangerous for Dwayne Smith. You look at his statistics, he's averaging 16.6 in one-day cricket, and you look at him and you think he's a better player than a 16 average, but he just hasn't been able to produce it. But he can have another opportunity if he can just, and this is a really good place for him to start and then build from.
He is definitely flattered to deceive in his career, Dwayne Smith, but
oh, that's a fine shot back over the bowler's head and away to the boundary for 4. You knew it was going to be only a matter of time before he played a shot like that, but the good thing about it is that he went straight back down the ground, did try to play across the line, and that's the type of maturity we've seen from Dwayne Smith in the last 2 years.
And you almost sound like you know a little bit about batting in your description of that shot there. My good friend, he did play straight and did hit it deliberately over the bowler's head. Really a fine shot indeed, well done.
I think you should be telling Dwayne Smith that.
Well, since Dwayne Smith can't hear me, then I'm doing the next best thing, because very apt description of that cricket shot. And then you know, the next shot is a sweep, but that ball was pitching outside the leg stump, so the sweep was certainly on.
He's attempted it a couple of times today, he really hasn't gotten it off, and that's the end of the over. And the West Indies at 44 without loss, 4 coming from that one. It's a very good start. They're chasing 203 to win, just the start that they would have wanted. course, for these two men, it's also important that they try and score as much runs as possible, because when Chris Gale comes back, it simply means that someone is going to have to be out. And you want to make that decision for the selectors as hard as possible.
And even though Ireland would be certainly considered minnows, you can only perform against a team that is put in front of you. So 100 here by any one of these players would certainly go a long way in justifying their inclusion going forward in the 50 over game. And as you said, Chris Gale is somebody who will certainly return when he's fit.
Some would say there are 2 minutes in operation here.
I think you're being unkind.
I never said it. I said some would say.
And you are speaking on behalf of those someone. But I mean, you know, when you look at how the West Indies has conducted themselves recently, many people agree with you. But on their day, however, they still, I think, potentially can beat any team in the world. Good shot there. Just whipping that ball off his legs. In that
Should get a couple
area.
quite comfortably as well, Karen Powell.
And don't forget, too, until the T20 World Championship is played, the West Indies are still champions.
Indeed they are.
Yes, yes.
And who can forget that magical tournament in Sri Lanka, which didn't start well. Lost to Australia. That's a fine looking shot. That is a fabulous shot. Just have a look at that, presenting the full face of the bat onto the front foot and through the covers. Kieran Powell at his best, and the West Indies getting closer to that 50 mark. In fact, that's the 50 partnership. 63 deliveries, 39 minutes. What a fine shot.
It certainly was indeed. And what was so good about that shot, I think, was the fact that you could see the full face of the bat as he played through the line, off the up. Always a sign of a batsman in good nick when you can execute such a shot.
Definitely right about that, and Powell has been in pretty good nick.
And, you know, I would say one of the good things about Powell is his technique. I think a lot of the West Indies batsmen, you know, technically are not proficient enough. And so when the ball moves around, or if there's any deviation, they tend to fall easy victim to quality bowlers.
They say Sunil Narayan is the Mr. Spinner. I find Kieran Powell to be the Mr. Batsman, because he normally does all the hard work. He will stay out there for 40, 50 deliveries. He'll get to 20, he'll get to 30, and then he'll get out. It's amazing. Sometimes you wonder if he, and then that would be an issue of fitness, but you wonder if he does so much work just trying to survive. And then he just gives it away. Oh, there's another fine shot, but there's a fielder in the way, Dockrell on this occasion.
But you know, Ricardo, that cricket is a cruel old game. You know, you can bat well for many, many hours, and it just takes one delivery. It just takes one moment, lapse of concentration, and you're back in the pavilion.
Yeah, you would know, Mark, but I don't think Patrick would.
Well, you know, Patrick did say that his cricket coach was Mr. Brown, his Sunday school teacher. And so that's an indication of just how far he went as a cricketer.
So
is that not what you said, Patrick?
So the West Indies 50.
There's nothing wrong with your Sunday school teacher.
50 without loss. And Dwayne Smith is on 24. He's on strike. Kieran Powell is on 25. And Smith down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. 4 more. And that is the sublime form of Dwayne Smith. Carrying over, pitched up Midland leg. You don't want to do that with Dwayne Smith, not even outside your stump if he can. over deep mid wicket for 4, and there he has gone high, hard, and far. 6 into the George Henley stand over long off. Wow. 10 runs of 2 deliveries. This is Dwayne Smith at his best.
Really 2 good shots, but Sterling with his off spinner is not really looking very Sterling indeed. It's what we call lollipop, right, Nehemiah? Just coming up and
Sterling.
not much on those deliveries.
Smith back up the pitch.
And Smith, I think, based on how he plays, he hits the ball with the turn, Dwayne Smith. So he should certainly enjoy himself about batting this type of off spinner.
West Indies 60 without loss in the 12th over. It's to 5.14 the current run rate. As Sterling comes up and bowls again to Smith. Just running that ball down to a man just behind point. And he can get no run. Here's Sterling again to Smith. Getting a leading edge on that occasion, looking to work that ball into the onside, took the leading edge. Surprising Smith just a bit. Took the bottom hand away. And here is a replay of that magnificent shot. He hit it high, he hit it far, and it was gone.
Well, it was a very good attempt too by the spectator to take that catch. If he did take it, it was probably the most brilliant catch we'd have seen for the day as he tried to catch that ball with one hand. But it was an excellent shot from Dwayne Smith. Flighted delivery on the off stump, and the batsman playing through the line, but timing it very, very well. But to Sterling's credit, after being hit for 2 consecutive boundaries, he did come back very well. He's a short fellow, and so one of his biggest assets, I believe, on a pitch like this is that he will get the balls to keep low. And so a few deliveries that were just back of a length, Dwayne Smith trying to work them on the onside, got the leading edge. And I thought that was just an indication of just how low the ball was keeping. Not much turn, and but it was a good comeback by Sterling. At the end of the 12th over, West Indies 60 without loss. Smith at 34 and Powell on 25.
And Ireland made 202 all out, so the West Indies in need of 203 to win. Another 143 runs from here. Tim Murtaugh is now switched around by William Porterfield. It is coming in from the northern end and bowls to Powell, who is punching this ball down to mid-off, goes through for a single, takes Powell on to 26, and the total 61 for the loss of no wicket. Tim Murtaugh in his 4th over, 3.1 overs, one maiden, none for 10.
You know, one of the things that Porterfield did very, very well in the T20 as captain is that he constantly rotated his bowlers. Didn't give the West Indies batsman a lot of chance to settle down against any particular bowler. And I think he's trying to employ a similar tactics in this 50-over game. Just rotating the bowlers, trying to keep the batsmen on the back foot, so to speak, giving them different options. So far, not successful.
To this delivery from Murtaugh, Smith is pulling one bounce to the fielder, just a single. And that must have been very difficult for Dwayne Smith to resist, because he would have surveyed the field, he would have seen the fielder, and you could tell that he was pulling back just a bit on the shot because of that. Almost got himself in trouble.
And you can see him practicing to just hit the ball down rather than up. I think he understands that despite the fact that he's going to be given quite a few loose deliveries, you don't necessarily want to try and hit everyone for 6, or everyone at the delivers for 6 rather. And it's good that he's looking to hit the ball down on a few occasions rather than trying to hit it in the air.
Powell on 26 facing Tim Murtaugh. Ball is pitched up, running it down to Ed Joyce. just behind point. He can get no run. Dwayne Smith at the non-striker's end. He's on 35, coming off 40 deliveries. He has been batting for 47 minutes. So too Kieran Powell. His 26 has come off 35 deliveries, and the West Indies 62 without loss after 12.3 overs. And Tim Murtagh in his 4th over, 3 overs, 3.3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11. And William Porterfield is asking a question of Tim Murtagh, switching him from the southern end to the northern end. He runs away from us, bowls now to Powell, and Powell is back, driving through the covers. He's going to run pretty close towards the boundary. He'll get one. He's coming back for the second. That's all they will get. Good shot off the back foot, and punching it down towards the extra cover boundary, the deep extra cover boundary. That saw Paul Sterling running around and did the fielding. 2 runs to Kieran Powell, takes him on to 28 and the total to 64.
And one of the more difficult cricket shots to play, that back foot drive, particularly through the extra cover region, timed it very well, but Sterling feeling on that cover boundary.
There is no slip fielder to this delivery, and Powell is working this ball wide of mid-on. Picked up there by Andrew Pointer, gets a single. So the batsmen are rotating the strike. It can be quite annoying, isn't it, Mark, when you have a left-hander and a right-hander and you rotate the strike. It's quite annoying for the fielders.
It's very annoying indeed, but even more importantly, it presents a good opportunity for the new batsman who's coming on strike, because the likelihood is, having bowled a few deliveries to the left-handed batsman, those saved deliveries would now probably be pitching in the right-hander's legs, and so there presents the opportunity for him to score. So a very good tactic being employed here by the West Indian batsman.
Murtagh to Smith, and Smith is on the front foot, pushing this ball through mid-on, coming off the long on boundary is Greg Dockrell. So a single to Dwayne Smith takes him on to 36. Kieran Powell 29. 13 overs completed, and the West Indies are 66 without loss, and that's the latest score at Sabina Park. William Porterfield is trying every trick in the game at the moment. Dockrell will be operating from the southern end. He has been switched around as well, and he'll be bowling to Dwayne Smith on 36. He's there, he waits to this delivery, and Smith is hitting this high, hard, far, gone. 6 runs for Dwayne Smith, and he continues to pulverize the Irish attack at Sabina Park today.
And I think what is really good about the approach that Dwayne Smith has adopted so far is that when he has attempted to hit those sixes, he has hit them straight rather than playing across the line of the ball. Certainly, he's negating a lot of the chances that the bowlers would have in getting them out by employing that particular tactic.
Dockrell again, and Smith just tucks this behind. Picked up there by Andrew Pointer. There can be no run.
And so Dwayne Smith, if he's going to, as we see, playing right through the line of the ball, perfectly timed into the George Headley stand.
And there he is, pulling behind square, knocked down again by Andrew Pointer. So all of a sudden he has taken aim, he has pointed out Andrew and hitting straight at him, and Pointer getting some work done. So Smith is on 42 or 44 deliveries, batting for 51 minutes, and Powell at the non-striker's end on 29, 72 without loss, and Smith is just nudging this ball forward a square, looking to throw out the runner, and missing the stumps. That was Tim Murtagh.
Actually, it was a smart bit of fielding there, Patrick. The ball just deflected off the stumps as we see the umpire putting it back in place. But the batsman, I thought it was a very good run, because normally when the ball goes behind the striker, the call is for the non-striker to make.
Right.
And he was backing up. He called very early. So in the end, despite the brilliance of the fielding, they got home quite safely.
This brings Powell on strike. He's on 29. Smith at the non-strikers end on 43.
And I invited Courtney Walsh, who is the match adjudicator, to join us just before the end of the game, and hopefully he'll reveal to us who is his man in the match for this particular game.
Fantastic. Powell is working this ball into the onside to mid-wicket, picked up there by Paul Sterling, gets a single. They're rotating the strike again. Powell now on to 30, brings Dwayne Smith back on strike. 74 without loss. The West Indies in the 14th over. Dockrell to Smith, and Smith is pulling this ball down to wideish along on a boundary and gets a single. End of the over from Dockrell. So Smith is on 44, Powell 39, and the West Indies are 75 without loss.
Once again, Patrick just ringing the changes. Is it O'Brien that's coming back? Is it, oh, the same Murta? Okay.
So Tim Murta will continue,
Continue.
from the northern end. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15, and bowls to Smith. Short, over his head, signal wide, and 4. 4 wides. And the total now 79 without loss.
Just want to welcome the Honourable Courtney Walsh, OD.
No, you forgot
OJ.
one thing. The Honourable Ambassador.
Ambassador.
Yes,
I mean,
when-
he has so
When
many.
you leave that out today, he's not too happy, but his modesty doesn't allow him to talk about
He's
it.
what?
He doesn't like it.
Oh, he doesn't like it.
With his
Please
modesty,
don't
he
use
doesn't-
modest.
He doesn't talk about it. Murta into Smith. And Smith is pulling this high over the ropes. Is it? 6 runs. Oh, what a shot by Dwayne Smith, and that's his half century. Brought up by a magnificent 6 over backward square. Murta short, and here's the shot, and Smith quickly inside the line and pulled it over the ropes. Wow, I hope there is not much. Do you parked around there, Martinita?
Well, you know that Mercedes-Benz belongs to Nehemiah Perry.
50 runs to Dwayne Smith of 47 deliveries in 55 minutes. What an innings by Dwayne Smith here today.
It really has been a quite delightful innings, but you know, he has tempered his aggression with just good common sense. Started rather slowly, rather deliberately. Started with actually 2 boundaries, but towards the middle of his innings, you know, paced himself nicely. And since the last 2 overs or so, it's as if he has just put his foot flat down on that acceleration pedal, and he's playing some tremendous shots. That shot in particular, the ball was sharp, but it didn't really get up that high. Executed it to perfection. And as I said earlier, one man adversity is another man an opportunity. If Chris Gale was not injured, Dwayne Smith would not have been in the West Indies side for this
Absolutely.
particular game, and now he has a half century.
And mixing aggression with a good temperament. Here is Tim Murta to Smith on driving down the ground. It will not get to the boundary. Dockrell is there crossing for a single. And Smith comes across for a single. So with that, he moves on to 51. Powell is on 30, and the West Indies 87 without loss. 4 more deliveries left in this over. At the end of this over, we'll have a change in commentary. Ricardo Chambers will be here, as well as Courtney Francis, the Chief Executive Officer of the Jamaica Cricket Association. Here is Murta into Powell, driving up on the onside, more of a defensive push. And Murta fields to his own bowling. Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to your listeners.
Courtney Francis.
Nice to be here. The view here is lovely.
I'm sure it's nice when the West Indies are doing as well as they are.
We're very happy. That will argue as well for us as a regional team, and the batting looks extraordinary. The consistency is what we would love to see to ensure that this is something that is more permanent in our matches.
Murta to Powell. Into his pads, and that'll go for 4. There is a huge gap, vacant long leg, and Powell just whipped it off his pads. That's not where William Porterfield wanted Murta to pitch, and Powell whipped it off his pads, takes them on to 34, and the total now 91 without loss.
Yeah, very poor delivery there, staying on the leg side without having a fine leg. I mean, for international cricketers, that is something that you'll dispatch very easily.
And particularly for there's a bias towards the lefties, you know. That's just a paradise for them when you pitch it. I know, I was a left-hander, you know.
Very good.
I know about it. Here is Murta. Again to Powell outside the stump, and he's crashing this ball into the covers, but he can't pierce the field. Niall O'Brien is there, knocked it down, and there can be no run. He's rehearsing the shot and realizing he should have opened the face a little bit more. He would have found the gap.
Yeah, I think he should have done better with that. He should have played that to square cover where he would have got that single. And so therefore would have rotated the strike, and so therefore the turnover would have been much better.
Looking for power rather than placement. Murta with a final delivery. Hopefully it will be a legal one to his 5th over. Bowls now to Powell, and again Powell is whipping this ball off his pads through square, and there'll only be a single. So at the end of that over, Kieran Powell on 35, Dwayne Smith 51. The West Indies chasing 203 to win, 92 without loss after 15 overs. And Courtney Francis, the Chief Executive Officer of the JCA, will have some comments. And after this, the commentator will be Ricardo Chambers.
Well,
You know, they have a saying in Jamaica that says long run, short catch. It simply means that you may run, but the person who is chasing would eventually catch up. Right, Mr. Francis?
Certainly.
Good afternoon. It's good to see you, by the way.
Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure.
West Indies doing well, scoring at a relatively 6-runner ball. It should be easy pickings from here, seeing that they field restrictions and stuff. They should get the runs in my estimation.
You're very much right about that. They should. I gather you've gotten a promotion lately at the Jamaica Cricket Association. Would I be right in saying that, sir?
Certainly.
How has that job been going?
Well, I am like anyone else. I'm new in the job. I'm trying to go through that learning curve to ensure that I can make my contribution, to ensure that I can enhance, to improve on what is there before.
Paul is trying to improve on what he has produced so far, which is 35 runs. And Dwayne Smith has batted really well for his 51. And it's been a while since we haven't seen a century opening partnership in 50-over cricket for the West Indies. Good running by Powell, just ensuring that he keeps the striker ticking over. And will your job get more difficult now that the regional tournament is starting this coming weekend? Jamaica to play Guyana in that first match of the 4-day competition.
It is always difficult. It's a matter of how you prioritize and get things in order. The preparation has been in place, so we're trying to ensure that we get those basic things in order. And we're about 80% ready, so we ought to be by the time Guyana lands here on Tuesday.
And I'm sure you'll be looking to get better crowds than what we've seen certainly in this 50-over game today.
It is a work in progress. As you see here, we're trying to ensure that we improve on the school programs and to sensitize persons. And like everything else, this board is new, the administration is new, so we're trying to do whatever is necessary to ramp up things and to use this as a template moving forward.
It's as if he rehearsed those answers last night. We'll get a couple of runs here.
No, when you speak from the heart and speak truthfully, that's how it comes easily.
16 overs gone, 96 without loss. West Indies chasing at 203 to win. George Dockrell hasn't been able to get the breakthrough so far for Ireland. And the West Indies really cruising at this stage. Not a very good backdrop there. We'd like to see some bodies in there. At the moment, just the seats. And Thompson, who batted so well, is going to be coming into the attack. Got 33. Put on that fine partnership with Gary Wilson. And they were the ones who really propelled Ireland to the 202. And they'll be seeking to produce something at the ball as well. Not a very good start though. A couple for Smith. Is it the responsibility of the JCA, or is it the responsibility of the WICB to promote the regional tournament, the 4-day tournament? Because I realize we haven't seen a lot of ads, if any. The fact that the tournament is starting this weekend, that's a lovely looking shot by Smith.
I must tell you, it's a combination of both entities. Cricket needs that sort of push to ensure that we get the spectators out. As there is now normally, the sport is one that is being shared with a number of other events, and both entities have to do what is necessary to ensure that we try and get out as many people as possible. One must be conscious though that despite having this game here, England is also in the region, and the regional tournament will be starting next week. So it's a combination of a number of variables that we have to try and find that balance. It is challenging, and like any other things, we have to do what we can with the resources that are available.
And when you say challenging, you're really saying you have no money or limited money.
Yeah, like in any other instances, the resources are very limited and you have to prioritize. And not in all instances you get it right, but we're trying to do whatever is necessary to ensure.
Potwell is definitely doing a good job at the moment, along with Dwayne Smith. And the West Indies bringing up the 100. Fine partnership, brilliant way to start. These two have batted really, really well. And the 100 coming up off 99 deliveries, 65 minutes. And over a runner ball, this has really been good stuff at Sabina Park. You thought it may have been a tough chase, but so far these two, they've made things look very, very easy. It's important that they don't give things away either, that they push on, especially for Dwayne Smith. Move on from just a half century and get a big one. It's not every day you get an opportunity like this. A shot that he didn't want to play, well he did. And just when we talk about pushing on, and Dwayne Smith, he could basically say gives it away. But it's been a fine knock from him, 55. But once again, you would have hoped that he would have gone on. But the index finger raised, the first wicket going down for the West Indies, 100 for 1.
I would like to use this opportunity to highlight the good work of the groundsmen here at Sabina Park. I think the surface really looks good. It is playing through and in order. And the park is green for a change. Maybe the best it has been since World Cup in 2007. And the groundsmen here has really done well. And we must commend them and commend the ground staff for doing such a tremendous job.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Francis. And I'm sure as CEO of the Jamaica Cricket Association, you'll ensure that it stays like this for the remainder of the matches and even gets better throughout the regional competition. And whenever we have cricket at Sabina Park, right through to the CPL, when we will have lights, right?
I think so.
I think you mean you know so.
I know so. I know lights will be.
When are we going to be having lights at Sabina Park? All right, let's look back at the highlights. Kieran Powell then playing a lovely shot. And Dwayne Smith played brilliantly too. And that shot really just guiding the ball, using whatever pace there was there. And that may be one of the shots of the day. Straight back down the ground. And Kieran Powell having a feast of a day. If you're on his legs, he would clip you away. There was nowhere for the Ireland bowlers to bowl. Dockrell came in and Dwayne Smith liked it. Hit him back over his head. Powell is continuing to play beautifully. Lovely extra cover drive that. And both batsmen really took the attack to the Ireland bowlers. Smith going for the big hits, getting them as well. This went a long way up and away. And there's the signal of a 6. And he was really liking all the bowling that was coming his way. I'm not sure the owners of those cars would have liked that, but Powell played well, played the supporting role, and then Smith going for another big shot. I judged the leg before. 100 for 1, the West Indies, and they are chasing 203 to win. Mr. Francis was just about to tell us when exactly we'll have lights at Sabina Park.
No, I cannot speak to the specific of it, but I can assure you lights will be here.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Francis. All the best.
Thank you for having me, and thanks for your listeners.
So 100 for 1 then, the West Indies. We welcome back Nehemiah Perry then.
Good afternoon, Ricardo. Good afternoon to our viewers and our listeners. Dwayne Smith again, another start, and just gave it away by playing across the ball.
Kirk Edwards makes his way to the middle then, and he'll look to continue the work started by Smith. Smith gone for 55, but not trying to bash Dwayne Smith too much because he did play very well. When you get into a position like this where you are set, you have a half century, there's another 100 runs to get, you have to stick it out. You have to stick in there, go on and get a big one, end not out. Especially when your average is only 16 in one-day international cricket. When you get these opportunities, you have to cash in. I'm afraid he didn't totally do that today, but it was a pretty entertaining innings.
Nice innings. But you want it to be counted. You want, at 50, you make 50 out of 60 something. Is it? Scored Dwayne Smith.
Got 55.
55. He should have gone on. And because the ball that got him, it wasn't a particularly good ball. It just was a straight ball. He just missed it because he's trying to go over his favorite area, over mid-wicket or over square leg. Just look to rotate the strikes and keep picking up the ones and twos. And that's the downfall sometimes of the West Indies team, that sometimes you're on top of the game and you're looking good, and then all of a sudden you open the door and allow the other team to get in. You can't do that. What you need to do is keep that door closed by playing proper cricket shot.
Kirk Edwards made a fine century in New Zealand. Kirk Edwards, he batted pretty well there, and he'll be looking to continue here. No doubt. One thing with Kirk Edwards, one thing you have to give him credit for is that whenever he gets an opportunity, he usually takes advantage, whether it be Test cricket or 50-over cricket.
Very good player, a player that work well, very good work ethics, work hard in the nets, and work hard at his game. Coming off 100 in New Zealand was a very good innings. I saw it, and play some very good cricket shots. So he'll be coming in here with some sort of confidence, despite didn't play for Barbados. But he would want to get a start, feel his way, and get a start, and then you can move on and try and consolidate again and build another partnership here with Powell.
In 12 matches, he's well, I give you his one-day stats. The other one, he scored 2 Test centuries and 6 half centuries in a one-day cricket. He's not done too badly either. 11 matches, 300 runs, average of 33.3. With just that 1 century that he got in New Zealand, he hasn't gotten a half century yet. But that's a good platform from which he can build now in the limited overs version of the game. And that 123 not out was really a fine knock against New Zealand. A series that the West Indies drew 2 all.
This is a crucial point of the game where Kieran Powell normally gets out in this at this stage. You need to continue, you need to focus and keep the concentration level very high.
It's the end of the over from Sterling, 18 gone. West Indies 103 for 1.
Very good start by the West Indies team. It's a long time we haven't gotten a start like this. 103 for 1 of the 18 overs, something that you can build from. Kieran Powell, you know, a little subdued, less aggressive than Dwayne Smith. Dwayne Smith has gone. Now he has to take up the mantle and take up the role as a senior batsman now and try and go on. He has to score 100 and get some confidence going into the T20 World Cup. He's a good player and it's very sound, played the ball very, very straight today.
Stuart Thompson in only second game. He got peeled, but the umpire very quick to signal the wide. But Thompson has had a very good day. Scored 33 with the bat, and he's picked up the wicket of Dwayne Smith. He's got to be pleased with his effort so far. So I'm just drifting. Strong position for the West Indies to be in at this stage.
You'd want to win comfortably. You want to win with overs to spare, you know,
and wickets to spare,
and wicket to spare. You know, and one of the batsmen has to make a good score. I remember in the 50 over, Dwayne Smith got quite a few starts. He got a couple of, I think there was an 80 or 2 80s, and then got out. Again here he got another 50 and got out. He hasn't scored a one-day 100. And you know, here again he let this fact down by scoring 50 and then just get out by not a great delivery, but by just played across a straight ball and missed it and was out LBW.
And I think that's the thing, when you score 55 in 17 overs, you shouldn't be giving your wicket away.
You have a lot of overs, a lot of balls to come. You know, you don't have to. You have a good start, a flying start. You scored over 5 and over, close to 6 runs and over. You don't need to do that and experiment. You know, so he has to concentrate on this game.
And it has to be an issue of concentration. That's very close. That is very, very close. He's got him. Went for the quick single, and the return was fantastic. The second wicket going down, and it's Powell who has to go, is it? No, it's Edwards who has to go. Run out for 2. George Dockrell was the man, and he didn't do the trick when he had the ball bowling, and he's definitely done it in the field. There is another look.
Yeah, the ball was traveling too quickly to Dockrell. He came in very, very quickly and knocked the stumps down. It was just another run that wasn't on. You know, you don't need to do that. You're not in a panicking situation. You have a good start, and again, you allow the feeding team Ireland now to get into the game and start to believe that something can happen for them. You need to shut them out and shut them out for the entire game. You have lost two wickets that don't necessarily needed at that time. So if they probably thinking they can probably get another one, maybe Kieran Powell soon, they'll be thinking having 2 new batsmen at the crease, something can happen for them.
Yeah, he was a long way out as well. Have a look at that, by miles.
You didn't need a third eye for that.
No, you didn't. That is wonderful fielding from George Dockrell. And the second wicket going down for the West Indies. Powell is still there though, and he's batted particularly well. And a lovely ovation for Darren Bravo as well, as he made his way out to the middle. Of course, didn't see him in the limited over series against New Zealand.
Young
not
Lara.
all was right with young Bravo. Had some personal issues and had to quickly leave New Zealand. But he's back now. Powell is on strike though.
And again, Ricardo, it have nothing to do with cricket. It have something outside of cricket, issues.
So I hear.
So you know, we gather from the information that we have, you know, nothing to do with cricket. So he wasn't dropped because of poor form.
I find it very interesting though that since he's left New Zealand, Darren Bravo, he's been given a C contract, a C retainer contract, which I found particularly interesting and surprising, that one of your top young batsmen, mainstay over the last year and a half, scored a double hundred in New Zealand in one of the test matches, and immediately after that he gets a C contract. And although some would say to me that he hasn't performed great in 2020 cricket, and so his exclusion from the World 2020 squad would be understandable, then he does not get picked for the World 2020, a team which he was a part of 2 years ago. So I just wonder, you know, what really went down in New Zealand, and has it affected what has gone on since in terms of his retainer contract and his non-selection to the World 2020 squad? And just questions to be asked.
Yeah,
nice looking shot by Powell.
Lots of questions.
19 gone then, 105 for 2.
But Darren Bravo is definitely one of the cream West Indies batting now. One of the better players that we have, and you know, in terms of the contract, you know, we didn't get any information on that. Maybe Ricardo probably need to get some information, probably from the selectors.
I'm sure I will at some point.
Robert Haynes is somewhere around. You know, maybe you need to get him here. You know, but I gather that they're not allowed to do any interviews. Did you get that, Ricardo?
Were you allowed to do interviews when you were chairman of selectors for the Jamaica team?
Yes. I have nothing to hide. You know, really, actually, I think the public needs to know. They are the one that comes out and watch cricket. They need to know, and all the speculation, then you erase all the speculation. Come out and tell us, why is it that you're not in it? Well, maybe I'm too outspoken, and I just tell the truth.
Are you suggesting that other selectors have something to hide?
I'm not suggesting anything, Ricardo. I'm just thinking that they are very quiet about it, you know.
Well, Sterling, and to young Bravo, he's a fine player. There's no doubt about that. Everyone who has seen him has been impressed. Again, though, the consistency is the important thing. I don't think he has produced as much as his talent says he should.
Yeah, well, definitely. But you know, he's young and is a player that you can work with. You know, very, very highly rated. You know, 3 or 4 test 100.
Yeah, he's really a fine player, and he's had a pretty decent career so far. He's been very good in Test cricket. the limited overs level, he can definitely improve, but he's got all the makings of a great player. Still very early days yet, but you look at him and you think right away he has what it takes. Plus, he has a look of the great man.
I wonder when that was going to come in. It's a good player. You know, play pretty straight. You know, go through the offside very well. His favorite offside through the covers. They put the man back down now on the offside.
Well, he's been very tight to him so far, Sterling. A very, very good over to young Bravo. 20 gone, 105 for 2. Patrick Anderson will take over just quickly. 27 matches for Bravo, and that's in Test cricket. And the one-day international level is where I think he can definitely improve, averaging 44 in Test, 69 one-day matches, 1,861 runs. His average only 32.6, just a 1 century to go with 15 half centuries. He's a quality player, but the consistency is what we'll definitely be looking for.
$105 for 2.
Darren Bravo, as described by Ricardo Chambers, certainly one of my favorite players, a player whom I have advocated to be named captain of the West Indies Test team. The precedent of Graham Smith of South Africa at a very young age with a lot less experience than Darren Bravo has now, make him the captain and allow him to lead this team over the next 10 years and not to worry and look over his shoulders and build with the talent of players such as his caliber. Here he is driving down to Dockrell at mid-off, can't get a run, not yet off the mark. Darren Bravo, he's a naught. Kieran Powell on a 41, and the West Indies 106 for 2 in the 21st over. The required run rate is 3.27. The current run rate is 5.21, and the West Indies require 97 more runs to win. And this is a Thompson into Lara, pushing into the offside, just at a very, just behind the Sidham mid-off really, and gets off the Schneider. So he's on 1. Powell 41, 107 for the loss of 2 wickets. So do you like that theory, that proposal that I have suggested to Dave Cameron?
I hope they're listening to you.
And also that they fire the current set of selectors.
I can't say anything about that.
Don't
one.
get nervous. I know.
No.
You might lose your friends.
I might lose my friends.
Yes.
You know, but at the end of the day, sometimes you have to make bold decision.
Full toss and not put away by Powell, goes down to Ed Joyce, manning the point boundary, and Kieran Powell gets a single. He's on 42.
Yeah, sometimes you have to make bold decision
and that's what I'm suggesting that the West Indies board and selectors do. Make a bold decision.
South Africa did it, and now you have one of the best captains in the world. They put granted
one of the best teams.
One of the best team. At 21 years old, I think he was, when he was
Correct.
named captain. They got some sticks, but they knew what was the objectives and what was the focus and the goal. So, and they work hard at it. And
an appeal for cut behind. He's gone. And that has been the problem for Darren Bravo outside the off stump. Pitched up on or about the off stump, pretty close, that corridor of uncertainty. And Darren Bravo went for the expansive drive. Caught at the wicket by Gary Wilson for 1. And the West Indies all of a sudden 100 without loss. Here it is outside the off stump, driving, taking the edge. You see the ball moving after it took the edge. Darren knew it, walked away, slow death knell, the finger of umpire Greg Brathwaite. He's gone for 1, slow walk back to the pavilion, and the West Indies have lost 3 wickets for 8 runs.
No, again, I would say that when you're on top, you need to grind the opposition into the ground. We were 100
without loss.
Without loss, and then because of stupidity, I would say, by Dwayne Smith, trying to hit a ball over the top when it wasn't needed at the time. Just basically just nudge the ball away and keep the ones and twos, keep the board ticking over. He tried expansive shot and was given out LBW, and then there was 2 more wickets after that. So now Ireland will be feeling good, feeling nice about themselves, thinking that something can happen here. If they can pick up another one, it's Dwayne Bravo make his way out to the crease. If they can pick up another 1 or 2 before they get to 150, they will have a chance of upsetting West Indies here at Sabina Park. So now another consolidation after start, another rebuilding again. Kieran Powell is out there. He's on 42 or 56 ball, joined by his captain Dwayne Bravo, and hopefully Kieran Powell can continue in this vein by staying there, don't lose his head, and continue to play the same way as he has been playing from the start up to now.
Well, Stuart Thompson enjoyed himself when he made 33, did he not? And he's enjoying himself with the ball. And that is not the kind of performance you want from a man who perhaps must be in the line of consideration for leadership of the West Indies team. Might be in a bit of a rut, but it happens in sports. You know it, Nehemiah. There was a time when you played Test cricket, played for Jamaica, you couldn't buy a wicket even if they gave you pound sterling. And then there was a time if you had a currency of not much worth, then you'll get a lot of wickets. Powell on 42, the captain Dwayne Johnny Bravo on naught, and the West Indies 108 for 3 after 21 overs.
They have come back into the game, Ireland, by picking up those 3 wickets, 3 good wickets, 3 good players. Marlon Samuels is still in the hutch. Not sure what's happening to him.
Well, we did remark that early in Ireland's innings that he fielded a ball on his knees and took a long time to get up. He was a bit jimpy, a bit dodgy, and he did go around the field and didn't look fluent, in my opinion. And I'm not a doctor, I'm not suggesting what it is, but it just was pretty obvious that he was perhaps feeling his knees. Here is Paul Stirling bowling to Powell, who must now, and we've heard this so often, that when a batsmen are falling around you, and Kieran Powell, who is batting as long as he has for 1.5 hours, 89 minutes, that he needs to stay there and allow the fresh batsmen who are coming in to settle down as well and join the fray, because barring that, it doesn't matter who you play. Ireland is a very good team, and it's not a team to be overlooked. And some folks believe that they're not a good competition for the West Indies team. And Ricardo Chambers has said it, that there's also the school of thought that there are 2 minutes out here playing. So one has to be very careful with that school of thought. It doesn't matter who you're playing at this level. If you don't stay and occupy the crease, then wickets are likely to tumble.
Well, they could have laid back and wait. They didn't. They tried things and it worked. They picked up 3 wickets, and they are a very good team. They're very intense and they put a lot of effort in the field, and they're putting some pressure on the West Indies team. If they can bowl a few more tight overs and so on, because it's 21 overs, it's 22nd. If they can pick up another couple of wickets, they would think that they can win this game.
So Dwayne Bravo defending, pushing it to a silly mid-off position. He's yet to get off the mark. Powell, who has been there since the start of the innings, he is on a 43. He has faced 58 deliveries. West Indies require another 94 runs to win with 7 wickets in hand. 109 for 3, and Paul Stirling in his 5th over, none for 17. And Bravo is whipping this ball off his pads down to deep mid-wicket, crossing for an easy single. That's all he'll get. So the captain is off the mark. He's on 1, brings Powell on strike, the left-hander. He's on 43, 110 for 3.
Yes, Bravo would want to start here. He want to get in and ensure that West Indies build another partnership with Powell here. Powell will, on the other hand, would want to go on and score over 50 runs. He needs to score out in the excess of 75 runs, because he hasn't been scoring any runs even in the 50-50 that just concluded. So you want to have some runs behind his name going into the next tournament.
It's what the Australians talk about, and I'll get to that after this delivery from Sterling. Powell is defending back up the pitch. They're not satisfied when they get a century. When they get to 100, 101, they say they want a big daddy, 150, double century.
Yes.
And so, you know, that must be the mentality. The latest score, the West Indies, 110 for 3.
Small gathering. Little murmurs going around, wondering if this is going to be a day that West Indies collapse and disappoint them. But I hope not. You know, it was a good start. It was a good foundation to build from. But by losing those 3 wickets, I've put the brakes on. And that's what it is. You know, there's a calm. After a storm, there's a calm. And so Ireland, on the other hand, would want to continue to bowl pretty straight, build some pressure. And once you do that, then you would hope that the West Indies team would try something and then they pick up another wicket or 2.
Stuart Thompson in his 4th over, 2 for 9, is bowling to Dwayne Bravo, who is working this ball down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. He's going to get there ahead of Doctor for 4. Wonderful shot by the West Indies captain, leaning into that, caressing it off the sweet of the bat. And it raced away, Dockrell giving chase. You thought he was going to get there, but the ball gained legs and gained steam down the hill for 4.
Top shot by Bravo. Just clipped the ball through the vacant mid-wicket area, and it runs away. Once it beat the inner field, it runs away very, very quickly here for 4.
Here is a Thompson yet again, and Bravo is going for the drive on Southfield stump. He's beaten, taken by Gary Wilson. Good ball. Not a good shot by the captain on that occasion. He's on 5. Powell at the non-strikers end on 43. There's a shot to work in the ball off his pads down to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And that was a sweetly timed effort by Bravo. But he followed up with a shot that didn't inspire confidence for the West Indies point of view, but certainly confidence for Ireland. Here is Thompson pitching the ball just a little bit short. And again going through Bravo, taken by the wicketkeeper Gary Wilson, who has had a good match. He's top scored for Ireland with 62, and he's teaming up now the bowler Stuart Thompson, who made 33 and helped Ireland to 202 all out.
Well, Ireland have 6 players inside the circle saving the single.
And Bravo is on the front foot defending to be Ed Joyce at point. Yes, well, there are 6 players inside the circle.
Yeah, 6 players. We're not giving any easy run.
Including the wicket-keeper would make 7.
So there's no easy run there, Patrick. No easy run. They don't want Bravo to get a start, so they want to keep him on strike.
And here he is driving down the ground on the onside of the pitch. Dockrell quickly to his left. Does the feeling on his strong side. He's a lefty, moving to his left, so one would understand and hope that the batters would appreciate all of that. Maybe not, but notwithstanding, the run was clearly not on. And the Bravo is kept on 5. Powell at the non-strikers end at 20. He's on 43. We are in over number 23, and the final delivery. And Bravo is driving gloriously. Down behind point for 4. Pitched up on the front foot. He drove, and it beat William Porterfield just behind point. And that was a glorious shot by Bravo for 4. He ends the over on 9. Powell 43. The latest score at Sabina Park, the West Indies 118 for 3.
Good shot by Bravo. One of the best fieldsmen. He beat him to his right and went away like a flash down to the backward point boundary for 4, and the outer part of the bat and slice it behind point for 4. Good shot. 8 runs, 2 good shot. One flick through the onside between mid-wicket and mid-on for 4, and the other one behind point. Bravo, another man who comes out and get a start. He's got 9 off 9 balls, and Kieran Powell is on 43 of 60. He will have to continue, but Sterling is bowling pretty well to him.
And Powell, not quite sure where he's going. He's just pushing the ball in a silly mid-off position. the dangerous William Porterfield is there. I don't know. Even if the single was on, I just wouldn't take it. But it's not on. It's Porterfield who races to the ball. And Dwayne Bravo sends back Kieran Powell. It looks as though Powell is getting a little bit impatient, Johnny. I'm sensing that. As Sterling is there, ball to him. He comes down the pitch and pushes to Porterfield again.
That is cricket for you. You know, a couple tight overs by Sterling and Powell start to feel impatient. You don't need that. You don't need to play normal cricket.
Here he is facing to Sterling and pushing down to long on, coming off the long on boundary. Greg Dockrell. There's only a slip. And Bravo comes on strike, and that slip has been taken away. Kevin O'Brien now goes to short backward square. Sterling comes up, bowls to Bravo. Bravo is smothering the spin, and ball goes about a yard away from him, just behind his back, picked up by the keeper Gary Wilson. Tight field setting here, and Bravo is hitting high, and he goes over the ropes for 6, over deep extra cover. Not a lot of effort in that shot. I'm a little bit surprised that it got there. Sterling pitched up, just a flick of the wrist. Lots of timing though, over the deep extra cover boundary, and it flew for 6.
That's typical Bravo shot. Over cover, pitch up, and he hit it over cover. Very, very good shot.
A look at that shot from Bravo. 124 for 3, the latest score. Bravo on 15, Powell on 43. Let's take a look at that shot again. Sterling, look at the shot. A lot of wrist and timing in that shot. Not much shoulder, Johnny. A lot of wrist, a lot of timing, and I think he also found the sweet of the bat, and it flew for 6.
Oh, these big heavy bats. The moment it hit the middle of the bat, it gone for 6. And Sabina Park is not a big field, you know, but a very good shot. You know, his head was right over the ball, and he just went straight through the line of the ball. Because Sterling is not really spinning the ball. If it was a bowler who was spinning the ball, it would have been very difficult, because he wasn't really to the pitch of the ball. If the ball was really spinning, it would have been in trouble, and probably the ball would have gone maybe a little straighter to long off. So good over by the West Indies, 7 off it. So you don't need to try anything. By just continue to play normal cricket, play straight. And Ireland still have the 7 fielders or 6 fielders inside the wing, trying to continue to see if they can pick up another one and then put some pressure on the West Indies team.
And Kevin O'Brien will continue the attack from the northern end, and he'll be bowled into Kieran Powell. There's no slip, a man backward of a short backward point position. Wideish third man, cover mid-off, and on the deep extra cover boundary. That's the outside field for Powell, who plays it down to Dockrell at mid-off. It's to be Porterfield at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. Pointer at mid-on, and looks to be Stuart Thompson down at long leg. There's a man also on the mid-wicket boundary. And here is a Kevin O'Brien from the northern end, gets up now, bowls to Powell, and Powell is pushing the ball into the covers. Porterfield, who is at that cover position, does the feeding and limits Powell to a single, takes him on to 45. It's now 126 for the loss of 3 wickets in over number 25.
That's a good single. Drop the ball inside the circle, and immediately responded by Bravo, easy single. So that's very, very good and sensible batting by Kieran Powell. You don't need to do anything differently than just play your normal cricket. It's a lot of overs remaining to get the 70-odd runs per over. 70-odd runs, and it's only 3 runs per over. So you don't need to go berserk. You just need to just hold your head, stay focused, and play straight.
So this delivery from O'Brien. Bravo is just dropping his hand on that and nudging it on the onside, picked up by Porterfield. So there's a man on the third man boundary, just behind point. Cover, wideish mid-off. Mid-on, short mid-wicket. Man in the deep backward square position, deep mid-wicket. Man on the extra cover boundary. As O'Brien is there, bowls to Bravo. Bravo finding the gap between cover and point. Man coming in from the sweeper position, and that's Stuart Thompson from the cover point boundary. And Bravo goes through for a single. Takes him on to 16, and it's 127 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Again, sensible batting, push the ball into the gap and take off for another single.
Required run rate is 3 runs per over. The current rate is 5.15, so the West Indies ahead of the game, needing 76 more runs to win. O'Brien bowls to Powell. Powell is working this ball off his pads through square leg. Gone through for a single, picked up by Stuart Thompson, whips in the return to Gary Wilson, and Powell moves on to 46, 128 for 3. Cool conditions at Sabina Park at the moment. Clouds are passing by, obscuring the sunlight. Not a large crowd, but it's an attentive and an appreciative crowd. I've been out on the balcony, and there is a buzz. I would believe that it's not a lot of folks, but they're pretty much interested in what is happening. Dwayne Smith on for 55. Kirk Edwards 2. Darren Bravo 1. O'Brien in. Bowls to Bravo. Bravo's hitting this ball high. 1 bounce over the long on boundary for 4. Didn't get a hold of all of it. Looked as though he was looking for a mighty heave-ho for a 6. But it was good enough with 6 men inside that 30-yard perimeter, and Bravo hits another 4. Takes him on to 20, and at the end of the over, the West Indies are 132 for 3.
Yeah. 133 for 132 for 3 represents a good start by the West Indies. Ireland plugged them back a bit, and now another partnership building between Bravo and Powell. A 24 runs partnership. So they're consolidating again. Another shot over the top on mid-on. It didn't time it to perfection, but it had enough on it to clear the man at mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. And they didn't even try it. They scored about 7 runs off that over without any risk, and just minimum fuss. Just push it around, and then when the bad ball comes, like pitch up, he just stroke it over long on for 4. So Ireland time is running out on them. They need quick wickets to get back into the game. It's only 71 runs required at 2.84 runs per over. So there shouldn't be any pressure by Ireland with this 2.84 runs per over required with 7 wickets in hand.
Dockrell will continue from the south. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 19. It's bowling over the wicket. Bowls to Kieran Powell, who is turning this ball behind square. It didn't go too far. Not a lot of power. Just a leg glance. And it's picked up there by Niall O'Brien, Kevin's brother. Here's Dockrell. Over the wicket, bowls now to Powell, and Powell defends up on the onside of the pitch. And this is what is required of Kieran Powell. As you pointed out, the required rate is 2.88. The current run rate is almost double that at 5.21. There's no need to rush, no need to take any risk. And Powell flicked that ball to be to Porterfield in mid-wicket. He's on 46. On the front foot, nudging this ball into the onside. Picked up by Ed Joyce.
Again, Patrick, they have 6 men inside the circle at this stage to a batsman that is well set, because he's going to try a big shot here.
And backing away, I think he was cramped a bit. And pushing the ball back up the pitch is picked up by Dockrell. I think Dockrell saw that he was moving away, and he's pulling this ball high. 1 bounce over the ropes for 4. Short, he was back into his stumps in a flash and pulled it hard And that's his half century for Kieran Powell. He moves on to 50. Comes off 72 deliveries. Kieran Powell on 50. And the West Indies 136 for 3 at the end of the over.
Good innings by Powell. You know, he plays some very some exquisite shot through the offside. He was very patient, and you know, shows a lot of maturity in the way he approaches the innings. Okay. That pull shot just inside the rope for 4. So he was very patient. The over was a very good one, and Dockwell was on target. And then just as he back off a length, he saw the opportunity and he pulled it one bounce for 4. Good shot, and there was no risk. So with the required rate keep coming down at 2.799 now is again you would want to think that West Indies have this in the bag, but they don't want to open the door again and allow Ireland to come in and think and get a sniff and think that they can win this game. They want to continue with this partnership, 28 runs partnership. They want to continue, and I would say to take it right through to the end.
Max Sorensen will continue the attack from the northern end to start over number 28. The West Indies needing another 67 runs to win. Here is Sorensen to Bravo. Bravo defends into the offside, picked up by Paul Sterling. Bravo kept in 20. Powell on 50. 136 for the loss of 3 wickets. Wickets of Dwayne Smith, the first to go for 55, a quarter of the wicket off the bowling of Thompson. 100 for 1, 105 for 2. Kirk Edwards run out for 2, 108 for 3. Bravo, quarter of the wicket of Thompson for 1. And that's Darren Bravo. This is the captain, his older brother, Dwayne Bravo, who is turning that ball into the onside.
Well, they're ringing in the changes. They're trying to break this partnership, trying to get something from this. You know, the bowlers they have tried hard, but you know, Kieran Powell have kept them out. You know, he has played very well for his 50, and now you know we can continue on this trend.
Bowling to Dwayne Bravo, who is turning this ball behind square. It's going to run pretty close towards the boundary. Well fielded, flicking into the hands of Ed Joyce, and it restricts Dwayne Bravo to 2 runs. Tim Murtaugh did the fielding there and dived inside the ropes behind square, picked it up, flicked it, and I think to Ed Joyce, whose return came in. So Bravo on 22, 138 for 3. Bravo yet again getting a ball that's just lifting outside the off stump. He was on top of it and just pushed it into the offside.
Bravo looked very, very good from the moment he walked out. He looked confident. He looked positive in his stroke play. Yeah, just on the leg stump and clip it behind square. Easy 2, right? Hustle for 2. I saw Kieran Powell doing a few stretching, so I hope it's not a injury. Maybe a little cramp or so.
And here is Sorensen to Bravo. Bravo is driving gloriously through the covers for 4. What a shot by Dwayne Bravo. Pitched up, not a man moved, between the cover and extra cover, down to the boundary for 4.
Fantastic shot, you know, typical Bravo shot. Just a little lean back and stroke it through the offside for 4. As I said, you know, the wicket has been coming onto the bat quite well in the second half. And he stroked that through the offside. No one moved, and it went away for 4. Good shot, positive shot.
Here is Sorensen yet again, and Bravo is playing this ball square on the onside. Ed Joyce is on the deep square leg boundary, does the fielding, and restricts the Bravo to a single on that occasion. Takes him on to 27. Bravo now 27. 143 for the loss of 3 wickets. 143 for 3. Brings Kieran Powell on strike. He's on 50. As a matter of fact,
it's the end of the over.
It's the end of the over.
Well, again, minimum fuss. Keep the board ticking. A 2, a 1, then a 4. That's all you need. You don't need to go to be trying anything out of the ordinary. You just need to play straight. The bad ball will come, and if you keep scoring at three runs and over from this stage, you will win the game easily. So the required rate keep coming down at is now 2.61. Runs needed only 60 with 23 overs to go. So West Indies on top, but Ireland is still attacking, have a slip in, trying to pick up a wicket.
Dockrell from the south, Bravo, pushes the ball into the covers, and Porterfield is sprinting around to his left. And the ball was forward of point, but to the left of Porterfield at cover. Sprinted about 20 yards or so to his left, and limited Dwayne Bravo to a single. Takes him on to 28. And the score 144 for 3. Powell defends back up the pitch, and Dockrell fields to his own bowling.
Well, they want Powell to try a big shot because of the field placement. They still have the 6 men inside the circle, hoping that he tries something and get out.
And Powell is pushing this ball down too long off, really taking his time. I think the message has really sunk in to the brain of Kieran Powell, taking absolutely no chances, looking rock solid.
Take responsibility. You get a start. Your fellow opener got out at 50, and you now need to take up that man and come not out.
Dockrell to Dwayne Bravo, defending on the onside of the pitch.
Well, I'm pretty impressed with the way he approaches the game. He hasn't lost his head yet. He has been very, very good, playing straight.
But again, Bravo playing down to long off, takes a single, puts him on to 29, and the total 146 for the loss of 3 wickets. Here is Powell pulling wonderfully. 1 bounce, that's 4 down to the deep mid-wicket boundary, bisecting the man at long on and mid-wicket, down to deep mid-wicket, and that's 4 runs for him. 150 runs on the board for the West Indies, coming off 163 deliveries in 115 minutes. Powell 55, Bravo on 29, 150 for the loss of 3 wickets. And after the comments from Nehemiah Perry, it'll be Ricardo Chambers.
Again, Dockrell pulled that one down, and Powell make full advantage of that loose ball by pulling it 1 bounce into the ropes for 4. But when you look at how he bowled to Powell in that over, he kept him forward. He was okay, and as soon as he pulled the ball down, he pulled him for 4. There was one that he pushed down to long off because it was a shortish ball. Again, Powell are very uncomfortable in playing Dockrell off the front foot, and Dockrell allowing Powell to play off the back foot and pulling him over mid-wicket twice for 4. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. Ricardo, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Fabulous, fabulous.
I gather you've been enjoying yourself with some good batting from Dwayne Bravo. He's a little bit upset with himself that he didn't get bat onto that, but he gets 4 leg buys, and that takes the total to 154 for 3.
I don't know why he's disappointed because of his personal run. The team benefits 4 runs, 4 leg by. So he should count his blessing.
Indeed, he should. And Sorensen has been rather expensive in this innings. Has gone none for 27. He's in his 4th over. And Bravo is playing a beautiful shot again. A lovely shot. Flair and flamboyance from the right-handed West Indies captain. And he's played some marvelous shots today. That's Dwayne Bravo at his best. And it's a fine time to welcome back Mark Nita.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. really batting very well. Saw that once again, ball short, just rocking back as he stroked that nicely past point. And
He's got
again,
in the air this time. I'll get away with it. There's a man out on the cover boundary, the skirmish cover boundary, that's Thompson. He got around to his right and they get a couple. It's obvious that Dwayne Bravo wants to finish this quickly. We're seeing slightly overcast skies. It's a little bit windy as well.
37 runs, 27 deliveries, in just a half an hour batting. Really taking the fight now today, the Irishman. That was a good comeback from the bowler. And Sorensen, he has got quite a bit of hammering. 3.4 overs, 33 runs on the board. Has yet to pick up a wicket. Did have a tremendous amount of success in the T20. Picked up 4 for 12, I think, off his 4 overs. So bowled very, very well. Not so here on this occasion.
Bravo is going for him again. That's gone in the air. There's a man out there. Takes a brilliant catch. That's the end of Dwayne Bravo. And that man, Stuart Thompson, in the game again. He got 33, batted really well. Picked up the wicket of Dwayne Smith. And now he takes the catch to remove the West Indies captain, Dwayne Bravo. 160 for 4. A crucial, vital wicket for Ireland if they're going to stay in this match.
Certainly a very good wicket for Ireland. Once again, that ball very wide at the off stump. Attempting that trademark cover drive for 6. Really didn't get hold of it too well. And in the end, a pretty good catch. Fielder coming in off the boundary, low down by his ankles. And they took it with both hands. But Bravo, once again, showing a lot of flair as we see that shot again. Obviously trying to hit the ball over the offside for 6. And showing a lot of flair, playing a lot of very handsome shots. But throwing out his wicket, totally unnecessary at this point. West Indies would want to have an emphatic victory. You would not want, as a West Indies captain or as a West Indian, to win this game just barely. You want to win it with a certain amount of dominance. And the more you lose wickets, the less likely that will happen.
I just wonder how serious that knee problem of Marlon Samuels is, because he did go off the field today, came back on and fielded the remainder of the 50 overs, but Dinesh Ramdin comes to the middle and there is still no Marlon Samuels. So one hopes that he is fine and that of course he'll be fit and ready for the series against England and after that the World 2020. But Sorensen finally picking up a wicket. Of course, no Cusack today, who got 4 wickets in the 2020. That's wide. Just the type of delivery you don't want after you pick up a wicket.
Yes, but then he was bowling to a right-hander and to a Bravo, a right-handed batsman. That would have been the perfect delivery, perfect line, perfect length. And that's what happens when you have a left-hander and a right-handed combination at the wicket. Always difficult for the bowlers to make that adjustment, having bowled one delivery to the right-hander. At the end of the 29th over, West Indies batting first, 161 for 4.
Powell will be the man charged with the responsibility of seeing this through. There's the Jamaica Cricket Association president on your right, Wilfred Billy Heaven, and to his right, your left, is the former Jamaica and West Indies fast bowler Darren Powell. He is in fact the president of a parish cricket association in Jamaica, the St. Elizabeth Cricket Association.
Also a member of the JCA,
executive
as a director, yes.
Yeah. Darren Paul would certainly remember his days of doing battle out in the middle. Certainly at the 2007 World Cup, where he would have been the leading fast bowler for the West Indies there. And it almost seems like every 2 years we have a new set of fast bowlers in the Caribbean. Oh, that's a good delivery from Sterling. Ramden probably just played down the wrong line, or was there a little bit of drift?
Looked like there was just a little bit of drift on that ball. Ball pitching just slightly outside the off stump and probably just going to slip a little bit. Excellent delivery, slip in place. But just to follow up on your mention of the injuries and the fact that there's always seems to be some new fast bowlers playing for the West Indies. To me, it's very surprising that when you look at the West Indies setup, almost every single fast bowler is injured. I mean, you wonder, I mean, are these the same, you know, I mean, why is it that we are so injury prone? Every fast bowler that you can think of that has represented the West Indies for the last 2 or 3 years has
maybe
had
more.
Or has had some kind of injury problem. I mean, it started from Jerome Taylor.
And I think what tends to happen as well is that you have a young fast bowler who comes into the system, he has a lot of promise, and because the experience and the quality is not there, that new young fast bowler tends to do so much work that eventually the body breaks down. I think if it was a situation where you had a Courtney Walsh and a Kirtley Ambrose who were pretty much set in the team, and then anyone else who came in would be playing a supporting role, it would help to give that young fast bowler a little bit more time just to blend in. As it is now, it's not the case. You have to come in and get right to work, and the work is a lot. 163 for 4, 30 overs gone.
Certainly believe that you do have a point there, Ricardo, concerning the fast bowlers. And I think what it does, it speaks to the lack of proper management of our resources. Because when these young fast bowlers first play school cricket, and a lot of the fast bowlers that represent the West Indies move very quickly through the system. They are expected to bowl 5 or 10 overs per day. They go into Senior Cup, they bowl 10 or 15 overs a day. Same thing when they go to the regional tournament, they bowl 15 to 20. And then all of a sudden they're
if they bowl that much at the regional level, because the spinners dominate.
And then all of a sudden, at the test level, you're asked to bowl 30, 35 overs sometimes. And, you know, invariably the body doesn't hold up well. Good looking back foot shot there.
You need a little time to work into that workload.
Our resources well enough. I mean, I believe that there certainly is, you know, a fair amount of talent that has been available to the West Indies selectors over the last couple of years. But when you look at the talent and how it has been managed, you know, there is almost an entire field of dead bodies. People who have been given 1 or 2 opportunities, fast bowlers that come and play 1 or 2 test matches and all of a sudden are totally out of the system. Even bowlers, batsmen. And so we need to pay much more attention to the management of our resources. If we are going to, you know, move up the test ladder, I mean, really, how further can we go? Down.
And it has to hurt the team as well, because if every time you invest in a fast bowler and you spend a year and a half working on that fast bowler, and then you don't have him for another 2 years, another year and a half, it simply means that you have to be starting over every time and teaching a new fast bowler the ropes and trying to give him time to work into the system. And then there's no continuity, and that can be a problem. So in 2014, you would probably expect to have an attack with Fidel Edwards and Tina Best and Jerome Taylor firing with the experience of 5 or 6 years behind them. all those fast bowlers are out injured, and you have Miguel Cummins making his debut and being spanked around by William Porterfield. And therein lies part of the problem.
But one of the things too that I think we have to make sure that we start to do is that we need to be able to identify this talent very early and start to work with the talent, develop, get these bodies stronger, get them more prepared for the rigors of test cricket, first class cricket. It's almost like you're throwing in these kids at the deep end.
No such problems for Ireland at the moment. They're not playing test cricket. Their biggest problem is keeping their best fast bowlers away from England. And Boyd ranking the latest to make the switch across. Not that he could have helped them from a 5-0 Ashes defeat by Australia, which has led to the dismissal of Kevin Peterson. And that's another issue all by itself. Lovely looking shot by Dinesh Ramdin, beautifully played. This man has grown over the last year and a half. He scored a lot of runs in Test cricket. Now he wants to transfer that to the limited overs format. Lovely shot.
It certainly was a lovely shot. Probably one of the shots of the day so far. Always nice to see somebody who can execute on that straight drive. And he did that almost picture perfect as he stroked it down past the bowler.
And he's showing he can pull too. There is a man out there. Can't get around despite a desperate effort. Consecutive boundaries for the West Indies wicketkeeper. 31 overs gone. 168 for 4. They're chasing 203 to win.
And that short ball was almost telegraphed. Dug in short, didn't really get up a lot. And at the end of the 31st over, West Indies batting 172 for 4.
Definitely overcompensating for the delivery pitched well up before. And tremendous effort coming in from Ed Joyce.
Very poor delivery though, but one of the bowlers too that I'm really disappointed that is no longer in the West Indies setup is young Bishu, the little leg spinner. It was almost mystifying that after being selected or nominated as one of the top young wisdom cricketers.
Yeah, and he was the ICC Young Cricketer of the Year.
The following year was out of the West Indies side.
A couple of years ago, yeah.
The following year he was out of the West Indies side. And so, when Bishu came along, he did exceptionally well, but he was played in every format of the game. He was played in the tests, the T20s, the 50 overs. After a while, the young man, if you look at him, very frail in stature, could hardly bring over his hand. And he has paid the price.
Oh, he's got him. That's poor batting from Kyron Powell. And again, it's one of the big problems with this West Indies team. But the 5th wicket goes down. Ireland, they keep plugging away. And the West Indies keep finding a way to giving it away. 5 down, 172 on the board. They're chasing 203 to win.
And after playing so well, after batting so well, played some exquisite shots during his innings, opted to really what one can only describe as a swiping at a ball outside the off stump. And unfortunately, not only did he swipe, but he chose to go down the wicket and swipe. Missed by a long, long way, almost as if he was run out rather than stumped. West Indies 172 for 5. As you see once again, all the way down. Not even looking at the ball. Easy dismissal there. But Kieran Pollard seems to have the problem of losing concentration at that critical point in his innings when he should be just focusing and taking it easy. Marlon Samuels, these young ladies are applauding because Marlon Samuels is making his way into the middle. We heard that he had a twisted knee, but apparently has recovered sufficiently to bat. Batting very low in the order, but I'm sure the crowd would appreciate him being out there.
Well, I think what the West Indies would have been hoping is that there would have been no need for him to bat today, but obviously Karen Powell and the captain Dwayne Bravo and Darren Bravo and Dwayne Smith all had other ideas. All wanted to ensure Marlon would get a knock in the middle. And they have succeeded. The stylish Jamaican right-hander strolls to the middle.
But we have to give Powell due. I thought he batted very, very well. At times he showed a great deal of elegance, particularly through the offside. But gave it away as Marlon Samuels takes strike.
And didn't get a lot of runs in the 2020 matches, of course, after coming back from that wrist injury. But it's just about seeing the West Indies home. It's that hard of a job at 172 for 5, is it?
Well, it shouldn't be, but we're talking about the West Indies here, and anything can happen.
I've got to give Ireland credit too, because they just keep plugging away. They hang around and they hope that you'll make a mistake. And the West Indies, they definitely know how to make mistakes.
And I think during the T20, they showed a tremendous amount of discipline, and I think that is what contributed to their success. At the end of the 32nd over, West Indies chasing 202 are 172 for 5.
Of course, still I was gonna say the captain, but he's the 2020 and Test captain. Still Darren Sammy to come, and JC Holder can hold his own with the bat as well. So too can Nikita Miller. But these two need to push the total as close to the target as possible.
And the thing about it, too, Ricardo, is that we have to keep things in perspective. West Indies, the world champions, is playing Ireland, a team who is not even
world
on the
champions
test.
in T20 cricket.
Right. They're not even on the test radar. You know, these are cricket minnows in every sense of the word. So even a victory here is really nothing to celebrate. But West Indies would want to win in emphatic style. They don't want to appear as if they have struggled to beat Ireland. And to me, that is very important.
Doctor, well, the truth is they have struggled. It hasn't been easy in any of these matches, either the two T20s or this 50-over game today. Maybe they have struggled because of their own arrogance. Maybe they have struggled simply because the Irishmen have played disciplined cricket and the West Indians haven't been disciplined enough. But they have struggled. I don't think you can get away from that. There's been nothing easy about it. And now they have to try and close it out without any further damage. At least that is what they'll be hoping. And it's about getting in confidence as well, because no matter who it is against, once you can get some runs or you can pick up a few wickets, it tends to give you some confidence. And that helps going forward, especially with England to come. And of course England bleeding, so they'll might want to take it out on the Caribbean boys.
I'm sure they'll be looking to inflict as much damage to the West Indies team as they can, that is England. And already Chris Gale will be out for that series. So one of the West Indies top batsmen will be unavailable. Marlon Samuels, Martin just coming back from injury. A lot of the West Indies fast bowlers not at their full fitness levels yet. Darren Sammy too just coming back from injury.
Nicely played from Dinesh Ramdin. That's going to run very close to the boundary. And it goes across the rows of 4. Again backing away, giving himself a little bit of room, picking the gap beautifully. And getting a boundary to take the score to 178 for 5.
No man on that cover boundary as there's a slip in place. Obviously, as you see that ball again short, batsman giving himself room, executed very well. Obviously, the captain believes that his best chance is to pick up another wicket. So rather choosing to attack by keeping a slip in place rather than putting him out on that cover boundary.
It's a good delivery. It's well forward, Dinesh Ramdin. May have been struck and just outside the off stump as well. And Dockrell certainly thought he had him, but with spin bowler doesn't think he has him. 33 overs gone, 178 for 5.
And I think, Ricardo, when you look at the bowling so far of the spinners from Ireland, Dockrell, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 36 runs, has yet to pick up a wicket. Sterling, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 27 runs, 1 wicket. I think it's an indication of our inability to cope with reasonable spin bowling. As I say reasonable, because Sterling, as he comes in right arm over the wicket, is by no stretch of the imagination a top-class spinner. I don't think I'll be unfair to him by saying that. But he has been able to keep the West Indies batsmen in check. There are a few flurries along the way. Came in once again, hit down to mid-on. But there are a few flurries on the way, one over in particular where he was hit for a couple sixes by Dwayne Smith early in his spell. But he has come back rather well. 8.2 overs, 2 maidens, 28 runs, 1 wicket represents a very good comeback under these circumstances. And to me, really, this is an indictment on the ability of the West Indies batsmen to dominate spin bowling.
That one maybe turned a lot more than Ramdin expected.
A lot of turn actually. Batsman giving himself room and the ball spun back rather sharply at him. Fortunately, seemed to have gotten an inside edge. Straighter delivery that time, but in the mid-wicket region for a single. But you know, we can say that Sterling is without being too menacing, but he's economical, he's steady.
He's been tidy.
Yes, he has been tidy, and all the Irish bowlers have been disciplined.
A lovely shot by Marlon Samuels. Trademark that. Beautifully played through the cover position, and that's his first boundary. Brilliant way to get away.
And that's the kind of shot that you would expect from a classic player like Marlon Samuels. See once again flighted just outside the off stump, but look at that, in perfect position to execute that extra cover drive, and on its way totally unmolested to the ropes. Excellent shot there by Samuels.
They may want to add another fielder on that offside.
I think though that the Irish probably believe that they only have one chance, which is to pick up a few wickets. So nobody on that cover boundary but a man in place at first slip, just in case that the ball straightens and hit the outside edge. Looking to attack, mix attack with somewhat defense as the water cart now comes onto the field. And
yeah, but no doubt West Indies is still in a very strong position to go on and win this game. And in a way, what is a tiebreaker, two 2020 matches ending 1-1, and this 50-over encounter, it's basically winner takes all. And Ireland, they have fought definitely. There's the bowling for them. Sorensen 4 overs, no made, 1 for 34. Murtaugh 6 overs, 1 made, none for 41. And the West Indies batsmen who have gone: Smith made 55, caught Wilson bowled Thompson. It was 100 for 1 at that stage, 105 for 2 when Kirk Edwards went by the run-out route. Darren Bravo went at 108 for 3, he made just 1. And the captain Dwayne Bravo entertaining 35. And the score at 160 for 4. Powell stumped when he was on 57 of the bowling of Sterling, 172 for 5. And now they have progressed to 185 for 5. There's the full scoreboard. Samuel's on 7. There it is. Wickets going down at 100, 105, 108, 160, and 172. West Indies in command, but they still have to finish the job and get across the line. Shortly to tell you all about it, Mark Peter and Patrick Anderson.
So 33 overs completed, 17 to go. The West Indies 185 for the loss of 5 wickets. 18 runs required to win for the West Indies. Ireland, they need to claim 5 wickets. Cricket, a game of glorious uncertainty, but
not that uncertain.
Seems pretty certain at this stage that the West Indies, let me put it this way, ought to win this match. In the driver's seat.
I noticed he didn't use words like romped to victory, dominate the Irish. Nothing as decisive as that.
Dockrell to Marlon Samuels, who plays back up on the pitch, and it boggles my mind when I see Marlon Samuels play. The ease with which he plays. Here he is facing up to Dockrell yet again. Back cutting and cutting gloriously. That'll run towards the boundary for 4. What a shot between the man at cover and point down to the cover point boundary with ease and grace and panache and words that we can't find at the moment. Marlon Samuels defies them and plays a magnificent shot.
Magnificent indeed, but Marlon Samuels would take advantage of a delivery like that. He's one of those gifted players that seem to have an extra moment or two to play his shots. And sometimes you just wonder why Marlon is not much more successful than he is.
Why isn't he having 28, 29 test centuries?
Well,
reminds me of Carl Hooper with the ease with which he plays and coming down and driving down to Andrew Pointer down at the long off boundary.
See him favouring that knee.
Yes,
as he completed that.
We spotted
single.
that this morning when he dived for a ball, and he has not been the same from then. Looks, let me say, as the British would see, a little dodgy with those knees.
Not a good sign for West Indies and for Marlon, who is looking to make himself available, more consistent in the West Indies side, has been out with injury. Got injured in New Zealand, and since then, trying to get back into the team.
Looking to sweep, give it out. Rammed in, leg before. And he's gone for 15. It's 190 for 6. Rammed in gone, leg before wicket to Dockrell.
Not so sure about that decision though. Love to see that replay again. That ball seemed to have hit him a bit high on the pad and almost seemed to be going down the leg side. Now, you know, from our vantage point here, which is just high above where they feel as if that ball looked to me to be almost sliding down the leg side. His left foot did move after he played the shot.
The appeal was confident though.
Well, bowlers always appeal confidently.
I know.
Whether or not, and Nehemiah Perry would tell you that.
That one, I know,
Yeah.
and we understand that, but,
Yeah, but
that was very close.
I think it was close, but you know, when I played, it was always so difficult for batsmen to be given out on the front foot. You know, there's this old thing about giving the batsman the benefit of the doubt. But I was reminded by an umpire once that there's no such rule in the rule book that says the batsman has to get the benefit. And you just somehow feel that umpires are so inclined these days to give out batsmen on the front foot, very much more than when I played. But nevertheless, Ramden is back in the pavilion, and you have a new batsman at the wicket in Darren Sammy. Somebody with the experience and the ability certainly to take West Indies past that finishing tape. Just 12 runs to tie, 13 to win in all of, 15.1 over available. So this should be fairly easy for the West Indies, but we shall see.
Samuels awaiting here on Sterling, Paul Sterling, and we are in over number 36. Sterling 1 for 34, ball to Samuels, who gets a ball that turns into him. He was giving himself room and it came into him, jumped on him as well. Couldn't do anything about it, or not exactly what he wanted to do, which was to smash the ball into and perhaps through the covers. Sterling in to Samuels, and he's defending back up the pitch to the spinner.
Seen a couple of deliveries from Sterling that have spun rather sharply into the right-handed batsman.
And there's Marlon Samuels.
No spin at all in that delivery. Almost straight delivery, and really beautifully played by Marlon. Off the back foot. Always a delight to see batsmen punching the ball off that right leg.
Can't find the gap, and again trying to give himself room. The ball is turning into him, still pulled towards the leg side, and cutting, but he can't beat. Looks to be Tim Murtaugh, the man at cover point. Sterling. There are 4 men on the offside, and Sterling bowls to Marlon Samuels, back cutting and cutting this time beautifully down behind point, and that'll go for 4. Wonderful shot.
Wonderful shot, but it's almost as if the Irish want to go home to the hotel and put up their feet and have a drink, because we have seen in the last 4 overs or so the point boundary being hit with monotonous regularity, but yet still nobody has been put in that area to defend it.
And there he goes again, straight down the ground. 4 more, putting a punctuation mark on the over from Paul Sterling, cutting him back with a point and hitting him over his head down the ground for 4. And with that, Samuels moves to 20, and it's 198 for 6.
I like a cameo here from Marlon Samuels. Played a number of tremendous shots A lot of delightful back foot shots. Lofted one down the boundary. West Indies one shot away from victory. And knowing the temperament of these West Indies players, you see once again Sterling flighted delivery. Beautiful back cut. Just behind point. Fielders having no chance, but normally you would have a field man just about there to stop that ball. And as I said before, maybe the Irish are thinking about at this point going to have a quick pint.
Here is Dockrell into Sammy, and Sammy gets one that runs into him. Looks to be the arm ball, and gets it into the outside. 5 runs to win, 4 to tie. And Sammy is driving down to long on, picked up by Stuart Thompson. And now this is Darren Sammy, mind you. He's on 1 because Marlon Samuels is also called Sammy. This brings Marlon Samuels on strike. He's on 20. Darren Sammy 1. And the West Indies 199 for 6. And here's Dockrell to Sammy. And that's Marlon Samuels driving into the ground, and the Dockrell fields well to his own bowling. And he comes down the ground and hits his high, hard, gone, 6! And the match is over. The West Indies have won. Marlon Samuels with a 6 down the ground. Wonderful shot by Marlon Samuels to end the contest. 26 not out. Samuels on 26. Darren Sammy won, and the West Indies winning by 4 wickets. Not a victory that, not a dominating victory by any means, Martinita. But here is Marlon Samuels coming down the pitch, hitting that into the northern stand and saying, let's get ready for England.
Yes, you know, a victory is a victory, but as you said, not the most dominating victory. I don't think that the West Indies could feel very pleased with this performance. I mean, after all, you're playing against Ireland, and they did at times present some challenges for the West Indies. Ireland bowled over 202 runs, represents in my estimation a very good effort on the part of the Irish. I thought the pitch played fairly well, even bounce, occasionally kept a little low, but outside of that, we saw some fairly good performances. I thought certainly bowled well, looks like one for the future, and some gritty batting from the Irish, and the West Indies could not be happy, although they won, having lost so many wickets. I think the good thing, though, is that Powell got some runs, Smith got some runs, and Marlon Samuels, despite the fact that smarting from that injured knee, still came out to bat. So there's an indication that probably his knee is not as
Mark,
bad.
that we know that Ireland is not a team that's one of the full members of the ICC. They're not a team that plays Test cricket, but could it be that you might be being a little bit too hard on the Ireland team?
No, I don't think so. I think that no, I think that, you know, they have played well. I mean, they have showed a great deal of discipline in all facets of the game. They dropped a few catches. However, in terms of the bowling, it was a very disciplined approach. In terms of their batting, again, you know, not a lot of talent there, but, you know, batsmen who you see have been around the game for a fairly long time, who has developed certain techniques, and they have played well. I'm not taking anything away from the Irish. I thought in the 3 games, they played some reasonable cricket. I think my complaint is with the West Indies. Their approach, certainly in the first T20, was absolutely awful. In the second T20, they won, but the body language was not good. And in this game,
but Mark, there's an opponent out there, and it's called Ireland. They're called Ireland in those instances, and they're playing cricket as well.
Yes, but you know the West Indies is a T20 world champion.
I understand that.
Right, and so.
But Ireland, they have knocked off Pakistan in the past. We've seen
7 years ago.
We've seen Afghanistan defeating Australia in the under-19. It's cricket, and anything can happen.
But
Kenya defeated the
West
West
Indies.
Indies. Zimbabwe beat Australia in the World Cup. So, you know.
Yes,
it's possible.
Yeah, it is possible.
So I'm humbly
not
submitting
only is it
that
possible,
you might be being a little bit too harsh on the
well,
Irish
not
here.
only is it possible, but
Yes.
it did happen. So
Yes.
it's more than possible.
Absolutely.
But the point is losing is one thing. But there's a lot to be said about the approach to the game. There's a lot to be said about the body language of the players. And the body language of the players just was not positive. And those are the things that I look at as a former player myself. You know, I think that the game is both mental and physical. And physically, you know, I don't see that effort. But mentally, it's almost as if the defeat in the first game didn't matter. And those are the things that I think is important. Nevertheless, you know, if I'm being too harsh on the Irish, then I apologize. But let me just say this, that the West Indies should have a much more convincing victory over this team. And in the end, they did win, but certainly I don't think there's anything to celebrate.
All right, let's take a look at the scorecard. 36.4 overs. It took the West Indies to get to 205 for the loss of 6 wickets as we wait on the captain, Dwayne Bravo, and William Porterfield of Ireland to come to the interview position. The West Indies lost the Dwayne Smith and Kieran Powell put on 100 for the first wicket. Smith was the first to go for 55. A caught to the wicket by Gary Wilson, who held 3 catches today off the bowling of Stuart Thompson, 100 for 1. It was soon 105 for 2 when Kirk Edwards was run out by Dockrell for 2, 105 for 2. 3 runs later, 108 for 3. Darren Bravo was a caught to the wicket. Driving by Gary Wilson off the bowling of Thompson. Darren Bravo gone for 1 at 160. The 4th wicket went down. Dwayne Bravo, the captain, for 35, caught by Stuart Thompson in the deep off the bowling of Max Sorensen. The 5th wicket went down. Kieran Powell caught at the wicket by Gary Wilson off the bowling of Paul Sterling for 57. Faced 80 deliveries, 172 for 5. Dinesh Ramdin, leg before wicket to Dockrell for 15, 190 for 6. And Marlon Samuels decided, all right, let's just get this thing over and done. 26 not out, hit some lofty blows, cutting delicately as well behind point as usual. A delight to see a Marlon Samuels in full flight with a dodgy knee. 26 not out. Darren Sammy, the Test and the T20 captain, 1 not out. 205 for 6, and the West Indies, chasing 203, have won this match by 4 wickets. There was 2 wickets. There were 2 wickets for Stuart Thompson. Let's take a look at some of the action. A boundary there by Dwayne Smith. And he certainly started like a house on fire, cutting and pulling and driving. And there was Kieran Powell, perhaps the shot of the day, as straight as an arrow down the ground. And he was in fine form, flicking as well off his pads. When you put it there, the left-hander will just gobble that up. And he was glorious today. Dwayne Smith, the back over the head of Dockrell there for 4, and Kieran Powell driving down to the extra cover boundary for another boundary. It was just magnificent at times to watch. Dwayne Smith pulling with the disdain down to deep mid-wicket for 4. They put on 100 for the first wicket. High, hard, and gone for 6. They batted with power, they batted with timing, and Smith pulling behind square for 6 more runs. Spectacular it was. And Kieran Powell down to the vacant fine leg boundary for 4 more before Smith was given out for 55. And then we had the run out there, it was, of Edwards Darren Bravo caught behind. Dwayne Bravo came in and played some fine shots. That was a lovely on drive by the West Indies captain. Beautifully. So he on drove down to mid wicket and then drove square through the offside for 4, pulled and drove high down over long off, and now over long on. Dwayne Bravo was just hitting the ball around the wagon wheel, and he batted with some authority. Boundary there for Powell, and Bravo full of runs. Good work there by the Irish fielders as Bravo drove down to deep extra cover yet again for 4 more. And 4 more runs there to Powell. So Bravo delighted the crowd here at Sabina Park with his knock of 35, and went for 1 too many, and Stuart Thompson held a catch at the deep, and that was the end of Dwayne Bravo for 35. Caught by Stuart Thompson off the bowling of Sorensen, and Dinesh Ramdin came in, did some damage before Kieran Powell went for 57, and Marlon Samuels cutting delicately behind point. Perfect timing. The lateness of the cut, exquisite. Straight down the ground for 4, so he batted there with power, the shot before with timing, and a mighty heave-ho. High, hard, far, and gone, and the match was over. Let's join now Ricardo Chambers and West Indies captain.
Back-to-back West Indies victories then, and this important one coming in the 50-over series. Just 1 game, of course. We have the West Indies captain, Dwayne Bravo. Dwayne, first of all, assess today's performance for us.
First of all, I want to say thanks to Almighty. I think it was a great team performance. We wanted to bowl first this morning, and Ireland, when the toss, they decided to bat, and it was a great bowling effort. I think Jason Holder come and set the pace. Along with Nikita Miller in the middle overs, he plays part Marlon Samuels and Sammy also. So 200 and little bit. I think once we bat properly with the batting experience we have, we're definitely going to win the game. We know later on Sabina Park, the wicket tends to play a lot better. So we was really happy that we bowled first this morning and restrict them to a reasonable total.
First match for Miguel Cummins. How did he go today?
Yeah, not bad. I think it was a bit nervous up front, but he's one of the bright future for West Indies cricket team, and I wish him all the best. It's just a one-off game for him, but it's good to get a taste of international cricket. He's, like I said, he's one for the future. Definitely need to do some more work, and I hope we support him and keep encouraging him.
Are you disappointed any at all that someone didn't go on and get a big one with the bat?
Yeah, disappointed the way I get out more so. Obviously holding out in extra cover, but I think you know, when you're in a zone as a batter, sometimes you feel, you know, very fluent. I got out at a really crucial time. I think the game could have finished a lot earlier, but having said that, it's good to see Marlon Samuels went in there and fight it with a growing injury. Kieran Powell and the start, Dwayne Smith gave us, both Powell and Smith, the partnership that they had opening, set up the game for us and allowed me to play my natural game.
Well, congrats on today's victory, and you're also man of the match and man of the series, so congrats on that.
Thank you very much.
All right, Dwayne Bravo, everybody, the captain of the West Indies team. We have the Ireland captain as well, William Porterfield. William, you started well, winning the first 2020. You've lost the last couple of games, including this one-off 50-over game. How do you assess your team's performance today?
I think today we were just slightly off. I think we had threatened to get going a few times with the bat, and we just lost wickets throughout there. And we're probably 30-40 short of what would have been a very competitive total on that pitch, and would have allowed us to put a bit more pressure on the West Indies through the middle.
Where did you go wrong when you batted?
I think, as you said, just losing wickets at regular intervals kind of set us on the back foot and didn't allow us to get that momentum going that we needed, and yeah, just kept setting us back and never really allowed us to push on.
And how about the bowling performance? You managed to pick up 6 wickets.
Yeah, we picked up a few wickets there. Obviously, we had to keep attacking there and try and keep the field up and put a bit of pressure on. And unfortunately, we couldn't pick those wickets up just early enough. They had a good opening partnership, and the way they played there through the middle, kind of, they were always on top of the game. But we managed to pick up a few late wickets, and as I said, if we had an extra 30-40 on the board there, it may have made it interesting.
What do you take away from this tour, from the regional Super 50, right into these matches against the West Indies, and especially as you look ahead to the World 2020?
Well, we obviously started very slowly in the regional competition. I think we've built up as the tour's gone on. Obviously, very disappointed to lose the second 2020 there on Friday, but to pick ourselves back up and get going today. I think we were just always slightly behind the 8 ball today, and we kept losing those few wickets, and yeah, we just never managed to get ourselves going. But we kept fighting all the way through to the end, as we do, and yeah, a few more runs would have been interesting.
Well, all the best going forward.
Thanks very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the captain of the Ireland team, William Porterfield.
All right, Cardo Chambers, in fact, conducting another interview. But all right, let's speak here with Nehemiah Perry, the quick wrap of the score, and just to get your frank assessment of the West Indies' performance today, and how do you see them going into England, and what you think they need to do to defend their T20 title. Ireland 202 all out of 49.2 overs, and the West Indies 205 for 6 of 36.4 overs. Your frank assessment of the West Indies' performance, and what they need to do to face England next week.
Assessing West Indies team today, I thought they played fairly well. You know, they didn't win convincingly, as Mark said. You know, they played good cricket, and I would love to see one of the top order, one of the batsmen that got start, go on to make 100. You know, but it wasn't to be. They gave the wicket away stupidly, especially Dwayne Smith. He got a flying start. He should have capitalized, and I would think a decent bowling attack, but nothing threatening. There was no ball that bowled out there today that really represent you know, a fantastic delivery that pitched leg and hit half. There was nothing. We gave it away, and you know. But at the end of the day, a win is a win. It would have done some sort of confidence, back-to-back win, one of the 2020, and come here and win the 50 overs. But I would have loved to see them winning convincingly. But going into the next game against England, they would have to step up their game, because a better team, more professional team. What I would love to see is more rotation in the strike, in terms of when there's no 4 or there's no 6, more rotation in terms of singles, and run a little harder between the wicket. Good start, but we need to build on these kind of start and make big scores. So when you bat first and you get a score like 100 without loss, you should have won the game here by at least 8 wickets.
Final question. Satisfied with the squad that is going to Bangladesh to defend the T20 title, or would you have taken a different player or two?
No, it's decent. You know, with Kieran Pollard out with injury, I would have loved him to be in the squad with his brilliant fielding and batting, and he bowled a little medium pace. You know, I'm worrying about, you know, Gale injury and lack of games going into the World T20. Is a big asset to West Indies cricket, to ensure that we get good start at the top. He can destroy all bowlers, and the Bangladesh wickets are very, very flat and right up his street. But all in all, I think it's a good squad together. It's just the combination now what we're going to put together out there to defend our title. We are the world champion at 2020, so we have to play some very good cricket to win. Everybody's coming after us, but we have to ensure that we play some consistent and professional cricket to win this and retain this title.
Thank you very much. So that's it then from us here at Sabina Park. It was our absolute delight to have brought you the coverage today, with Ireland scoring 202 all out of 49.4 overs. Gary Wilson top scoring with 62. Stuart Thompson had fun scoring 33. Dwayne Bravo, the captain, taking 3 for 36, and with his 35 in the West Indies chase of 203, they scored 205 4-6, with Kieran Powell hitting 57, Dwayne Smith 55, Marlon Samuels finishing not out on 20. Dwayne Bravo was man of the match. And so it's now on to the series against England as the final preparation to defend their T20 title in Bangladesh. On behalf of Ricardo Chambers, Mark Nita, and Nehemiah Perry, and the entire production team, Patrick Anderson saying good afternoon from Sabina Park.